Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Determined that the appearance of the 12 earthly branches should have nothing to do with him, Luo Lin walked out without restraining his breath deliberately. Who? Inda spotted Luo Lin in an instant, turned around and became vigilant. Don't be nervous. I'm a professional hunter who passed by chance and followed after I spotted the traces of poachers. Luo Lin directly reported his identity. Hearing Luo Lin reveal Hunter's identity, it was obvious that Inda, the sheep among the 12 earthly branches, breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't let down his vigilance directly. Are you a professional hunter? Inda looked at Luo Lin with a little vigilance, wondering whether there was wrong Lin in the Hunter Association. As a member of the 12 earthly branches, although Inda does not dare to say that he knows all the hunters in the Hunter Association, he has a little impression of most of them. I passed the hunter test this year, Luo Lin said as he flipped his palm, and a hunter license appeared in his hand. Although he didn't get to know it, Inda could tell at a glance that this hunter license is indeed real, and the serial number after it is indeed this year's. Only the rookie hunter who just passed the test this year? The hunter test ended in mid-January, and now it is mid-March. That is to say, the Hunter Association has only passed 2 months, that's all. But Inda looked at the entanglement on the opponent's body, and it was obvious that he had learned Nin. Is it the Nin who became the first to participate in the exam? Inda thought to himself. He seems to remember that he did say during the meeting that some of this year's novice hunters can use reciting, so there is no need to arrange for teacher Nin. I'm Inda, poaching hunter. Inda also introduced himself. I know you, a member of the 12 earthly branches. Luo Lin nodded and did not approach, but maintained a safe distance for both parties. However, the level of those poachers still requires you to come out and arrest them yourself? Luo Lin asked curiously. Although in a coma, Luo Lin could tell that the people who were tied up before were just ordinary criminals, not nefarious at all. And Inda, as the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, is also a 2-star hunter. Although it is a counterpart poaching hunter, a hunter of this level usually has a complete team. Why not send out a team of poachers dedicated to dealing with a common? The group of guys who fell asleep on the side are all small characters. The key is the 10 guys hiding in the other group. Silver Fans shook his head and said in a deep voice. Although he is still wary of Luo Lin, there is no need to hide this kind of thing. That guy is a member of a poacher gang I arrested half a year ago. Because of Nen's relationship, he was working in the team to smuggle and poach rare animals. The precious beasts I hunted escaped together. When Inda said this, his face couldn't help but look difficult. After all, half a year had passed, and even if those precious beasts had not been sold, the chance of surviving was not great. Luo Lin nodded slightly and understood what was going on. Obviously, the escaped poacher was very scheming and capable. After all, he could escape from the arrest plan of the 12 earthly branches. And after escaping, he hid for half a year and chose to lurk in a small gang of poachers to wait for an opportunity to escape. And judging from the current position, the opponent is very likely to succeed, or even succeeded. After all, this location is actually not far from the national border. But the other party obviously underestimated the ability of the professional hunter and was finally discovered by Inda and blocked. But what about people? Luo Lin was a little puzzled. When I came here, I didn't move much, and I wasn't in a hurry to chat with him. So, where's that guy? Luo Lin wondered. Here. Inda stepped aside slightly, pointing to an underground passage that was obvious to people on the ground. Luo Lin was slightly stunned, looked at the entrance of the underground passage in front of him, which was big enough for 2 Indas to enter, and then looked at Inda. A2. So, why didn't he see the burrow entrance just now? Don't be surprised, this relic should have been empowered. If no one deliberately reminds you, you will never realize the existence of this entrance. I also discovered it suddenly after that guy escaped here. Inda shook his head. Xing explained. Do you still have this kind of ability? Luo Lin was a little surprised and stepped forward curiously. But how Luo Lin saw it, it was an ordinary underground passage entrance. But before Inda reminded, Luo Lin did not notice the existence of this entrance. This miraculous performance made Luo Lin amazed. He couldn't help thinking of the ability of the head of the chameleon ant division in the chapter on ants, the alibi of God. As long as you hold your breath and activate your ability, your sense of existence will be erased. It's not a simple invisibility, or the ability to blur space, but it's similar to hiding your own sense of existence, so that no matter what movement he makes when he stands in front of you, or even directly touches you, he will never be discovered. 0. Ask for flowers. The ability at the entrance of the channel in front of him has a similar effect to this ability. This ability is probably more than that. Inda shook his head slightly and said, in addition to the rules of concealment, there should be rules that prohibit humans from entering. No entry. Luo Lin froze for a moment, hesitated for a while, then knelt down and stretched out his hand towards the entrance. Sure enough, when Luo Lin's palm was about to penetrate into the cave, it seemed to have touched a barrier. If someone hadn't been reminded that this entrance exists, even if someone ran through here, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to find it. Wait, if that's the case, how did that poacher get in? Luo Lin suddenly reacted and said with a look of surprise. That poacher's ability is to transform into an animal, not to go in as a human. Inda shook his head and said, not as a human being, I see. No wonder you said that the rule here is that human beings are not allowed to enter. Luo Lin was stunned. Humans are forbidden to enter, but animals are allowed to enter. What kind of mentality does the builder of this ruin have? Luo Lin looked strange. Good guy discriminates against humans, right? For ancient ruins, the rules here are already very gentle. Inda shook his head and said, although not a relic hunter, Inda also knows the dangers of exploring ancient relics. Even the ruins built by the common people will be equipped with deadly organs, and the ruins built by the non-people are more troublesome. What about resentment, remembrance after death, and the rules made by the gods? Each one is more troublesome. It can be said that this kind of rule that only prohibits human discovery and prohibits human entry is already very gentle. Of course, it doesn't rule out that there are other traps in the ruins. I have tried many times. The rules of this cave are unexpectedly strong. I have no way to solve it for the time being, but I have already notified my team to come, and then I hope that there is no second exit here. Saying so, Inda also became angry in his heart. After all, it was about to catch the poacher and recover the poached rare beast, but suddenly a ruin appeared. How could he not be angry? Humans can't enter. Luo Lin looked at the entrance of the ruins in front of him and said thoughtfully, do you think Nian Beast is considered human? Do you think Nian Beast is considered human? Luo Lin looked at the entrance of the ruins in front of him and asked thoughtfully, Nian Beast? Shouldn't it be counted? Inda was slightly taken aback. Do you have a mind beast? Although mind beasts are fairly common abilities for people with mind abilities, it doesn't mean that all people with mind skills have command beasts. For example, Inda, he is a person with the ability to read beasts, so naturally he didn't think in that direction at this time, and he came to his senses after being reminded by Luo Lin. Luo Lin nodded. If his substitute, because it is too similar to himself, may be judged as a human being, then his new Nian beast, Kuan, definitely does not belong to human beings. The question now is whether this E will regard Nian Lu and his master as one human being. However, the animals transformed by the psychic can enter, and the psychic beast should not be blocked. Does your Nian beast have the ability to fight? 7:30, Inda asked expectantly. He could see that Luo Lin's telekinetic ability was not low, much stronger than that poacher. If the beast has the ability to fight, it can enter the ruins and capture the poacher back. Luo Lin shook his head and said, sorry, it's a Nian beast who has no fighting ability, but it would be nice if you can confirm the situation inside the ruins. His Nian beast has no combat ability. In order to allow the Nian beast to obtain a strong enough Nian Qi storage limit, of course the Nian beast cannot have any combat ability. Not capable of fighting. Inda suddenly felt sorry, but just like what Luo Lin said, it would be good if he could confirm the situation in the ruins. At least the poacher wouldn't run away from other exits. He was still waiting here foolishly. Then please. Okay. Luo Lin nodded. He was actually very curious about this ruin. What will the owner of the ruins who set up such weird rules leave in the ruins? Luo Lin summoned his mind beast, the whale-shaped Kuan, which appeared out of thin air and wandered in the void. Luo Lin took out a mobile phone and put it in Kuan's mouth, and then used another new mobile phone to get through the video. Fortunately, although it is in the deep mountains, the special model mobile phones that Luo Lin bought still have signal. Let's use this to see, Luo Lin said, and then manipulated Nianzing to fly into the ruins. He wasn't worried about Kuan's problems. Although he stored Luo Lin's spare thought energy, even if he was blown up, it would be fine as long as he condensed again, and there would be no other impact. The barrier that prevented Luo Lin from entering the ruins turned a blind eye to Luo Lin's Nian beast. Successful. Inda was pleasantly surprised. This relic really does not allow humans to enter. Luo Lin also nodded. Although it can be roughly guessed from the fact that the animals transformed into by the poacher can enter. But when Nian beast really went in, Luo Lin was completely relieved. And as Luo Lin's Nian beast flew into the ruins, a picture of the ruins also appeared on Luo Lin's phone screen. Although it is a bit dim, it can still be seen that there are densely packed text-like engravings on the walls around the passage. There are so many divine characters, no wonder the entrance rules are so strong. Inda couldn't help sighing. I saw that the walls of an underground passage more than 15 meters long were densely packed with divine characters on the floor and ceiling. As for Luo Lin, he didn't know much about divine characters, so he didn't care. Passing through the dark underground passage, Lingbeast soon flew to the entrance of the real ruins. Then, the two saw an astonishing scene. A person fell at the entrance of the ruins. Could this be the poacher? Luo Lin turned to look at Inda, and Inda nodded, with a look of surprise on his face. That's right, it's him. Although the man fell to the ground, it can be clearly seen from the mobile phone screen that the man is still alive and should only be in a coma. Looking at him, there should be other rules in the ruins, Luo Lin said. It should be. Inda nodded. Even so, he was staring at the poacher in the video at this moment and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. After all, to Inda, it didn't matter what was in the ruins, he only cared that the poacher couldn't escape this time. Seeing Inda like this, Luo Lin shrugged his shoulders, ignoring the resentful eyes of the other party, and manipulated the beast to continue to go deep into the ruins. Anyway, the poacher was already in a coma, and when Inda's team arrived, it wouldn't be difficult to drag him out, whether it was using other people's beasts or other means. In contrast, Luo Lin was still more curious about the first relic he saw in this world. As Nian Beast went deeper, what appeared on the screen was an empty room. The room was not too big, that is, it was about 3 meters high and about 10 meters wide. It was a small secret room, and on the walls around the secret room, there were stone carvings and pictures, as well as some words that Luo Lin could not understand. This is... Luo Lin blinked. Don't tell him that these things are in the ruins. Luo Lin was a little reconciled and manipulated the Nian beast to go around, and after confirming that there was really nothing else here, he manipulated the Nian beast to take pictures of those stone carvings with a bored expression. How to say? The carving is quite abstract. They are all strange shapes, things that look like exotic animals. No, Inda came over with an expression of interest at this moment. As a poacher, Inda is obviously very interested in rare animals. But it's a pity that in those abstract sculptures, it is already the limit to be able to see that the sculpture is a beast, and it is impossible to see what it is. In addition to these beasts, there are also some things that look like plants, or things that look like maps, but they are also abstract and can't see the details at all. At this moment, the screen on the phone suddenly stopped and was frozen on a carving on the wall. It was a door, a very clearly carved door. Perhaps because the carving of the square door is not difficult, there is an obvious gap between this door and other abstract painting styles. Certainly. Of course, the reason why Luo Lin stopped here was not because of this, but because he knew this door. That's the door to the Dark Continent. Although the Hunter comics haven't reached the Dark Continent yet, and it's impossible to reach the Dark Continent, the door leading to the Dark Continent has already appeared in the comics. 0.8 So, the thing engraved here is related to the Dark Continent. Luo Lin was slightly startled, and once again manipulated Nian Lu to start a careful investigation in the ruins. Luo Lin is sure. No matter how many times he probed, he couldn't see anything from this abstract painting style, and just when Luo Lin felt bored and was about to give up. Suddenly, The mobile phone's angle of view swept across the ground in the corner, and a few lines of text that Luo Lin recognized appeared. You should find a craftsman with good craftsmanship to carve it, or leave more written records. What are these engraved? I can't understand it at all. Stupid. At the end of this line of text, there is a cartoon angry head, as if the person who wrote this line of text is expressing his annoyance. Looking at this line of writing and the angry cartoon portrait at the end, Luo Lin fell silent. And Inda next to him even shouted out in a daze, "Jean, really?" Luo Lin looked at the lifelike cartoon head on the phone screen. Anyone who knows Jean can tell at a glance that this profile picture is definitely Jean Freak's. With this kind of painting skills, the difficulties have the confidence to despise the murals above. Luo Lin complained silently in his heart, but Inda on the other side couldn't accept it. After all, what happened to this sudden deposit of gold? And, hey, how did that bastard Jean get in? Inda said in his mouth, wondering if it was his hometown dialect, with a shocked expression on his face. Then, the other party directly took out his mobile phone, searched for a number in the address book, and found a number to call. By towards. The phone rang on the beam, and then it was connected. "Hello?" A voice came from the phone. "Buzz. You actually answered the phone." Inda was even more shocked, looking at his phone in disbelief. "So, you didn't plan to get through in the first place? So, what are you calling?" "I have something to talk about, and I'll hang up if I have nothing to do." On the other side of the phone, Jean has long been accustomed to such things that would shock a person, and that he would answer the phone directly. 03 has something to talk about. By the way, there is something to do. Inda quickly got out of the fact that he actually got through to Jin's phone and hurriedly said, "A poacher I was chasing fell into a ruin in Papua Forest. There was a divine character at the entrance of the ruins, prohibiting humans from entering. Now the poacher passed out in the ruins. I would like to ask, is there any danger in that ruins? Will it cause the death of the poacher?" Inda finished speaking in one breath, and after that, Jean on the other end of the phone was silent, and it took a while to reply. "There's something wrong with you." Inda. "No, why are you swearing?" Inda became annoyed. "You just mentioned to me that there are divine characters on the entrance of the ruins that forbid human beings to enter, and then you asked me if the people in the ruins would be in danger, and I have never seen the divine characters in the ruins. Is it wrong for you to ask me that? What is it?" Jean was not in a good mood over there. "Huh?" Inda was stunned, "but this is the remains of Papua Forest. If you don't let me see the divine characters with my own eyes for research, even the Boya Forest is useless." Jean pouted. "But, Inda looked at the lifelike cartoon portrait on the phone in Luo Lin's hand. His eyes were full of bewilderment. "Well," suddenly, Jean sighed and said helplessly, "Tell me, why do you think I know that ruin?" "Of course there is your message in the ruins." Inda said directly, "It is the ruins where you left a message mocking the ugly murals carved by others, and you can't understand them at all. There are too many traces of me leaving such a mocking message." Jean pouted on the phone. "But there is your head portrait on the back, so you can tell it's you at a glance." Inda was also anxious. "Cartoon head, shouldn't you leave a proof after mocking someone's painting?" Jean subconsciously answered, but his mind was always thinking about whether he had been to the ruins of the Papua Forest. 1B. Jean thought about it. He had never been to Papua Forest. "Forget it." Jin's voice came from the phone. "Just start the video and let me see the evidence of why you think so." Before the voice finished, the video call request was sent to Inda's mobile phone. Inda did not rush to connect, but looked at Luo Lin. "Can you show him the contents of the phone?" Inda asked. He also felt something was wrong. As for Jean, although he didn't dare to say that he knew much about it, the other party would definitely not forget the ruins he had been to. Of course. Luo Lin naturally had no objection. He was actually curious about what was going on. After hearing Luo Lin's agreement, Inda connected the video, and Jin's figure suddenly appeared on the phone screen. And here, Luo Lin also showed his mobile phone screen. On the screen of the mobile phone screen, it was the string of text and Jin's cartoon avatar. On the other side, Jean didn't raise any objection to looking at the phone through the phone, but looked at the contents of Luo Lin's phone seriously. With just one glance, Jean said bluntly, "That's not my handwriting, and neither is the painting behind it. This painting is not as good as mine at all." "You didn't leave it behind?" Inda asked in surprise. It's not me, but it looks like it's really me. Interesting. Jean Shanine grinned. Inda, tell me your current location, and I'll go there right away. However, I refuse. Inda refused without the slightest hesitation. Huh? Jean on the other side was stunned. No, didn't you come to me for this matter? Why did you refuse? Inda pointed his phone at himself again and smiled honestly. I came to you because I thought you knew the information about the ruins, so I wanted to confirm with you whether the life of the criminal who fell into the ruins was in danger. But since you don't know about this ruin, then you are already useless. Inda said with a simple and honest smile. Gold. How did your 38-degree mouth say such cold words? But, since you are concerned with the criminal's safety, you should tell me the location. Based on my research on the Word of God, I can definitely help you get that criminal out. Jean yelled as he approached the camera. You don't need this. Although humans are prohibited from entering the ruins, Nien beasts are not prohibited. When my team arrives, I can bring 023 out. Inda continued with a silly smile. Hearing the conversation between the two, Luo Lin's heart suddenly moved. Before he couldn't get the person out, it was on the premise that the other party was awake and able to resist, but now that the other party is in a coma, it is not easy to get the other party out. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth hooked slightly, and he activated his ability, adjusting his conjurer talent to 190% of the full value. Then he recalled the nature of the Nian Qi he felt when he fought Hisoka not long ago, and then the Nian Qi in Luo Lin's hand gradually became thicker. Soon, a cloud of sticky air appeared in Luo Lin's hands. This is an ability that Luo Lin discovered not long ago, or the ability is not accurate, it should be said to be a talent. It's like Jin's unreasonable talent that can be copied 7 or 8 times in one go. When Luo Lin adjusted the corresponding Nen talent to more than 100%, Luo Lin found that he could do this kind of thing. Of course, it may be the reason why Luo Lin's cultivation level of each Nen system is not deep enough. That is to say, he is not deep enough in the cultivation of the attribute circle, so he is not at the outrageous level of gold. The stickiness and elasticity of the thought energy in his hand are far inferior to Hisoka's ability to stretch and stretch freely after years of tempering. But if you just pull out one sticky, it is enough. You don't need this. Although humans are prohibited from entering the ruins, Nien Beast is not prohibited. When my team arrives, I can bring him out. Indehen said with a smile, admiring Jin's anxious look. But your team needs time. What if people are killed by the danger in the ruins before reaching the criminal? Jin's big face was already close to the camera. Obviously, he was in a hurry. It's impossible for my team to be slower than you. Inda tilted his head and said, You are in the desert now. Even the nearest desert area is more than 1,000 kilometers away. 1 minute, as long as you give me the location, I can arrive in 1 minute at most. Jinbai said confidently. This. Inda also hesitated. Although he would like to see Jin deflated, in comparison, the poachers and the animals hidden by the poachers are more important. And at this time, Luo Lin spoke suddenly, attracting the attention of both of them. About that, I've already fished people out. With an innocent smile on Luo Lin's face, pulling with Nien Qi in his hand, he pulled out a comatose figure from the ruins. Inda. You're really useless this time, Jin. Inda looked at Jin on the other side of the phone again, with a big round face that seemed indescribably simple and honest. Euro. Okay, that's it. I'll send you the location right now. Indahan smiled and hung up the phone with Jin. Only, Luo Lin at the side didn't feel that this 2-meter-long man was simple and honest, but he saw with his own eyes how the other party was knocking on gold. Oh no, it was a bargain. That's what makes you come and go, what Luo Lin sees is a joy. And finally negotiate a good price. First of all, the information explored in this ruins must be shared among the 3 parties. Secondly, there are a lot of not-so-difficult, but extremely cumbersome requirements, which are the rewards Inda demands from Jin. Finally, it is Luo Lin's reward. I don't know what you want, so I simply asked Jin for a request for you. When Jin arrives, you can talk to Jin himself about what you want. Inda smiled and turned to Luo Lin said, Thank you. Luo Lin also laughed. I made a request with Jin, although this request must not be too much, but compared to his contribution this time, it is definitely worth the money. Regarding Jin's ability, Luo Lin may be more confident than Inda. In this case, "You're waiting for Jean here. I will take this guy away first, and I have to send him to the hospital for examination, and then interrogate as soon as possible." As Inda spoke, he mentioned the man pulled out by Luo Lin, turned and left quickly. It was obviously that kind of huge body and carried a person, but Inda's movements were extremely agile, and he disappeared after a few dodges. And looking carefully, Luo Lin still couldn't find the trace left by the other party. "The skill is really good, but it's a pity that I couldn't fight." As Luo Lin said, the expression of regret on his face froze. I'm not a fighting fanatic. It's a pity that I didn't fight." Just when Luo Lin wondered if he had become a fighting maniac unknowingly, suddenly a figure wrapped in thoughts in the distant sky was flying towards him rapidly. Luo Lin just realized something was wrong when the figure landed in front of Luo Lin. The thought energy dissipated, and what was inside was the gold that was still far away in the desert in an unknown corner of the world just now. "Get out, Inda. You bleeding sheep dare to blackmail me." Jean yelled and walked out. "Where's Inda?" "Just left. You can catch up now." Luo Lin pointed to the direction where Inda left. "Forget him running fast." Jean snorted, looking at Luo Lin pretending to be fierce and said, "You are the kid who demolished me just now, aren't you? Mr. Jean, won't you look at the ruins first?" Luo Lin ignored Jin's provocative provocation. Although he doesn't know what Jean wants to do. But when getting along with such a smart person, you must not be dragged into the rhythm of the other party. "The ruins?" "Yes, look at the ruins first, and then go to that guy to settle accounts when you have time." Jean snorted and turned his head to look around. "Where are the ruins? Why didn't you see them?" Luo Lin looked at Jean with wide eyes and looked around, but he just ignored the entrance of the ruins next to him. "I was also like this just now." Luo Lin thought to himself. "It's here, Mr. Jean." Luo Lin pointed to the entrance at his feet. Jean was slightly taken aback, looking at the entrance of the ruins that Luo Lin was pointing at. A big question mark could not help appearing on his head. So why didn't he see it just now? Jin's face instantly became serious. What a strong concealment. Jean frowned. Like the previous Luo Lin, before being pointed at the entrance of the ruins and saying that the entrance is here. Didn't notice such an obvious entrance at all. Jean stepped forward, squatted at the entrance, and stretched out his hand to test it out. When he touched the barrier, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Interesting. Jean looked at the entrance of the ruins in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. The next moment, Luo Lin saw Jean, Qian Nuozho, pointing his finger at the entrance of the ruins, and the thought energy spread like water waves, radiating towards the inside of the ruins. It should be some kind of detection ability. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it is said that Jean originally imitated Liorio's ability after being punched by Liorio a year later, mastered the detection ability like converting thoughts into ultrasonic waves. However, Jean has traveled the world for more than 10 years, and I am afraid he can't remember the abilities he has learned. It is normal to have 1 or 2 detection abilities. I see. Jean suddenly laughed at this moment. So many god characters are used for this effect. When the owner of the ruins builds the ruins, I'm afraid it will be very tangled. So, what did he miss? Why did you suddenly see the entanglement of the owner of the ruins when he built the ruins today? What a tangled guy. While trying to hide the entrance, while deliberately leaving a loophole for people to discover, I don't know what information you guys want to leave behind. Jean hee smiled and began preparations with great interest, cracking the barrier in front of him, while trying my best to hide while leaving flaws. Luo Lin was slightly taken aback when he heard Jin's words, but after thinking about it carefully, isn't it like this? It is obviously such a powerful cover-up method to erase the sense of existence, but as long as you notice it once, it will lose its effect. In strengthening the defense against people and animals, simply put, as long as someone sees an animal entering from here, they can find this entrance. This is also the reason why Yindaning found here. And then it's even simpler, as long as the people who see it point to the entrance and say that the entrance is here, everyone can see it. Isn't this just hiding it while leaving a loophole for people to discover? As for the hidden content, needless to say, of course it is the Dark Continent. It really lives up to its reputation. Luo Lin glanced at Jean and thought in his heart, but only came to investigate and judge the psychology of the owner of the ruins. This kind of person, usually no one wants to make friends with him. 3 minutes. Jean looked at the entrance of the ruins in front of him and said to himself, I can solve this entrance and enter the ruins in 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes, amazing. Luo Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. You must know that Inda is also a member of the 12 earthly branches, but he couldn't get in after trying several times, but Jean can open the entrance in only 1 minute. Jean didn't respond to Luo Lin's praise, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then, in the underground passage, Luo Lin's Nian beast Koan swam out and quietly disappeared beside Luo Lin. A mobile phone fell in midair. Mr. Jean, would you like to watch the video inside? I took pictures of all the divine characters in the passage. Luo Lin waved his phone at Jean. Gold. Want. Huh? Luo Lin was taken aback. Originally, he was just being polite. After all, Jean Du said that the barrier would be broken in 3 minutes. But how? Mobile phone. Jean Zhengda stretched out his hand to Luo Lin brightly. Luo Lin handed it to Jean subconsciously. Really? Luo Lin couldn't help being surprised. Of course I really want it. Jean didn't care about Luo Lin's surprise. Compared with saving face, it was more important to break the restriction sooner. By the way, don't call me Mr. Jean, it sounds weird, just call me Jean. After speaking, Jean watched the video on Luo Lin's phone. Obviously, in Luo Lin's eyes, the divine characters are no different from decorations, but Jean seems to have seen some treasure. From time to time, he showed a surprised or dazed expression. It can only be said that knowledge is power. Okay, solved. Kim clapped his hands. I said it would take 3 minutes, but when I got Luo Lin's phone, it took less than 1 minute. Go in and have a look. Jean got up, greeted Luo Lin and walked into the ruins first. The original barrier at the entrance has disappeared. Luo Lin watched Jean walk in and followed without hesitation. As for whether it will be dangerous, Luo Lin just wants to say that this ruin was also built by Nin. If it wasn't for Inda being here before, Luo Lin could even walk in directly ignoring the rules here. The underground passage, just as the mobile phone photographed before, is very dark. As it gradually deepened, even with Luo Lin's powerful 5 senses, he couldn't see clearly. At this time, a bright light suddenly appeared, illuminating Luo Lin's way forward. Luo Lin looked at Jean, the flashlight in his hand. Okay, professional is professional. Luo Lin looked at Jean, who was already holding a flashlight, and kept looking at the divine characters in the passage. Luo Lin suddenly thought of something and quickly said, By the way, Mr. Jean, the poacher fainted not far ahead. There should be other dangers in this passage. Well, I know, not all the god characters in this passage are used to hide the entrance and the barrier. Jean spoke very casually, without stopping to look around at all, and from time to time he stretched out his hand and left a symbol on the passage with his mind. 0. Ask for flowers. The poacher you mentioned was able to come in. He used some kind of ability to prevent humans from entering. He probably used animals or something like that. After entering the tunnel, that guy probably found that Inda hadn't caught up, so he changed his laxity. It was only after returning to humans that it was targeted. Of course, it is said to be targeted, but it is actually a forced coma. If there is no rescue, I should starve to death here, but as long as I pull out this relic, I will wake up soon. Hearing Jean Na's words as if he saw it with his own eyes, the corners of Luo Lin's mouth twitched slightly. These smart people are really so outrageous. Okay, this way we won't continue to target people. Jean finished the transformation of Daily and showed a smile. 0. So fast? Luo Lin asked in surprise. It's not even a minute, and it's easier to solve than the entrance. Well, the mechanism here has room for it, and it can be solved with a little change of 1 or 2 points. Jean explained. Luo Lin was slightly taken aback. Leave room. If before the combination, Jean said that the master of the ruins had a tangled mentality. Is this passage a test? Luo Lin asked in surprise. That's right. Jean nodded, with a smile on his face. Do you want what I left? If you want, then come and deal with the things here. The owner of the ruins is provoking me like this. Hearing what Jean said, Luo Lin couldn't help frowning and couldn't help thinking. If this is the case, why can his mind beast easily enter the ruins? You must know that his Nian beast has no special abilities at all except for being able to store his own Nian Qi indefinitely. If you can enter the ruins so easily by relying on the spirit beast, then are these so-called tests in front really necessary? In the ruins, there may be something that only humans can discover. This idea appeared in Luo Lin's mind instantly. I fell asleep halfway through typing on my mobile phone last night. This is yesterday's update. Mouth. It's really exciting. I don't know what the owner of this ruin left behind. Jean showed a look of expectation and walked deep into the ruins. As for Luo Lin, he had roughly guessed what the owner of the ruin left behind. After all, judging from the mural inside the ruins, what is left in the ruins is likely to be something related to the Dark Continent. The biggest possibility is the intelligence of the Dark Continent. And with the danger of the Dark Continent, it is understandable that the owner would be so entangled when he built the ruins. But since he chose to build this relic, it means that the owner of the relic still prefers to be discovered by others. But if someone discovered it, the owner of the ruins obviously had his own considerations. Luck and ability. It is luck to be able to see animals entering the ruins in such a remote place, but ability is required to enter this well. The ability is not enough. Even if you find this place, you can't take away what he left behind. Luck and ability? Luo Lin was thoughtful. The internal situation of the ruins captured by the mobile phone before is obviously not worth the thought of the owner of the ruins. So, either it is the same as his previous guess, there are some things in this ruins that only humans can get. Or, the things in the ruins have been taken away. After all, there is that kind of message in the ruins. When mentioning this message, Luo Lin couldn't help but look at Jean twice. After all, no matter how you look at that cartoon head, it is Jean. While Luo Lin was thinking, he and Jean had already reached the real entrance of the ruins. After all, even if Jean stopped and studied the surrounding divine characters, the passage was only more than 10 meters long, and it would soon come to an end. However, whether it was Luo Lin or Jean, neither of them was in a hurry to enter the door at this time. It's right here. Jean stopped, and the flashlight in his hand shone back and forth in the empty room. Before entering the door, he took a clear look at the murals on the wall of the room. And the wall facing their entrance was the one that Luo Lin had seen before, the wall engraved with the gate of the Dark Continent. Jean couldn't help but pause. It turned out to be such a thing, what a surprise. Jean murmured, and the expression on Jing's face became even more joyful. Obviously, he also recognized the door. This point, Luo Lin is not surprising. As Jean, who has always been eager to go to the Dark Continent, if he doesn't even know the gate of the Dark Continent, it would be a joke. How about it, Jean? Now you don't think this transaction is extortion? Luo Lin said with a chuckle from the side. Certainly. Jean nodded, his eyes shining in surprise on both sides of the ruins room. Even those extremely crude carvings did not disappoint him in the slightest. The information from the Dark Continent, even if it looks crude, can still yield a lot of useful information. What's more, there are written records under those crude pictures. After the translation of those words is completed, there must be many good things. I'm going in. Maybe there will be some danger inside. Do you want to follow along? Jean looked at the ruins for a while, then turned around and said, Of course we have to go in. Luo Lin said directly. Isn't this the reason why he stayed until now? As for the danger, he has completed the stand-in ability, and he has stored nearly 1 million mind energy in the Mind Beast. He really doesn't think this ruin will be that dangerous. Hearing Luo Lin's agreement, Jean didn't say much. Afterwards, Jean Zhou exuded a strong thought energy and firmly protected himself. The same is true for Luo Lin, releasing his thoughts to the greatest extent and protecting himself with strength. Then, the two walked towards the room in the ruins together. And the moment the two stepped into Yigui, the originally dim room brightened instantly, not because of the flashlight in Jin's hand, but because of the soft light emitted by the surrounding walls. Jean froze for a moment and quickly turned off the flashlight in his hand. Sure enough, even without the light source of the flashlight, the empty room was completely lit up. Afterwards, thoughts gradually seeped out from the simple and abstract sculptures. Under the gaze of Luo Lin and Jean, the surrounding walls were completely covered by Nian Qi, and Luo Lin couldn't help being a little astonished by the huge amount of Nian Qi. It is absolutely impossible for someone to infuse this level of energy at once, but it took an unknown amount of time to complete it. Really, he is not the only one who can think of storing and using Nian Qi. Luo Lin thought to himself, but he wasn't too vigilant. Although the energy of the thoughts is very large, it can be seen that those are pure thoughts without the slightest evil thoughts, not after-death thoughts or anything else. And at the moment when the surrounding walls were completely covered by thoughts, rays of light bloomed, and the intense, but not dazzling rays of light covered 4.9 the entire room. In the next moment, the entire room seemed to become a pure white boundless space. Luo Lin and Jean became vigilant at the same time. It can be confirmed that it is not for attack, which means that the ruins are absolutely safe. Even if it wasn't for the two of them who could still see the portal standing upright behind them when they came in, the two of them might be more vigilant at this time. The pure white boundless space only appeared for a few seconds, and then it changed into another scene. Clouds evade the sun, the violent sea roars behind, the earth is pitch black and full of dead silence, but in front of Luo Lin and Jean is an extremely majestic and huge portal. That is, gateway to the dark continent. The roaring sea, the gloomy sky, the dark and dead land, and the high wall that cannot be seen at a glance in the distance. Here it is. Luo Lin was vigilant in his heart and glanced around. It's an illusion, Jean suddenly said at this time. His palm was groping beside him. Obviously, there was an empty space in front of him, but Jin's palm could not be stretched out. Luo Lin remembered that if there were no changes in front of him, where should have been the wall of this relic's secret room? It really is an illusion. Luo Lin's heart moved slightly, and he looked into the distance. Over there was an endless, high wall that could not be seen at a glance, and there was a familiar door right where they were facing. That's the portal to the Dark Continent. So, the secret room in the ruins is actually a large projection hall? Luo Lin thought. It should be right. Jean also nodded, but at this moment, his eyes kept scanning and observing around. After all, this is the gateway to the Dark Continent, even if it is a fantasy, but this is the first time he has seen a place so close to the Dark Continent with his own eyes. Just as the two of them were trying their best to observe their surroundings in the roaring sea, a small boat was rushing across the waves. Soon, the boat docked, and a handsome young man in ancient costumes got off the boat, looking towards the portal of the Dark Continent with his head held high. Just when the young man walked to the gate of the Dark Continent, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he saw the young man handing something out, and after a while of talking, the young man pushed open the gate and stepped into the dark mainland. Unfortunately, however, because everything here is an illusion, Luo Lin and Jean are trapped in the size of the secret room. They can only watch from a distance, and they can't get close to it at all, so they haven't heard any relevant information. Even because the young man kept his back to their side, he couldn't even lip-sync. As for the figure that looked like a gatekeeper, the other party simply didn't have a mouth. Just as the young man pushed the door and the door closed, the scene in front of them suddenly disappeared and returned to a pure white space, as if it had appeared. So, this is just for us to see? Luo Lin was a little speechless, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. At this time, Jean and Luo Lin felt similarly. Just as the two looked at each other, the scene in front of them began to change again. This time, the scene was an endless forest, and behind him was the same vast wilderness. It was still the young man, wearing an outfit similar to that of Jean at this time, walking from the wilderness towards the forest. And as the young man walked towards the forest in the distance seemed to have launched a grand welcome ceremony. The earth trembled, and in the originally peaceful forest, a giant creature shaped like a dinosaur, but with 8 legs, slowly got up and walked, and the ancient jungle trees tens of meters high reached the position of the opponent's leg joints. In the next second, above the sky, a huge fly-like insect with 4 pairs of wings suddenly attacked, directly hugged the huge dinosaur in its arms, and pierced the opponent's body with sharp teeth. The dinosaur-like creature, before he could even scream, he tilted his head and died. But at the moment when the huge insect was about to fly away with the dinosaur, the ground was torn apart, and the mouth with its 7 or 8 petals tore apart the ground, suddenly wrapped the huge insect and the dinosaur together. And a huge worm soared into the sky, and then fall back to the ground. Afterwards, the vegetation surged, and the open area caused by the battle between the giant beasts was instantly covered by the jungle, and the previous calm was restored, as if nothing had happened. And all this happened in front of Luo Lin, Jean, and the young man in the illusion. The young man in the illusion paused, then continued walking towards the forest. Looking at the scene, Luo Lin could say that he was just watching some sci-fi blockbuster, without much sense of reality. But at this time, Jean was full of excitement. Looking at everything in the picture, he could not replace the young man himself. As the young man stepped into the forest, the picture disappeared again, and the pure white was restored. After, the space changes several times. The scenes that appeared in front of Luo Lin and Jean were also different, such as a vast lake like an ocean, a wasteland with towering strange rocks, and endless mountains without a blade of grass. And in those scenes, the only thing that appeared was the scene of a young man stepping into it without hesitation. After about 20 minutes, the scene changed more than a dozen times before it returned to the original secret room. But whether it is Luo Lin or Jean, the mood is very surging at this time, and it is difficult to calm down. Looking at the sculptures in the room again, the sculptures that were originally abstract paintings now have specific shapes in their eyes. Well, if you pay attention a little bit, you can actually see that the scenes just now correspond to the pictures in this room. Neither Luo Lin nor Jean are the kind of people who are always passionate, and soon they calmed down again. Then think about it carefully. The scene of the man rushing to the desperate situation just now is very handsome and exciting, but it seems there is nothing else useful. No, there is absolutely nothing else useful. Luo Lin recalled his memory carefully. He can be sure that apart from knowing the appearance of some creatures and plants in the Dark Continent, he didn't think of anything useful. This thing should be the record of the Ruin Builder's adventures in various places in the Dark Continent. Luo Lin said a little speechlessly. You know the Dark Continent? Jean looked at Luo Lin in surprise. Know a little. Luo Lin nodded. That's good, I don't need to bother to explain to you. Jean turned his head to look at the surrounding murals and said, Don't praise the things here. The beginning of the adventure record is almost the same. If you insist on using adventure records to describe 520 words, it is probably written by a person. I opened a door to a magical place. I came to a dangerous forest. Except for the opening sentence, the following is it's all blank. Kim gave a very vivid metaphor. That's what you say, but seeing how excited you are now, I'm afraid I'm really going to record the adventure for you, and I'm afraid you're not happy about it. Luo Lin glanced at Jean. As he said, the excitement on Jin's face at this time, eager to try, has been completely undisguised. Jin's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Isn't this a matter of course? Adventure, of course, will only be interesting if you experience it yourself. I'm different from you. I still prefer to watch other people go on adventures. Luo Lin shrugged and said, then walked to the corner of the secret room of the ruins. Come here, this is where there are those messages. Luo Lin said to Jean. Hearing Luo Lin's words, Jin's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurried over to Luo Lin's side. You should find a craftsman with good craftsmanship to carve it, or leave more written records. What are these engraved? I can't understand it at all. Stupid. At the end of this string of text, there is a cartoon avatar very similar to Jean. If Luo Lin felt the same way when looking at this string of text before the illusion appeared, he doesn't feel the same way now. Only, did the person who left this string of text not see the previous phantom? You should find a craftsman with good craftsmanship to carve it or leave more written records. What are these engraved? I can't understand it at all. Stupid. Interesting. Looking at the traces of handwriting, it should be left over 400 years ago. Jean read this passage softly, especially when he looked at the last cartoon head. His face showed a look of all thoughts. This person probably didn't know how to get in here, not his real body. Luo Lin guessed in his heart. If it was the same as him before, if he came in with the beast, then he would indeed not be able to see the previous image. In this way, it is only natural to leave such a paragraph. However, no, he saw the illusion from before. At this moment, Jean denied Luo Lin's guess. This made Luo Lin startled and a little confused. Since he saw the illusion, why did he leave this string of text? Luo Lin wondered. Probably, laughing at those who were lucky enough to discover this place, but were unable to come in and see the carvings in the ruins through other means. Jean stared at the cartoon and surrendered thoughtfully. Did Inda hear that? This string of words is mocking you. It's mocking you. As for the evidence, Jean said as he stroked the string of words, the thought energy on his fingertips covered the string of words smoothly, and finally stopped in front of the cartoon head. Luo Lin looked at the scene where the thoughts covered the text and couldn't help but think of the scene where the thoughts seeped from the wall just now. In the next moment, the cartoon portrait of Jean suddenly lit up, just like the lit-up walls around, and then the light bloomed and projected out. This is... Luo Lin was stunned. Jean, who was next to him, grinned. Sure enough, the person who left the message not only saw the illusion, but also thoroughly studied the rules of the illusion and left this real message. It's amazing! Luo Lin was speechless. He didn't want to say anything anymore, just quietly watching the projected light. The light surged several times and finally, like a projection lamp, a light curtain slowly formed in front of the two of them, and within the light curtain, a figure slowly walked over. The moment Luo Lin saw the figure, Luo Lin turned to look at Jean. You also said you never came. Latecomers, since you can see this video of me, you must be an adventurer who solved all the puzzles like me. And as an adventurer, you must have heard my name, Higashi Felicien. Eastern Freaks? Isn't that Jin's ancestor, the most mysterious hunter in the hunter world, who left a record of the Dark Continent and is thought to be alive? Luo Lin turned his head to look at Jean, but at this moment, Jean looked at the influence without the slightest surprise. Is this already known? Luo Lin murmured to himself. As the greatest adventurer in history, Idong Freaks found a new place worthy of adventure in this place. Although I don't know where it is yet, he must exist somewhere in the world. In this case, I will definitely find it and conquer it, but I will not be as stingy as the guy in this ruins. The diary is hidden so secretly, I will definitely publish my adventure diary. The descendants who find this place will probably be very disappointed. Everything recorded in this ruin has been found by someone earlier, and it has become a well-known place. But don't worry, the owner of this ruin is a reward. I didn't take the reward for finding and stepping into this ruin. Great adventurers don't need the spoils of other adventurers, so you can take them as a souvenir. Although this thing is probably not considered precious in your era. Dong Freaks finished talking to himself for a while, and then amidst a burst of laughter, the image disappeared. I said, Jean, are your family's genes so strong? Luo Lin couldn't help but ask. Hey, do you know this is my ancestor? Jean showed a surprised expression at this time. Isn't that obvious enough? Almost the same looks, same last name, same bad temper. The last sentence Luo Lin said in his heart. Haha, that's right. Jean scratched his head and laughed foolishly. That's right, that should be my ancestor. It seems that the ancestor first learned about the Dark Continent here and had the idea of exploring the Dark Continent. It shouldn't be said that he is determined. Jean propped his chin and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. It's really arrogant. I just learned of the existence of the Dark Continent, and I already believe that I will be able to conquer the Dark Continent. That's why I said that your family's genes are strong. Luo Lin said to Jean, then turned and walked towards the middle of the secret room. Gold. Does that mean he's just as arrogant? Seems like that's the case, that's all right. It should be here. Luo Lin took a look at the middle of the secret room, found another place and squatted down, covered his fingers with thoughts and nodded. Then, with the movement of Luo Lin's fingers, Nianqi covered the ground, lighting up the patterns that looked like lines on the floor. Hey, you have also learned it. Jean was a little surprised when he saw Luo Lin's movements. After all, I've read it twice. If I still can't learn it, that's too much. Luo Lin said casually. That's true. Jean Chen nodded approvingly. It is indeed not difficult to learn. This is similar to the difficulty of the small game of tangling and the game of Nianqiu. It is just a little game skill of applied skills. At this time, accompanied by Luo Lin's action, a string of divine symbols lit up, and then the floor of the secret room was opened, and a pillar rose slowly. At the same time, a figure appeared on the side of the pillar. It was the owner of the ruins. However, compared with the previous images, the owner of the ruins in this image is already old. Latecomers, since you can enter here and find the gift I left behind, from Zhao, it means that you have passed the test. Next, I will go to that place again. I think this should also be where did I venture out for the last time. I have seen the danger over there, so I shouldn't have left everything in this place, but if you can crack the small mechanism I set up, you should also have the qualifications to go to that place. I don't know if you know that place, but no matter what, the image left here should be your indicator of progress. By the way, you don't think I'm going to die in that place for the last time, right? Haha, sir, I'm not going to die. I just decided to go deep and never return to this boring place. If you choose where to go, maybe we will meet again one day." Accompanied by the same arrogant laughter, the image disappeared. Only a half-person high stone pillar was left, and several seemingly inconspicuous stones of different sizes on the pillar. The image disappears. But the laughter in the secret room of the ruins still echoed for a few seconds before stopping. After all, it is the original owner of the ruins, and the treatment is much better than those who intervene temporarily like dong freaks. Certainly. In terms of technology, in fact, the temporary insertion of freaks into the operating rules of this relic seems to be more clever. Arrogant, really too arrogant. Jean now looked filled with righteous indignation. You actually said that the world here is boring, and it's a gift for those who come after. Who would value something like you? Isn't that right? Jean said, turning his head to look at Luo Lin. You don't like it? Then I'll take it all away. Luo Lin looked at Jean with surprise and said. Kim was silent. No, I want it. Jean nodded directly. Luo Lin rolled his eyes. So, I want you to say a fart. Then divide it into 3 parts. Luo Lin looked at the several stones on the platform and divided them up. 1 largest stone, 1 small stone when one is medium, and then the rest of the small stones. 3 copies like this should be about the same. That's no problem. Luo Lin looked at Jean and said. Yes. Jean nodded to 923. You choose first. Then Indah's share. I will send it to him when I find a chance. Luo Lin nodded. Good. As he said that, he reached out to touch the second portion, a medium-sized stone and a small stone, big and small, comprehensive. By the way, Jean, do you know what this stone is? Luo Lin naturally had some guesses about the stone, but he didn't dare to confirm it. I don't know what you want so much. Jean curled his lips and said, It should be the unmanned stone. I'm not sure, but I'll know when I go out and soak in the water. By the way, you know what the unmanned stone is? I know that. Luo Lin nodded, carefully looking at the stone in his hand. It seems inconspicuous, not much different from common stones, but who would have thought that this is a treasure from the Dark Continent? The No Man's Stone, corresponding to the educating beast in the 5 great disasters, is a treasure from the Dark Continent. It is said that when a stone the size of a string of beads sinks into the water, it can release 20,000 kilowatts of electricity a day, which is commonly known as 20,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Of course, don't think that 20,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity is too little. You should know that even the Earth before Luo Lin traveled, according to the statistics of some organizations, the annual power consumption is 25 trillion kilowatt-hours, which is about 68, ADKA, 500 million kilowatt-hours per day. And an unmanned stone the size of a bead can generate 20,000 degrees of electricity per day. That is to say, the power generation capacity of 3,425,000 unmanned rocks. If the size of the unmanned stone is a beaded bead, it is calculated as a cube with a diameter of 2 centimeters and a length and width of 2 centimeters. There are 125,000 unmanned rocks per cubic meter, which means that the power generation capacity of 27.4 cubic meters of unmanned rocks is enough to supply the electricity consumption on the Earth. And the unmanned stone is an ore on the Dark Continent, which can be called an ore, and it is conceivable that there are definitely a lot of them. To a certain extent, the treasure hidden there is not an exaggeration to call it endless energy. If this is really an uninhabited stone, then the owner of this ruin is really generous. Luo Lin sighed with emotion. The unmanned stone in his hand is as big as an adult's fist, and the small one is as big as a baby's fist. If you put it in the water to generate electricity, hundreds of thousands of degrees of electricity will be generated every day. Even if you just open a power station, you can earn a lot of money if you sell it for a day. Rather than being generous, it's better to say that this stone is of little value to him. Jean said casually. No value. Luo Lin froze for a moment, but soon he realized it. You mean that there is no use of unmanned rocks in that era? That's right. Jean nodded and said, The age of this relic is still unknown, but my ancestor Dong Freaks lived at least 300 years ago, and his message may have been left 400 years earlier. Electricity, as the main energy source in the world, will only happen within 100 years. This thing is really of little value to them. No wonder it is a small gift. Luo Lin suddenly said. It's a small gift to them, but it's of great value to us. If a small piece is sold to a professional organization, it can sell at least several billion ringtones. Jean threw the unmanned rock in his hand. It seems that he chose the pile of scattered ones, but speaking of which, the pile of scattered unmanned rocks is indeed the most among the 3 copies. Boy, the good show is over and the treasure is also in hand. Should you leave? Jean turned his head to look at Luo Lin and said, "It's time to leave, but before that." Luo Lin looked at Jean with a smile. "Jean, what conditions do you think this secret realm can exchange for?" "Gold." "Boy, you didn't mention the conditions before. The co-author is waiting for me here, right?" Jin's eyes widened suddenly. Luo Lin nodded very simply. When Luo Lin saw the mural on the gate of the Dark Continent, he guessed that the value of this relic must not be low. That's why he was satisfied with the remuneration that Inda and Jean negotiated. "Damn, you kid must have recognized the gate of the Dark Continent." Jean also reacted. "Treacherous boy, that guy Inda didn't even recognize him." Luo Lin smiled and said nothing. "Okay, I admit it. Tell me your conditions." Jean looked like a hob. It seems to be saying, if you dare to raise excessive conditions, I will dare to renege. Conditions. I remember knowing a boy named Gon who has been looking for his father and even brought a good friend of his. Luo Lin said with his chin propped up in consideration. Jin's eyes widened. "You boy. Don't worry. Gon and I are just common friends. I will at most tell you some news later, and let me use conditions in exchange for you to meet and find your son. I am not stupid. And that brat, I'm afraid he doesn't want to see you in this way." Luo Lin shook his head and said, "Gold." Could he say that he was actually willing to agree to the condition of seeing his son just now? "Okay, no kidding. I want to ask you a favor. Please investigate some trends in the Hunter Association." Luo Lin said seriously. "Investigate the Hunter Association?" Jean frowned suddenly. "Your kid should also be a professional hunter. What does the Hunter Association do?" "It's mainly a bad premonition. It feels like someone from the Hunter Association wants to target me." Luo Lin didn't tell the truth, but made an excuse. Premonition. Of course Jean could see that Luo Lin was not telling the truth. But lying at this time was obviously because he didn't want to tell him the real reason. He didn't ask any more questions, just, "Investigation is fine, but since you don't tell the truth, I can't guarantee the details of the investigation results." Jean said straightforwardly. "Yes." Luo Lin nodded. "I just need to know who is targeting me? How strong is the targeting, but?" Luo Lin said with an unprecedented seriousness. "No matter what kind of intelligence you investigate, these 2 points are the minimum requirements." Hiss. "How do I feel? Your matter is super troublesome. I'm going to lose a lot on this condition." Jean rubbed his chin and said, "Then do you agree?" Luo Lin asked directly. Seeing Lorraine's attitude, Jean grinned and said directly, "I agree. I agree. However, if things are really troublesome, I will only tell you the intensity of the targeting. How about it?" Jean said. "Yes." Luo Lin nodded very directly. In a blink of an eye, I forgot the so-called 2 minimum requirements. What's the lowest? Isn't that just a means of negotiating prices? I promise so happily. Jean was a little surprised and became more and more interested. Obviously, he is more interested in investigating the whole story of this matter than the so-called conditions for agreeing to Luo Lin. And Luo Lin didn't say anything. For him, as long as he knows the strength of being targeted, he can already guess a lot of things. "I'll tell you the result in 3 days at the earliest, half a month at the latest," Jean said directly. "Okay." Luo Lin nodded and told Jean his contact information. After saying this, Luo Lin was about to turn around and leave, but at the moment Luo Lin walked out of the secret room, an accident appeared. The walls on both sides of the door of the secret room suddenly appeared densely packed with divine characters, and in the next moment, a ray of light directly shone on Luo Lin. This is... The accident happened so fast, Luo Lin he didn't have time to react. A strange will suddenly struck just too faint. Luo Lin didn't even feel the use of that will, and was directly washed away by his powerful mental power. Jean in the Chamber of Secrets was obviously also disturbed by this sudden change for a day. By the way, I thought about it carefully. Although this place is very boring, it is my hometown after all. The Dark Continent is too dangerous, so this is the last test. It is forbidden to leave the human world and go to the Dark Continent. If you can solve this one-day commandment, then come to the Dark Continent to seek revenge from me. Haha. The voice of the owner of the ruins sounded at the right time. What kind of old six behavior is this riding a horse? Not to mention Luo Lin, even Jean Du was taken aback by this reversal of the owner of the ruins. Luo Lin turned around and stared at Jean Dian for a while. I think the last two words of your ancestor are scolding the owner of the ruins. Luo Lin said quietly. I think so too. Jean nodded silently. What do you think? Come and see this divine word. You won't be caught with a commandment not to go to the Dark Continent when you figure it out. Luo Lin said speechlessly. Jean also reacted and smiled and stepped forward to investigate, but within a minute, Jean raised his head again. It's confirmed, this mechanism is aimed at the person who takes the gift, so as long as the gift is not taken away, this mechanism will not be triggered. Kim also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it's not very good to say so, it's not that he is too good to be recruited. Judging from the strength of this divine character, even if he could erase this so-called commandment, it would be very troublesome. Your ancestor was also an idiot. Luo Lin said suddenly at this time. Jean was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. You mean, it seems that this possibility is really possible. Jean thought of his ancestor's widow. Oh no, it was a message, and he didn't have the slightest confidence to deny it. Mainly, if you think about it in another way, if you put him in the situation of his ancestors with a stone of unknown use and a small trap, he might do the same. After all, what are treasures compared to fun? Do you need a pickup service? Luo Lin suddenly looked at Jean and said, Jean, delivery service? You are sure, if you take out too many unmanned rocks, it may greatly strengthen that commandment. Jean reminded. I know, so do you need it? Luo Lin nodded. He had already thought of this. Need, Jean said decisively. Although for him, when he knew that the last mechanism was aimed at the person with the no-man's stone, there were many ways to avoid it. The most simple and direct way is to find someone who doesn't intend to go to the Dark Continent to help out. But he was still curious about Luo Lin's methods. After all, Luo Lin looked full of confidence. 1 billion monks. Luo Lin said directly. Okay, give me the account number. Jean said without hesitation. For the super rich, 1 billion monks are nothing. Luo Lin looked at the account information, walked back to the secret room again, and took the remaining unmanned stone from the golden phone. Luo Lin didn't go out in a hurry, but picked a small unmanned rock and threw it out. 0. Asking for flowers. Just as the no-man's stone flew out of the portal, another ray of light landed on Luo Lin. However, when Luo Lin threw out one of his own no-man rocks, there was no light. It's pretty smart. It can make basic judgments and only save one life. Luo Lin thought to himself. Afterwards, Renshir walked towards the entrance. Just when Luo Lin was about to leave, a substitute appeared behind him, carrying the so-called broken commandments. Then, the new commandment fell on Luo Lin again. Then Luo Lin returned to the secret room, did it again, used a substitute to remove the precepts, then walked out of the secret room and removed the precepts for the third time. The stone is here, come out and get it yourself. After Luo Lin finished speaking, he left the ruins without looking back. Complete. Looking at Luo Lin, who was leaving in a hurry, he finally came to his senses. Except none? Jean asked with a question mark. Although he guessed that since Luo Lin said to help, he must have the confidence not to be afraid of discipline. He even thought about whether Luo Lin was a complete mess or didn't plan to go to the Dark Continent, but he never imagined that he would see such a neat removal of Nen. Dementors are quite a rare means. You must know that no matter how big the Hunter Association is, there are no more than 5 fingers of D-minors. As far as Jean knew, there was none except Nian who was so clean and neat. It looks like I need to pay more attention to the investigation. Jean propped his chin and muttered to himself. Leaving the ruins, Luo Lin looked at the sun above his head and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't care much about what happened in the end. Although that commandment will affect him a little, it is only a harmless level. Taking the initiative to use a substitute to remove the ability, with twice the consumption of Nianqi, 3 substitutes only consumed 20,000 Nianqi. Of course, this kind of harmless restriction can consume 20,000 gas, which is already very powerful. But in comparison, Luo Lin probably understood the outrageous level of the Nen creation he had eliminated before. Really, I don't want to go to the new world in such a hurry before completing the basic guarantee. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Time flies. A week flies by. Because of the unexpected harvest in the forest before, Luo Lin didn't have to deliberately go to the city to show his presence. Just waiting for the results of Jin's investigation is enough. Of course, it's not Luo Lin's trust money. In the face of his situation, Luo Lin dare not say who he can absolutely trust. But he could try to trust. Anyway, the worst result is that you can't win and you can't lose if you lose. And the longer the time dragged on, the more beneficial it would be for him, after all, with his progress speed. It won't be long before he becomes the strongest in the world in terms of personal force. Even if you give him enough time to grow up, it is not difficult for one person to fight against the country, or even four against the whole world. When 470 is true, it is only the foreseeable future. Now Luo Lin is still carrying out the next step of cultivation in the forest. However, Luo Lin's daily practice now, apart from in-depth practice on each Nen system, is mainly to conceive a new Nen. Of course, it's an idea, but Luo Lin has already thought about what kind of abilities Luo Lin wants, but Luo Lin has been considering that the Nen system is more suitable for developing the abilities he wants. As he thought at the beginning, his non-development direction, in addition to the current ability to prevent being plotted, the more important thing is actually how to get more experience. Although Nen is miraculous, Luo Lin knows very well that the system is the basis for him to travel through other worlds. Therefore, the ability to gain experience is the real top priority. It even said that if it wasn't for being discovered by Netero, it would prevent being directly killed by the Nin of this world. What's more, if there are a series of possibilities such as unconscious coma, being manipulated by a Nen, etc., if he cannot travel through, Luo Lin will not be the first to develop the substitute ability. 100-level Ascension System. Name, Luo Lin. Level, 2. 385/3000. Vitality, 2. Spiritual power, 2. Nin, 7321/73211. World, Hunter x Hunter. The ability to gain more experience. Is it more powerful? Luo Lin looked at the system panel he hadn't seen for a long time, with a look of thought in his eyes. The biggest source of his current experience is the practice of daily practice, except that he cannot maintain the practice with 7 or 8 hours of sleep every day. For the remaining 16 hours, Luo Lin has been practicing for almost 15 hours. That is to say, Luo Lin can now gain 15 points of experience a day. No, don't worry about this ability. Luo Lin shook his head slightly. Although developing this ability can speed up the efficiency of gaining experience, his current potential capacity has not yet reached that level. At the very least, his potential chi should reach the level of 115,000 chi after 16 hours of practice, when he needs to develop this ability. Or, he's able to develop a biscuit-like ability to regenerate quickly. While practicing, consuming the mind energy of the body, on the other hand, using the ability to restore the physical strength of the body and recover the mind energy consumed. One increase and one decrease. Reaching the level of perpetual practice, he can also start to develop more advanced abilities. And this ability is also among the ability options that Luo Lin is currently preparing to develop. As for the third ability that Luo Lin is considering developing, it is the ability to gain experience from another path, which is the way that Luo Lin has long abandoned, the way to gain experience through exercising. After Luo Lin was promoted to level IV2, Luo Lin found that under normal circumstances, it was difficult for him to gain experience through physical exercise. But at that time, because his workout intensity was not enough for his body. As long as the intensity of the exercise can be strengthened, the efficiency of his experience gain can still return to the previous 20 points of experience per day. And there is another benefit to developing the ability to exercise your body. That is to fully tap the potential of his body, although at the time of Vitality 1, Biscuit said that his physical fitness has reached the peak of human beings. But in fact, Luo Lin can clearly feel that the potential of his body has not been released at all. Peak human physicality? That's the limit of a human being in this world. But for him, that level of physical fitness is just the beginning of Vitality 1, not to mention that Luo Lin's vitality is already 2 now. However, because of the influence of thoughts, his current physical endurance has far exceeded the pure physical fitness. This has led to the problem of exercise. He can no longer find an exercise method suitable for his current physical fitness. That's why he would consider developing an ability to assist in training. As for what kind of ability it is, naturally, it is the eternal gravity training method. That's right, the second ability that Luo Lin is considering developing is omnipotence. However, this is currently the most difficult ability for Luo Lin to develop. After all, even if Luo Lin doesn't consider the development of the ability to restore physical strength, he definitely needs to strengthen the ability of fat. And this has taken over Nen's enhancer system. It is not advisable to directly strengthen the gravity and the remaining conjurer and emitter. These two systems, Luo Lin can't imagine how to develop the gravity ability at all. Do you turn mind energy into gravity or use emitter ability to manipulate gravity? Of the two, no matter which one, Luo Lin is not sure. In fact, with Nen's magic, it is not impossible for these two systems to develop the ability to become gravity or 4.1 to manipulate gravity. But this first requires the Nen to believe it himself. Unfortunately, Luo Lin didn't believe it. As Luo Lin, who crossed over from the materialist world, although he also learned Nen subconsciously, he knew very well what the essence of gravity is. So he couldn't understand how to turn Nianqi into gravity or use Nianqi to manipulate gravity. And the influence of the subconscious, which also made it impossible for Luo Lin to develop this ability with Nen, who has an idealistic color. This is also the focus of Luo Lin's troubles recently. Acute gastroenteritis has died, so today's update may be very unstable. Soil.mo. If it doesn't work, just give up this development direction for now. Luo Lin sighed slightly. After all, even if this world doesn't get the ability to manipulate gravity, the next world will always have a chance. Although I haven't traveled through it, but considering that Luo Lin has traveled to the hunter world now, other animations should also be in the category of time traveling. And in many worlds, gravity is a very common ability. For him now, after all, it is more appropriate to gain experience more and faster and pursue upgrades. Fitness, just put it there and it won't go away if you work out later. After Luo Lin figured this out, he didn't plan to get entangled anymore and directly decided to develop the ability to restore physical strength next. However, before that, let's finish the training results of the past few days first. Luo Lin's mind moved slightly, and his Nian Qi condensed his Nian beast beside him. As soon as the little whale-shaped Kun appeared, he happily wandered in midair. With Luo Lin beckoning, it slowly fell into Luo Lin's hands. During the 7 days, of course, he wasn't all entangled in what ability to develop, but he was about to complete the new ability at 03, and he was just thinking about the next goal of cultivation. It's just a little bit away, and the space is completely completed. Luo Lin closed his eyes, feeling the small space in his Nian beast's body with a smile on his face. That's right. During these 7 days, Luo Lin's practice was to create a space in Kun's body. After all, as a traveler, how can there be no storage space? But his system has no other redundant functions besides allowing him to upgrade and travel, so Luo Lin can only be pinched by himself. And his Nian beast is a Kun, although it doesn't have the ability to transform into a Peng, but it can swallow everything, so it makes sense to have a space in its body. Transmuter's ability users are also very good at manipulating space, so Transmuter's Mind Beast carrying space is also very suitable. Logically, his Nian beast became the carrier of space. Luo Lin felt the fist-sized space gradually forming and stabilizing in Kun's body, and suddenly smiled. Finished. Luo Lin satisfactorily felt the space in Kun's body. Although the space was small, Luo Lin didn't care at all. After all, this is not the final size of the space, but it can grow, and the space can be expanded only by consuming thoughts. When Luo Lin set it up, he didn't set an upper limit for this space, that is to say, theoretically, this space can expand infinitely. That's why Luo Lin spent 7 days. Otherwise, with 190% transmuter qualification, just open up a storage space, and it can be completed in a day at most. Try to see the consumption of expansion. Luo Lin's mind moved slightly, thinking that the cold air stored in the beast's body would continuously flow into the space in its body to expand. The space that was originally only the size of a fist expanded rapidly, and soon became a space with a length, width, and height of 1 meter. It consumes more than 98,000 gas. If the most existing space is removed, can 100,000 gas be exchanged for 1 cubic meter? It is really expensive enough. Luo Lin couldn't help but be speechless. You know, when conducting storage space development tests these days, consuming 100 gas is enough to open up a space of 1 cubic meter. As a result, just because of the increased growth characteristics, the energy consumed has increased by 1,000 times. However, compared to the characteristics of growth, it is worthwhile to consume a little more. Luo Lin nodded in satisfaction, then squatted down to pick up a stone and threw it away. His Nian Beast Kuan directly opened its mouth and swallowed the stone. Then Luo Lin could see through the connection with Nian Beast that there was a small stone in Kuan's body. Although it's a bit weird to swallow, this is the most reasonable and least consuming method in Luo Lin's research. Even if you swallow something much larger than the Kuan, you only need to provide the Nian Qi to expand the size of the Kuan, and you can easily store it in. According to the new rules set by Luo Lin, the size of the space in Kuan's body determines the size of Kuan's body. As for the consumption of getting bigger, because of this rule, it becomes negligible. After that, Luo Lin's mind moved slightly, and his mind beast disappeared without a trace. I can't perceive the space anymore. Luo Lin felt it, and the space that he could perceive in some inexplicable way just now disappeared with the disappearance of Kuan. Then Luo Lin waited silently for more than a minute before calling out Nian Beast again. Feeling the internal space of Nian Beast, Luo Lin laughed. The space is still there, and the stone hasn't changed in any way. It seems that the disappearance of the beast will not affect the space. Luo Lin then conducted tests in various ways, such as blasting the beasts to test the stability of the space. Then Luo Lin made sure that as long as he didn't take the initiative to open the space, even if his Nian Beast was hacked into pieces, it wouldn't affect the space at all. Just like the Nian Qi he stored in Nian Beast's body would not disappear because of Nian Beast's collapse. This will be considered complete. Luo Lin smiled and put some of his belongings into it. For example, no one rocks, no one rocks, no one rocks, etc. Except for the No Man Stone, Luo Lin has no other things worth putting in for the time being, but he is going to make a big purchase later. At least some survival supplies, as well as valuable gold and the like. He had to prepare a little in the space. Just after Luo Lin cancelled Nian Beast just now, Luo Lin's cell phone rang suddenly, looking at the caller number. It's Jin's call. Luo Linton laughed. Coincidentally, just as he was about to leave for a big purchase, Jin's call came. It just happened to allow him to decide whether to leave after purchasing or to continue to practice in this world for a while longer. Luo Lin connected the phone. Hello. Hi, is that Luo Lin kid? As soon as the phone was connected, Jin's carefree voice came over. It's me, how is it? Did you find out the result? Luo Lin's expression was normal, and he asked softly, but he was already fully focused in his heart, preparing to carefully analyze Jin's next words. On the other side of the phone, Jin obviously didn't know what kind of vigilance Luo Lin had become at this time, and he still said carelessly, I said, Luo Lin boy, what is the principle of your sixth sense? It's really not wrong. Find it? Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the mobile phone in his hand. A thought storm had already started in his mind. For Jin's words at this time, Luo Lin did not hear any feeling of concealment or deceit. Obviously, he really found out that someone was targeting him. Only, it's not Netero that King tracked down on him. Luo Lin was able to confirm this. If what Jin found out was that Netero was going to target him, then Shin would definitely not have this attitude. And after so many days, Luo Lin didn't wait for the so-called attack. In fact, he already guessed that Netero might not continue to attack. Of course, it is also possible that he deliberately let him relax his vigilance, preparing to find an opportunity to take him down in one fell swoop in the future. Inside the association, someone really targeted me? Luo Lin pretended to be surprised. That's right. I also investigated for 7 whole days before I found a clue, and it turned out that your kid actually sensed it in advance, which is really amazing. Jin Tut said in amazement. Who is it? Luo Lin asked curiously. He was really curious this time. If Netero wasn't targeting him, who would the Hunter Association be targeting him? Palestine, the vice president of the Hunter Association. Jin told Luo Lin directly instead of showing off. Palestine? What is he doing against me? Luo Lin was startled and asked strangely. That's a long story. To put it simply, because you were paid attention to by Netero, that guy is also following you. Jin said with a little seriousness in his words. Because I'm being watched by Netero. Luo Lin listened to the reason why she was targeted with a dazed expression. What kind of bloody love triangle plot is this? Bah, he won't engage in a love triangle with a bad old man and a pervert. To do it, he has to make a love triangle with two beauties. Just when Luo Lin was thinking wildly, Jean didn't stop, but continued to explain. At the beginning of the investigation, I didn't understand why Paliston would follow you, but then I saw a copy of you in Sky Arena, the comparison video. The video of the game in the Sky Arena. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. There is only one game worth recording in the Sky Arena. Really? I didn't expect that you are still such a hidden genius. You can enter, Zindig when listening, at will, and your body can keep up with your mental speed. No wonder that old man Netero will follow you, Jean said with a sigh of relief. In the past, he was the one who was called a genius, but today, it was the first time he called someone a genius. No, it should be a monster. That kind of realm is not a realm that can be reached by pure talent. So, that Palestone is after me for this kind of thing? Luo Lin was full of incomprehension. Of course, that guy has always regarded himself as the opponent of that old man Netero, and as a result Netero turned his head to stare at you, and he will naturally stare at you. Jean explained a little. Luo Lin froze for a moment, sorting out Pariston's brain circuit. Only, is there something wrong with this guy? Luo Lin scolded directly. You're right, there's something really wrong with that guy. Jean nodded approvingly and agreed with Luo Lin. It's just that guy has faults, but that guy's ability is indeed not small. If he is watching you, you will be in trouble next time. Luo Lin. Of course he knew Pariston, the super twisted person who claimed to be happy only when others hated him. Moreover, Pariston himself is indeed a capable person. In the Hunter election chapter, almost everyone was tricked by him. Being targeted by this guy, Luo Lin couldn't imagine what kind of means the other party would use to target him. Damn old Netero, Luo Lin said viciously. In the final analysis, it is the old man's fault. Haha, I've already told you the matter, you kid. Remember to be careful. That guy is best at making a sudden blow in some neglected places. Kim said with a smile. He didn't think Pariston could do anything to Luo Lin. As a professional hunter as well, Pariston has a lot of methods on the surface that cannot be used against Luo Lin. As for the secret means, I have seen Luo Lin's ability with my own eyes, plus Luo Lin's strength in the Sky Arena. It can be said that there is no need to worry about force. Pariston himself is not a player who is good at fighting. The only thing that worries him is whether Palestone will use some insidious means to force Luo Lin to commit a crime and become a wanted criminal to destroy Luo Lin. After a little hesitation, Jean still reminded Luo Lin. Although the contact time is not long, but Jean can see that Luo Lin will definitely not be the kind of person who suffers from boredom. And it is this kind of personality that is most likely to be plotted by those methods. Luo Lin hung up the phone. Pariston, Luo Lin murmured, thinking of Jin's last reminder. The old man, Li Haozhao, told the truth. Luo Lin also thinks that he is easy to be tricked by that kind of stock. But he was really in a hurry. He would go straight to the door at worst, and leave after killing someone. He doesn't like to fight his brains with that kind of people. If he has the strength, what can he do without using his brains? I hope you'd better be a little more modest otherwise. Luo Lin shook his head slightly, packed his luggage, and prepared to leave the mountain. Now that he decided to trust Jean, Luo Lin naturally believed in Jin's findings. There are not many things to pack up. Throw the backpack or something into the space that has just been constructed, and then run to the nearest one with light packs. Only, the city in the distance in the mountains and forests is just in sight. Luo Lin stopped in his tracks and looked ahead with a cold face. I saw the mouse just after receiving the news. I really don't know whether to say it is good luck or bad luck. Come out. Luo Lin shouted towards the forest not far away. Do it. With a loud shout, 5 figures in the woods threw off the camouflage cloth on their bodies and rushed directly towards Luo Lin. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, Luo Lin looked calm, then turned sideways slightly. In the next moment, a bullet passed Luo Lin directly. It can be seen that if Luo Lin hadn't dodged, the bullet would definitely hit Luo Lin in the forehead. Sniper? It's good to hide the breath. Luo Lin glanced at the direction of the bullet. Even if he dodged a shot, he couldn't determine where Fong Yin was hiding. There are traces of mind energy on the body, all of them are Nen, but very weak. Are they here to send you to death? Luo Lin glanced at the 5 people rushing towards him, and with just one glance, he could see through the reality of the 5 people. The sniper in the distance is the real killer. Luo Lin had a judgment in his mind and ran towards the sniper in the distance, ignoring the 5 people in front of him. Kilometers away, on a certain dense bush, an unremarkable middle-aged man looked at Luo Lin in the distance through the binoculars on his right eye, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's really cautious. The skills are as powerful as in the intelligence, but... As he spoke, the middle-aged man pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle again with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Next moment, a bullet shot out of 010, galloping towards Luo Lin in the distance. Here we go again. Luo Lin became short, and the bullet flew directly in front of him. Luo Lin's speed did not slow down, and he galloped towards the direction of the trajectory, but while galloping, Luo Lin recalled Niantin, who just passed him by. It's a bullet-type projectile. It should be completed with the manipulator and transmuter, but the power is not strong. The bullet contains the ability of the emitter. Luo Lin quickly analyzed the information in his mind. Those who can use manipulator and transmuter at the same time are usually noun of emitter, and the ability of emitter is usually the most domineering of the 6 systems of Nin. Once the manipulation conditions are met, even those who are Nin will be directly manipulated, which is the so-called. The victory and defeat have been decided. Unfortunately, however, what Luo Lin is most afraid of is the conditional ability of emitter. There was a smile on the corner of Luo Lin's mouth, and the already extremely fast speed under his feet suddenly became more terrifying, and he crossed tens of meters in an instant. In just a few seconds, Luo Lin had already traveled hundreds of meters in the forest. During this process, several mind bombs were fired towards Luo Lin, but this time, under Luo Lin's rapidity, the mind bombs could not even be aimed at Luo Lin, and all of them were emptied. Found it. Although still not aware of the breath, the trajectory of several bullets in succession allowed Luo Lin to directly judge the position of the shooter, and adjusted the angle slightly. Luo Lin's original speed instantly became even more terrifying. Damn, why is the speed so outrageous? I can't see clearly at all. The middle-aged man who fired the shot cursed, threw the sniper rifle in his hand on the ground, turned around and jumped off the tree. Under the tree, a happy jeep was parked there, opened the trunk of the jeep. In the trunk was a Gatling machine gun that had been set up a long time ago. The pitch-black body of the gun was glowing, like a silent beast, eagerly baring its fangs to tear at its prey. If it's possible, I really don't want to waste this treasure, but there's no other way. Who asked the boss to give you too high a price? The middle-aged man said softly, lying behind the Gatling gun, aiming at his body. Doing there was an aiming gesture. Arrive. In the jungle. Luo Lin looked at the bushes not far away. It is from here that the bullet is fired. Only, the breath is hidden too well. I didn't even notice it at such a short distance. Luo Lin frowned slightly, doubts flashed in his heart. In the next moment, a cloud of thoughts blasted towards the bushes, and Luo Lin's figure jumped towards the bushes after him. Accompanied by an explosion, the bush was directly blasted by the thought energy thrown by Luo Lin, revealing the figure inside. Only, at this time, the figure was blown out and his whole body was bloody. Surprisingly, he was seriously injured by the thought energy thrown by Luo Lin Adai. Luo Lin, who was in midair, looked at the scene in front of him and, before he had time to react, dozens of bullets burst out from a nearby bush, shooting towards Luo Lin, who was in midair. Go to hell. The middle-aged man crouching behind the Gatling machine gun looked mad, grinning and shouting frantically. Even Common's Gatling gun has a rate of fire of more than 1,000 per minute. The Gatling machine gun formed by Nan is naturally even more terrifying, and it may shoot more than 3,000 rounds per minute. That is to say, in just 1 second, more than 50 super-powerful mind bombs were shot towards Luo Lin in a violent manner. Haha, die. The middle-aged man looked crazy, watching his bullets bombard Luo Lin, who jumped up. In the next second, countless bullets shot out directly through his body, piercing through Luo Lin and blasting towards the forest behind him. Under the powerful bomb attack, the forest seemed to be bombed, and dozens of big trees were directly torn to pieces in an instant. It's really simple. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have wasted Precious's ammunition. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Lin, who was torn apart by his bullets, with a sinister smile on his face. However, the next second, the grin on his face froze. The Luo Lin who was torn into pieces in midair did not explode into blood mist as he imagined, but slowly dissipated. Fake. The middle-aged man reacted instantly and quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find the real Luo Lin. Only, it's really a powerful attack. It's a pity. Luo Lin had already appeared in the bushes, looking at the person who had just shot the powerful bullet. He easily chopped off the opponent's head. At this moment, Luo Lin's figure flashed and appeared tens of meters away again. Unfortunately, it's just a manipulated puppet. Luo Lin looked at the detached young man whose corpse fell from the tree. It seems that there is no means of self-explosion. Luo Lin looked at the corpse that fell on the ground and turned to look in the direction he came from. You are really cautious. Before the battle, are you ready to retreat? Luo Lin chuckled and galloped in the direction he came from. Damn me. The picture of the middle-aged man's right eye suddenly disappearing made his expression extremely ugly, especially when he saw the Gatling machine gun in front of him. He felt extremely distressed. It took him a lot of work to get it. However, now is not the time to worry about these things. The middle-aged man looked at the figure in the monocular in his right eye, but couldn't see it at all with an ugly expression. Without the slightest hesitation, the middle-aged man got up and jumped into the driving seat of the Jeep, started the Jeep, and stepped on the accelerator. In just a few seconds, the Jeep passed through the path in the forest and landed directly on the main road leading to the city, not far away. Then gallop away in the direction away from the city. Sure enough, it's an ability user of emitter. Luo Lin walked through the jungle. Nianqi has radiated out around the body, and he can clearly perceive everything within 100 meters around him. As he expected, one figure after another appeared on his way back. But when Luo Lin went there before, Luo Lin didn't find these people at all. No, these figures can no longer be called people, but purely tools or weapons, so before opening the circle, before Luo Lin could not find them. Treating human beings as weapons and manipulating them, using human lives as bullets, is really a cruel method. Luo Lin thought about the puppets he saw, especially the one that beat his double into a sieve. That guy should be the only one who was a nen before he became a puppet. That's why the bullets he bought by burning his life will have that kind of power. As for everyone else, even the puppet that fired the bullets at the beginning, and the puppet that he identified as non at the beginning, probably should be only common people before being manipulated. It has to be said that although this method is cruel, the power it exerts is indeed quite astonishing. Under normal circumstances, even if the common people risk their lives, they will basically not be able to harm the nin people. But under the manipulation of the people behind the scenes, the attack burning their lives in exchange for is enough to wipe out the sexual benefits of Jolly Li too. However, there should be no common people who would want this ability. There is only one capable person, and the rest are all common people. The conditions for him to manufacture and manipulate weapons should be very harsh. The ability of Manipulator is used to transform weapons and bullets, and Transmuter is used to maintain the power of psychological bullets. The puppet that sniped me at the beginning was only 800 meters away from me. That is to say, the maximum range of his Transmuter's power may not exceed 1 kilometer, so the distance he can manipulate the puppet should be similar. If it's only 1 kilometer. The location distribution of those puppets appeared in Luo Lin's mind, and he thought of the road leading to the city not far away. It should be around here. Luo Lin jumped high from the mountain forest. His eyes swept across the straight road, and then he saw a jeep crazily leaving in the distance. Did you guess wrong? Luo Lin tilted his head. He originally thought that the killer would drive into the city, betting that he would kill the killer in the city in a fair manner. But it's very convenient for me. Luo Lin chased after the jeep again, his thoughts gathered in his fingertips. Damn. The middle-aged man had only driven 100 meters on the road when a familiar figure appeared in his rearview mirror and kept approaching. The middle-aged man's face paled instantly, and his face became even more ugly when he saw that his speed had just increased to 100 per hour. It's a pity that he has already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and he doesn't have the ability to speed up the process of speeding up the car. Get out of here quickly. The middle-aged man shouted with a ferocious face. Next second, Several figures rushed out from the nearby forest and rushed towards Luo Lin. These figures were obviously the 5 people who stopped Luo Lin at first. I saw those 5 people rushing towards Luo Lin from all directions. Each of them was filled with spiritual energy. Their figures swelled rapidly, and they looked like they were about to explode. Obviously, the weapon transformed by these 5 people is a bomb. The middle-aged killer's escape direction was not chosen randomly. According to Luo Lin's speed, he could only go in this direction before the 5 body bombs could successfully intercept Luo Lin. The middle-aged killer shared the perspective of the weapon through the binoculars in his right eye. Looking at Luo Lin, who was close at hand, the middle-aged killer roared crazily. "Go to hell." Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the flames of the explosion were accompanied by the blasted human blood. The explosion scene was extremely bloody. However, the middle-aged killer at this time was not surprised at all. Instead, he looked in horror at the jeep that could no longer be controlled by the steering wheel. 0. Asking for flowers. In an instant, he realized that his wheels had been blown up, and as for who was blown up, it doesn't matter. Damn, the middle-aged man shouted angrily, quickly pushed the door, and quickly left the out-of-control jeep. As an N, even if the speed of the car exceeds 100 kilometers when it loses control, it can still leave very easily. Rolled twice on the ground and landed safely, but the middle-aged killer was not at all happy at all at this time, but looked in front of him in horror. Who else is standing there? Not Luo Lin. The Luo Lin at this time was completely the same as what he saw just now, and even a trace of blood was stained on his body. Obviously, the body bomb he had hoped for before did not hurt Luo Lin at all. Monster. This guy is a monster. The middle-aged killer screamed in his heart with a face full of horror. I got you. Luo Lin showed a bright smile to the middle-aged killer. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged killer at this time, this smile is no different from the god of death. Don't kill me, I can tell you who asked me to kill you. The middle-aged killer shouted for a long time. No need, I know better than you who sent you here. Luo Lin looked at the middle-aged killer calmly, and his figure flew past him in a flash. The eyes of the middle-aged killer, who was still full of horror, just now gradually became dull, and he fell to the ground. Aside from manipulating weapons, skill is not worth mentioning at all, so is it just a test this time? Luo Lin looked overhead. Although it was very subtle, with his strong visual ability, Luo Lin could indeed see where a bird formed by Nian Qi was slowly dissipating. The bird obviously came with the middle-aged killer, and its purpose is naturally to see his methods. Yesterday's ode update will be made up as soon as possible today or tomorrow. Thanks for the support. Carrot people carrot. This person is what you said, the opponent that the old man is going to train? Somewhere in the mainland. A fierce middle-aged man looked at the scene on the screen, stroking his beard with a little interest in his eyes. The strength is good, but if you want to be the opponent of the old man, you are not qualified. The image on the screen was the scene of the middle-aged killer being chased by Luo Lin to kill him. How about adding this? Paris-Dun smiled and released another video, which was the battle between Luo Lin and Hisoka in the Sky Arena. Especially at the end of the battle, Luo Lin's 2 nearly missing frames were highlighted and repeated several times. This is... Byongda's eyes lit up suddenly, and then he laughed out loud. No wonder you say that the old man cultivated him as an opponent. When this kind of person appears in front of him, even I can't help but want to wait for him to grow up and fight against him. Hearing what Byongda said, Paris-Dun frowned slightly at this time and heard something wrong in Byongda's words. Originally, his purpose of coming to Byongda was to arouse Byongda's interest to deal with Luo Lin. His own son ruined the opponent he chose. When the news reached Netero's ears, Paris could imagine how exciting Netero's face would be. But now Byongda's tone seems to be, "That's right, I just don't want to make a move right now." Byongda turned around, looked at Paris-Dun and said directly, "Huh?" Paris-Dun was taken aback. He should not have the habit of speaking his mind. Your purpose is clearly on your face. Byongda glanced at Paris-Dun and said directly. The smile on Paris-Dun's face was still warm, and he just looked at Byongda like this, as if he was waiting for Byongda to give an explanation. According to his original thinking, Byongda should not let go of such a rare opponent. The plan has entered the final stage. Byongda said very abruptly. The final stage, that is to say, Paris Dunn was stunned. That's right, it's time to move the things in front of me. Byongda grinned. Paris Dunn. Is it time to say goodbye? Paris Dunn muttered to himself, with a little disappointment on his face. That's right. So, I'm not interested in anything else for the time being, you can understand. Byongda stopped looking at Paris Dunn and turned around to leave. By the way, let me remind you, it's absolutely possible, but don't put yourself in it, otherwise, I won't avenge you. Byongda turned around suddenly, looked at Paris Dunn and warned. Okay, I see. Paris Dunn replied with a smile on his face. That smile was as warm, empty as ever. Better not. Seeing Paris Dunn's fake smile that couldn't be faked anymore, Byongda snorted coldly and glanced at Luo Lin's profile picture on the screen. Boy, I hope you can survive. Maybe decades later, you will be an interesting opponent. Byongda turned around and strode away. Watching Byongda's leaving back, the smile on Paris Dunn's face gradually disappeared, looking at the image of Luo Lin on the screen. What a pity. President, it's time to say goodbye. This is the last game. What kind of ending should I send you? Paris Dunn's voice gradually became thinner, so thin that he didn't know whether he was thinking in his heart or really said it. Rapatra City. As the border city of the Ningbo Republic, one of the 5 largest countries in the world, it has an alternative prosperity that is different from those first-tier cities. Walking out of a very common restaurant, Luo Lin looked satisfied. As expected of a gourmet guide given by a gourmet hunter, Adzai, although it's not a famous restaurant, the taste is really good. Luo Lin praised in his heart. Because of the relationship between the gourmet hunter and the exotic beasts, exotic flowers and plants in the whole world, the gourmet industry in this world can indeed be called developed. In particular, Luo Lin also spends money to buy food on the Hunter website. Hunter's food guide precisely avoids all famous, but not delicious shops. It's been 10 days, and there has been no reaction except for that attack. Is it because I didn't prepare for the second move, or I temporarily gave up and held back the big move? Luo Lin walked on the street with a little thought on his face. Originally, after he discovered the surveillance over the middle-aged killer's head, he would have people continue to attack him in a while. As a result, the past 10 days have been calm. This actually makes Luo Lin. Luo Lin stopped and looked at the figure in front of him with surprise. Paris Dunn. It's me. Paris Dunn waved at Luo Lin with a smile on his face. Did you take the shot yourself this time? Luo Lin looked at Paris Dunn. His vigilance had been raised to the highest level, and his eyes were already scanning the surroundings, looking for possible ambush. After all, he didn't believe that Paris Dunn dared to deal with him alone. Sure enough, you already know that I arranged the attack. Did Mr. Jean tell you? Paris Dunn had a kind smile that didn't match his words at all. Okay, don't be so vigilant. I didn't come here with malice this time. Paris Dunn waved his hand and said. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose such a place to meet you. Paris Dunn said and pointed around. After all, neither of them are lawless wanted criminals. One is a new professional hunter, and the other is the vice president of the Hunter Association. Therefore, whether it is Luo Lin or Paris Dunn, it is obviously impossible to directly start a war in the public. Then what are you doing here? Luo Lin looked at Paris Dunn and asked. Don't be so impatient. Do you want to discuss things here? Why don't you find a place to have a drink and chat while drinking? Paris Dunn said to Luo Lin in the tone of an old friend reunited, but an enemy. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, not letting down his vigilance in the slightest. If Paulstone really did it directly, Luo Lin would feel a little more relaxed, but now, Luo Lin is even more vigilant. Sorry, I haven't read the book review area in the past 2 days, and I haven't found any repeated uploads of chapters. I moved this chapter directly from above to cover the content, and there is no need to subscribe repeatedly. Person, winky face. Sorry everyone. Can. Luo Lin thought about it and agreed. He also wanted to know what the hell Paris Dunn was trying to do. Cheer up, since this is the case, then you can decide where to drink. In case brother Luo Lin is still so guarded against me when we are talking. Paris Dunn said with a smile. Luo Lin took a deep look at Paris Dunn. He is a little bit convinced that this guy is not going to attack him now, but he must have no good intentions. As for the location, Luo Lin didn't struggle much. After all, if Palestone wants to attack him, it doesn't matter where he chooses. Randomly found a clean bar. Because it is not a rush hour, The bar is very empty and quiet. Paris-Dun took the initiative to order drinks. Don't mind if I have some drinks. Paris-Dun said with a smile, 933. Tell me, what's the matter? Luo Lin asked directly without the intention of going around the corner. What a hurry. Paris-Dun shook his head. That's fine, I'll just say it directly, let's cooperate. Paris-Dun said with a warm smile on his face. Luo Lin subconsciously picked his ears. What did you say? Let's cooperate. Paris-Dun said again without even the slightest fluctuation in the smile on his face. Are you sick? Luo Lin looked at Paris-Dun with a strange face. It was good that he didn't kill Paris-Dun directly and cooperated. Luo Lin said that he was about to get up and leave. Don't you want to hear what I want to cooperate with you first? Paris-Dun said with a smile on his face. Luo Linton nodded and turned to look at the Paris channel. Cooperation? You don't have what I want, and I don't have what you want. If you cooperate. Luo Lin pretended to be thinking for a while, and then pretended to suddenly say, You are following me because of Netero. Don't you want me to cooperate with Netero? Luo Lin looked at Paris-Dun playfully. Papa. Paris-Dun applauded. Mr. Luo Lin is really smart. I think Mr. Luo Lin should be clear that we are all playmates who are favored by Chairman Netero. And we are all targeted by President Netero in different fields. How about joining forces to make President Netero have a better time together? Paris-Dun seemed to have not seen the role of Luo Lin and said sincerely, I really admire your face. Luo Lin looked at the brightly smiling Paris-Dun and snorted coldly, ignored Paris-Dun, turned and left. Watching the back of Luo Lin leaving, Paris-Dun had a smile on his mouth. Sure enough, I still want to win the president once more at the end. Paris-Dun murmured. He really wanted to work with Luo Lin. As for the content of the cooperation, he will provide resources to train Luo Lin, and before next year, he will train Luo Lin to the level where he can fight against Netero. Before Netero is overthrown by his son Byongda, let Netero fight a hardy fight. In the end, he couldn't help his own nature. After all, President Netero's hatred for him and Luo Lin's hatred for him are what he desires most. At this time, the waiter who had just stepped forward to order wine for the two came over. Won't Mr. Paris-Dun do it? Whispered the waiter. Do it? Paris-Dun glanced at him with a bright smile. Who do you do it? The Phantom. Phantom. The waiter froze for a moment, walked to the door and looked at Luo Lin in the distance. At this time, Luo Lin had already reached the end of the corridor, which happened to be a blind spot for monitoring. Then Luo Lin's figure suddenly shattered. This? The waiter looked dumbfounded. He is also a good player of Nen. But at such a close distance just now, he didn't realize that Luo Lin was just a phantom. Mr. Paris-Dun. The waiter was stunned looking at the empty seats. It took him a while to react, and he turned back to the bar in a daze. Looking at the empty bar, he couldn't help but wonder whether he was not suitable for being a Nin's business. Or, you might as well just be a waiter here. Luo Lin, who was shopping in the commercial street, suddenly sneered and said in a low voice, The sixth one, real people dare not come over and cooperate? From the very beginning, he realized that the Paris-Dun who appeared in front of him was not a real person, but a phantom or clone of manipulator. In fact, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Luo Lin to distinguish the avatar of Nun, who is almost indistinguishable from a real person like Paris-Dun. But there is one exception, that is, when using the active ability of the stand-in, 0. When Luo Lin actively uses the stand-in ability, he will have a very high degree of concentration to ensure that he can see through the ability with hidden characteristics. Therefore, at this time, even the Nin who is not attached to Luo Lin will still be seen through by Luo Lin. He might not be able to see those with extremely strong hidden abilities when they didn't affect him, but Paris-Dun's clone. In Luo Lin's eyes, it is a figure formed by a cloud of thoughts. So looking for an opportunity, Luo Lin created a stand-in to manipulate and leave with Paris-Dun, and the real body continued to go shopping here. But when he got to the place, when he saw that the waiter, who was a Nun person, controlled the overflow of life energy and deliberately pretended to be a common person, he guessed that Paris-Dun probably had nothing to do with it. But when he heard what Paris-Dun said about Netero, he really laughed. He could tell that Paris-Dun really wanted to cooperate with him. But what about the face? Looking for cooperation after targeting him? And when the cooperation was proposed, the thoughts against him were not restrained at all. What a fool he was to fall for that. But this time it wasn't all fruitless. Judging from the accuracy of Pariston's avatar, Pariston is either a manipulator or a trait-type ability user. They're all quite difficult types. Luo Lin sighed. Just like the ability of the emitter ability user is the most domineering and most defensive ability system, the trait system is the most mysterious known system. The abilities of the trait system are so weird that 3.8 abilities are possible. And the manipulator is the most difficult to deal with. Few people dare to say that they will be able to defeat the masters of the manipulator before they have figured out the manifestations and rules of the manipulator. Of course, Luo Lin has another harvest. The ant incident that led to the fall of Netero next year is indeed inseparable from Pariston. Luo Lin felt slightly emotional in his heart. Although Palestin's malice outweighed the idea of cooperation against Netero is indeed true. And the reason why Pariston had such an idea and even almost put it into action. All Luo Lin could think of was Paris notifying Netero of his imminent death. After all, judging from the Hunter election, Pariston does not lack affection for Netero, although this affection may be a little twisted. With the end of the meeting between Pariston and Luo Lin, Pariston seemed to be silent. As for Luo Lin, it was the same as the previous 10 days, and there was no more assassination. Although a little puzzled, Luo is obviously very satisfied with returning to the daily life of common. After all, what he lacks now is the accumulation of time. It only takes 2 or 3 months to become nin, and the time is still too short. Then, Luo Lin travels in various cities on weekdays and tastes the world's top delicacies according to the strategy. As for practice, he certainly did not fall behind. Under the practice that has almost become normal every day, Luo Lin's total thoughts are increasing at a considerable rate every day. The only regret for Luo Lin is that his high-speed growth period seems to be over. In less than a month and a half, Luo Lin's potential capacity reached an astonishing 120,000. And since then, his practice speed has dropped sharply again, and now after a day of practice, Luo Lin's progress speed is only 1,000th. According to Luo Lin's calculations, at this speed of practice, after 1 year, his potential capacity 03 can reach about 170,000. Although it's not too slow to some extent. However, compared to the speed of becoming a commoner with 120,000 potential capacity and 12,000 apparent capacity in 3 or 4 months, it is still too slow. From then on, Luo Lin finally recovered from his laziness and started a new round of training plan. He started calling Biscuit when he had nothing to do. His original intention was actually to learn how Biscuit can use Conjurer's mind energy to quickly restore physical strength. But in the end, I learned from Biscuit that her rapid recovery ability is actually only through the massage of the Beast Magic Beauty Lady and the special mind energy to quickly relax the body and mind. Let the body quickly enter the best resting state. At first, Luo Lin was a little disappointed when he heard Biscuit say that, after all, he wanted the ability to quickly recover his physical and mental strength. However, after chatting with Biscuit for a while, he suddenly felt that this ability of Biscuit was the real mystery. After all, forcibly recovering one's physical strength with mind energy is better than recovering naturally after one's body enters the best state of rest. Maybe this kind of recovery speed is a bit slow, but the benefits to the body are obviously far greater than the ability to forcibly restore physical strength. And then Luo Lin started the development and practice of this ability under the remote guidance of Biscuit. It's just that Luo and Biscuit couldn't directly guide them because they were far away. So Biscuit can only roughly point out a direction for Luo Lin, and then Biscuit told Luo Lin about his original development experience. Others need Luo Lin to develop by himself. According to Biscuit, when she first developed her massage ability to the extreme, she naturally possessed this ability. Luo Lin fell into deep thought. So, he's going to learn massage now? The corner of Luo Lin's mouth twitched, and he kicked this idea out of his mind. Although it is impossible to copy Biscuit's ability development path, it is indeed worthy of reference. The point is how to relax and treat your body well. Luo Lin thought about Biscuit's words in his heart. Then, relying on the super speed of thinking brought about by powerful mental power. After Luo Lin forcibly read dozens of hundreds of health-preserving books in a certain city's library for 3 days, Luo Lin successfully become a master of health science. Now he can easily live to be 100 years old without disease or disaster. Damn. Although its system doesn't show the lifespan, but when the life force is only 1 point, with the nourishment of mind energy, the lifespan can easily surpass Netero. Then, Luo Lin abandoned the development method of Biscuit and completely considered the ability to let his body relax to the extreme and enter the best rest state in the way of thinking of Nin. Then, Luo Lin did it. Through the emitter ability and the best resting state after the biscuit massage that I have experienced and the knowledge of the hundreds of health books. That's right, he really used the knowledge from those hundreds of health-preserving books. This is enough to show that you never know when the knowledge you have learned that you think is useless will suddenly be used. In short, Luo Lin has successfully developed the ability to forcibly put the body into an optimal rest state through the emitter ability. Luo Lin intends to exhaust his thoughts in a safe state, preparing to test his ability. Of course, Luo Lin didn't just use up more than 30 hours of practice to completely consume his thoughts. Just like Gon's guessing boxing can shoot out thousands of Nian Qi at one time, Luo Lin's apparent energy is as high as 12,000. Even if he doesn't use his ultimate skill, he can easily use up his Nian Qi completely. Of course, there is no waste, but all stored in the prison. And the power effect is also great. Even if Luo Lin's mental energy is completely exhausted, it only takes half an hour for Luo Lin to fully recover. And 423 is this ability that can be used at any time as long as it is not in a combat state. Even if you don't fall asleep, it just doesn't have the effect of restoring your mind, and the speed of physical recovery is extended by a few minutes. Of course, it's not without its downsides. The recovery of the body never appears out of thin air, but requires the consumption of energy. This also caused Luo Lin to become very hungry after using his ability. However, the strong digestion ability brought by strong physical fitness, plus enough high-energy foods, this is not a big problem. With the development of this ability, Luo Lin's battery life has undergone a leap-forward qualitative change. To some extent, his thoughtfulness no longer bothered him. So, Luo Lin's enhancer ability, which had been stranded due to lack of mind energy, was finally on the agenda. The development direction of the enhancer ability is very simple in Luo Lin's expectation, that is, enhancement. Similar to system upgrades, all-round reinforcement without dead ends. Of course, Luo Lin doesn't expect to be able to achieve the improvement of the essence of life used by the system. What he needs is pure all-round strengthening of the body, as well as the strength of the mind, that is, the all-round improvement of training. Nin of Enhancer. Luo Lin got up and stretched with emotion. It seems that we won't be able to continue wandering around the city anymore. Luo Lin sighed slightly. The ability development of Enhancer is different from the ability of Emitter and Manipulator, which mainly adds and sets rules by oath and restriction. The practice of Enhancer Nen is more important to be polished and completed in daily practice. Even if Luo Lin can adjust his aptitude to 190%, the 10 points still cannot be changed. Bought a map from a newsstand on the side of the road, Luo Lin searched the map familiarly, looking for that remote place that almost no one would go to. The only pity is that there are no dense forests around the city where Luo Lin is currently located, and the city is almost surrounded by wilderness. Soon, Luo Lin found a suitable place. Without any delay, Luo Lin set off directly to go there. This place is suitable for Enhancer to practice. Luo Lin looked at the valley full of strange rocks in front of him, found an open space, took out the tent from the storage space of Nian Beast, and set it up. Let's get started. Luo Lin put on a pair of cool and suitable clothes for activities, took a deep breath, and straightened his expression. The next moment, Luo Lin was highly focused and directly entered the super high-speed state of Xi and Pu Quanting. The world once again slowed down. Luo Lin could even clearly see the gravel flying slowly in the wind, but Luo Lin immediately withdrew his mind and turned his attention back to himself. After standing out of the most basic martial arts stance, Luo Lin began the training of the same basic horse stance punching. During this process, Luo Lin has been maintaining a state of ultra-high-speed Zindequan listening, and every punch he swings at full speed. If there were outsiders here, they probably wouldn't even be able to see Luo Lin's punches, but could only see Luo Lin standing in place, gating motionless. And Luo Lin's training plan was formulated with reference to Netero's previous training plan. It's just that the training purposes of Luo Lin and Netero are different. At the beginning, Netero felt that his body and martial arts had reached the limit. In order to thank martial arts for his gift, he began to pray and punch 10,000 times a day on the top of the mountain. Then, in the practice of praying and zhongquan for many years, Netero's spirit has undergone a transformation, and he has inadvertently stepped into a higher realm. Luo Lin, on the other hand, is in that super high-speed spiritual world because of his powerful mental power. The current practice is to make his body match his mental speed completely. Therefore, Luo Lin will not always just do this punching drill. With every punch, Luo Lin could feel the deep-seated power in his body being mobilized, supporting him to move in the realm of speeding spirit. No, it's too difficult to practice with all your strength. Luo Lin just punched 3 times, then stopped with a frown. Feeling the exhaustion of physical strength and the exhaustion of the body, in this state, at most 1 minute, he will reach the limit. Practice for 1 minute and rest for half an hour. Then how long will you have to practice? Go at half speed first. Luo Lin's thoughts moved slightly, and he began to adjust his depth in the super high-speed spiritual world. Of course, it is said that the speed has been weakened by half, but in fact, Luo Lin's acceleration in the spiritual field is the same as when he first started. As for the reason, naturally, with the previous upgrade of Luo Lin, the doubling of spiritual power and vitality allowed Luo Lin to enter a deeper spiritual realm. If you insist on describing it at level 1, Luo Lin, whose vitality and mental strength are both 1, can compress his physical time by 10 times. After the upgrade, Luo Lin, whose life force and Shin force have been raised to 2, has been able to compress his time to 20 times. This is also the reason why Luo Lin's body will still run out of strength after 100 punches or so, even after being supported by Nian Qi. Acceleration at a deeper level will naturally bring about more exaggerated consumption. And if it's only 10 times faster. Luo Lin tried to punch, feeling the physical strength and physical consumption. With this level of load, it's no problem to practice for 30 minutes at a time. Luo Lin smiled. It only reduces the load of the other half, but the support time is extended by nearly 30 times. It may sound incomprehensible, but it's actually quite normal. It's as if a person's limit load is 100 kilograms. In this case, he can only advance a few meters with difficulty, but if he is carrying 50 kilograms, I am afraid that it will not be a problem to advance hundreds of meters or even further. Perhaps, after I level up to increase my attributes, I'm afraid it won't be difficult to maintain 10 times faster activities. Luo Lin couldn't help but have this kind of thought in his heart, but then he was thrown out of Luo Lin's mind. He can achieve higher level acceleration, so why does he only pursue low-level acceleration? The next thing to do is to constantly strengthen the body with Nen during activities, so as to strengthen the body so that moving at will at this speed will not cause a load on the body. Luo Lin took a deep breath. No longer thinking about it, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the practice. Every time he punched, Luo Lin would feel the force running from the deeper rhythms of his body with all his body. And among them, the mind energy of the enhancer is constantly urged to strengthen the body. In the beginning, Luo Lin's strengthening was very smooth. With 190% enhancer talent, it is not difficult to develop an ability to strengthen the body in all directions. The problem is that the multiplier of the enhanced ability that Luo Lin needs is too high. At the beginning, you need to match 10 times the mental acceleration multiple, match 20 times the mental acceleration multiple, and then there are 30 times and 40 times. It can be seen that the higher the level of Luo Lin, the higher the multiplier he needs to strengthen. In other words, what he needs is the ability to strengthen his body infinitely, Junua Zhaoli. This is the real difficulty of Luo Lin's ability development this time. However, for this difficulty, Luo Lin has long been psychologically prepared and has made preparations for long-term sharpening ability. In the days that followed, Luo Lin entered a completely opposite state from the slack in the past 2 months. Every day he was exercising in the ultra-high-speed field of Xind Quanting, and when he was tired, he would stop and manipulate his body. Enter a state of ultimate relaxation for recovery. After recovering, he began to practice again. Except for eating and sleeping at night, Luo Lin spent all his time on practicing. It can be said that this is the hardest period of Luo Lin's practice since time travel. Even when I followed Biscuit, I didn't practice such a rigorous practice. Until one day a month later, a very sudden feeling rose in Luo Lin's heart. It's not that his ability has been cultivated, but that he can be upgraded. Upgrade. Luo Lin looked dazed for a moment. The month-long practice made him unable to react for a while, but the strong mental power made him wake up from the state of being immersed in the practice very quickly. Can you upgrade? Luo Lin was a little dazed and quickly called out his system panel. 100-level Ascension System. Name, Luo Lin. Level, 2, 3000/3000. Vitality, 2. Spiritual power, 2. Nin, 13215/13256. World, Hunter x Hunter. The experience is really full. Luo Lin was pleasantly surprised, but also somewhat puzzled. According to his calculations, he is still some time away from leveling up. By the way, Luo Lin suddenly reacted. When he calculated the experience, he seemed to have forgotten to include the experience gains from activities in the super speed realm. Because he has almost never used this method to gain experience, he subconsciously ignored it. But in fact, in this state, the efficiency of gaining experience is currently his highest. And this month's practice, he spends almost half of the time in the super speed state 970. The amount of experience he has gained can be imagined. I remember that before practicing, my experience points should be more than 1,200. That is to say, in a month, I gained 1,800 experience points? 60 points a day. Luo Lin's face was full of disbelief and the surprise of sudden wealth. 60 points of experience a day. When did he, Lao Luo, fight such a rich battle? Faced with the sudden surprise of being able to upgrade, Luo Lin chose to upgrade without hesitation. It was that familiar warm current gushing out of his body again, and that kind of involuntary comfort completely filled Luo Lin at this moment. 10 seconds later, Luo Lin came back to his senses, with a bit of reluctance in his eyes. After each upgrade, Luo Lin will never forget the feeling when upgrading. System panel. Luo Lin called out in his heart. 100-level Ascension System. Name, Luo Lin. Level, 30/9000. Vitality, 4. Spiritual power, 4. World, Hunter x Hunter. Facing the upgraded system panel, the first thing Luo Lin Adai saw was the upgrade experience after level 3. 9,000 experience? Luo Lin looked astonished. Even with the efficiency of his 60 points of experience a day before, 9,000 experience would take 150 days. More importantly, it is 1,000 experience points from the first level to the second level, 3,000 experience points from the second level to the third level, and 9,000 experience points from the third level to the fourth level, so the experience required for each level is tripled? Luo Lin was full of disbelief. If the experience required for each level is tripled, wouldn't it mean that he needs hundreds of thousands of millions of experience points to upgrade within 10 levels? That 100 levels, what kind of astronomical figure is it? For a moment, Luo Lin had the urge to lie down and settle down. But then Luo Lin saw his new attributes. Life Force 4? Mental Force 4. Luo Lin was slightly taken aback. So not only is the experience doubled, but my attributes are also doubled? Luo Lin was silent. If it is said that his upgrade attributes are doubled, then it is not incomprehensible to double his experience. After all, it can be known from such a simple calculation that at level 100, his dual attributes will be as high as 2 to the 98th power, that is. Luo Linton paused, took out his phone and turned on his calculator. That is 3.16 times 10 to the 29th power. 29 zeros after 3. Luo Lin rubbed his temples to relieve his brain that was a little down. Becoming a god at the 100th level. This is really a god at the 100th level. Luo Lin let out a long breath and suddenly felt that everything was dull. A full 10 minutes passed before Luo Lin completely woke up from the sage mode. The attribute of that astronomical figure is only his future possibility after all. It is not certain whether he can reach it or not. What is the matter with him being dull now? After patting his face, Luo Lin revived his spirit. He feels that now he needs extremely boring practice to ease his mood. In an instant, Luo Lin regained his concentration, entered a state of super speed, and began to practice again. However, as soon as he started practicing, Luo Lin noticed something was wrong. This is because I want to use fatigue to relieve the stimulation of the first time. The monthly movement speeds up. Unsurprisingly, the degree to which he can accelerate is even more outrageous, corresponding to 4 points of vitality and spiritual power, 40 times the mental acceleration. The whole world seemed to be silent for an instant. In this extreme silence, Luo Lin only felt that his body was unprecedentedly clear. It is not a description, but a real incomparable clarity. If Luo Lin used to be able to vaguely feel that he could control every inch of skin and every muscle of his body, now Luo Lin can completely perceive and control every part of the body: muscles, bones, fascia, flesh, internal organs, blood vessels. Everything in the body is extremely clear in Luo Lin's perception and take control. Even under concentrated attention, Luo Lin could faintly perceive his own cell activity, which was an astonishing reminder of recent changes. Is this my body? Luo Lin felt everything in his body. The barriers that had been bothering his enhancer ability development for a long time shattered at this moment. How to open bigger aura nodes, burst out more thoughts, how to strengthen his body, and which parts of the body can achieve his goal. In the past month, the ability development that had made little progress was completed directly at this moment. Boom! Luo Lin's thoughts erupted suddenly, and White's transparent air swelled several meters from Luo Lin's center. This is not Yuan's technique of manipulating thoughts to spread out, but Luo Lin's pure burst of practice. The Nian Qi, several meters thick under Luo Lin's control, quickly returned, clinging to Luo Lin and wrapping around his body. At this time, every part of Luo Lin's yen is better than that of common cold ability. What's more, Luo Lin could feel the power coming up from his body continuously, surrounded by this layer of strong thoughts. Luo Lin tried to move his body. Under the acceleration of nearly 40 times, Luo Lin's body did not feel the slightest pressure and moved freely. At this moment, even Luo Lin himself was in a daze. That's done. This is finished. Even Luo Lin seemed a little dazed at this moment, and Edo was unbelievable. But Luo Lin looked at the almost static world around him, and his body that didn't feel the slightest load when he moved. There is no doubt that his ability has been successfully developed, but this ability is not as perfect as he imagined. First of all, this ability is not the ability to strengthen his physical fitness in an all-round way as he imagined at the beginning, so that his speed of the Emperor of Power will directly increase dozens of times. That kind of thing seems to be far beyond the reach of Enhancer Nen. And the principle of his ability is probably because after the upgrade greatly increased his spiritual power, he perceived the complete structure of his body at a finer micro level. He found the power source for him to be able to operate in that super high-speed field. Then use the enhancer Nian Qi to strengthen it so that he can withstand the speed beyond the limit, and at the same time use Nian Qi to replace the energy consumption of the body. And this leads to Luo Lin felt the rapidly depleting Nian Qi in his body, and Dao calculated it. 40 times the normal consumption. Luo Lin thoughtfully. Is it because the time I jokingly said about compressing the somatosensory time is 40 times, so the consumption has also doubled 40 times? Luo Lin couldn't help feeling amused. The ability of somatosensory compression is actually a combination of powerful mental strength and human body reaction force, which can raise the body's reaction force to the limit. There is no such thing as a multiple. But if you insist, his current reaction ability is indeed 4 times higher than that at the beginning. After all, because of the upgrade, its vitality has increased from 1 to 4. So, it should be in my subconscious mind that this ability corresponds to the number of vitality and spiritual power. Luo Lin guessed in his heart. Vitality and mental power are 4 points, so when the somatosensory time is compressed to the limit state, activities need to consume 40 times the corresponding amount. And this 40 times consumption is still under the premise of not fighting. For those who are Nin, after entering the combat state, because they need to use various Nian Qi application skills, the consumption rate of Nian Qi is usually 6 to 10 times that of the normal state. Under normal circumstances, Luo Lin has a strong ability to control thoughts, and he can reduce this number to about 3 times under normal conditions. The hair of the overload has caused my ability to control the energy to drop a lot. Luo Lin frowned. Even when he turned on aura nodes for the first time, his ability to control Nian Qi was not so bad. In this state, if he enters a combat state, The consumption speed of his mind energy may directly reach 10 times the consumption speed. That is to say, the consumption of fighting in this state is 400 times that of normal, Luo Lin estimated in his mind. And because this ability belongs to the enhancer, it needs to act directly on the body, so Luo Lin can't use the stored mind energy to use the ability. With a consumption of 400 chi per second, my mind energy is 130,000, that is to say, it can only be used for about 300 seconds. Luo Lin frowned, but didn't care too much about time and consumption. Compared with the huge improvement in strength, this kind of thought energy consumption is not worth mentioning at all. Even if it wasn't for the fact that Lorraine herself is a bug-like existence, it would be impossible to develop this ability. The real problem now is that the air resistance is too great. How come at this time, the rules of physics emerge? Luo Lin couldn't help complaining when he thought of the air resistance he felt when he was active just now. Obviously, it makes people feel that the speed of the body has been able to keep up with the speed of the mental operation, but it is difficult to really increase the speed completely because of the air resistance. The sonic barrier is tightly restraining Luo Lin. Among them, the pressure brought by the breakthrough factor to the body is fortunately, Luo Lin can easily bear it. But consumption problem. Luo Lin really couldn't bear it. If Luo Lin forcefully breaks through the speed of sound, the consumption of Nian Qi will be so terrifying that he is far from being able to bear it. However, breaking through the speed of sound in terms of shooting speed is much easier than moving the whole person at the speed of sound. 0. Ask for flowers. Even with Luo Lin's current all-out shot, the consumption of double or even triple the speed of sound is not too big. To a certain extent, I'm still right about what Biscuit said. In the state of somatosensory compression, the benefits and sacrifices of the whole person's rapid movement are completely out of proportion. Luo Lin thought of the discussion he had with Biscuit. But if I develop an ability that can ignore air resistance, maybe I can reverse this. Luo Lin propped his chin and thought. He also happens to have an open spot for the conjurer ability, which seems to be on the right track. If that's the case, his combat system can be regarded as completely formed. Luo Lin couldn't help but diverge again. 0. At this moment, a phone ringing interrupted Luo Lin's train of thought. Jingle bell. Luo Lin frowned and took out his phone. Gone. Luo Lin was a little surprised when he saw the calling number. This was the first time Gon contacted him after changing his contact information. But Rio, because of health problems, he had a lot of phone calls with the only medical student he knew. After a short pause, Luo Lin still chose to answer the phone. Hello. Just as Luo Lin spoke, an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Luo Lin, have you seen Jean? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. It turned out that he contacted him because of Jin's affairs, but how did Gon know that he had met Jean? That's right, I did meet Jean, but what does he mean by not letting me tell you about him? I think you should understand. Luo Lin said directly. Of course, it didn't say that. There was silence on Gon's side. Then there was a voice of excitement in the suppression. Since it's Hunter, come and catch me yourself. Kim must have meant that. Luo Lin blinked. You say yes. How do you know that I know Jean? Luo Lin asked back. Gon said, it's on the official website of the Hunter Association. The official website of the Hunter Association? Luo Lin was stunned. What the hell? The official website of the Hunter Association has information about his acquaintance with Jean. Could it be that Pariston couldn't think of an idea to deal with him, so he just wrote a small composition to arrange him? It's a piece of news that you and Jean discovered a precious ruins, and that you and Jean may become one-star hunters because of the achievements of this ruin. Chia's voice came from the phone. It's a ruin. Luo Lin heaved a sigh of relief. What did he think it was? The matter of the ruins has nothing to do with him. The person who discovered it was Inda of the 12 earthly branches, and it was Xiaojia's father Jean Fulishi who developed the relic. He is just a 777 witness with a foot in the middle. Speaking of the ruins and gold, Luo Lin's lips curled up suddenly. Xiaojia, do you want to know the fastest way to find Jean? Luo Lin said in a seductive tone. The fastest way to find gold. Xiaojia's heart was moved immediately, but he said before that he had to find it by his own efforts. But Xiaojia was hesitating, but Chia beside him didn't hesitate at all. Faced with Jia's hesitation, Chia directly shouted, Yes, Xiaojia wants to know. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. The fastest way to find Jean is to let him come to you on his own initiative. Luo Lin said with a smile. Let Jean come to me? Xiao Jie was stunned. That's right, as the saying goes, a good hunter often appears as a prey, and that guy Jin's biggest weakness is the ruins. Luo Lin said directly. As long as you can find a ruin that is precious enough and of great development significance, Jean will definitely find you as quickly as possible. This. Xiao Jie was stunned. His pure worldview never thought that he could find his father like this. Could it be? Chia next to him was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, Luo Lin, the reason you met Jean this time is because of that relic. That's right. Luo Lin nodded with a smile and said, when he heard the news about the ruins, Jean rushed to the ruins quickly in the desert where he didn't know the distance. The personal test is effective. Hearing Luo Lin's words, Xiao Jie's mood was very complicated at this time. He was delighted to learn the way to find gold, but also a strange emotion. Just like, the goddess you have a crush on is ignoring you, but she directly sticks to the other person. All in all, no words. Thank you for the news. Xiao Jie thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. If there is such a day, Chia, you must remember to take a picture of Jean and Xiao Jie meeting. I really want to know how shy that guy is. Luo Lin said with a smile. He still has great confidence in the two protagonists. Maybe he can really meet that level of ruins. Let him watch it for fun. After chatting with little Jackie for a while, Luo Lin hung up the phone, and then Luo Lin opened the official website of the Hunter Association with his mobile phone. Soon, Luo Lin found posts about him. After a cursory glance, Luo Lin frowned suddenly. How should I put it? A post with 7 fakes and 3 reals. The only thing worth noting is that there is a vague mention in the post that the ruins are related to the Dark Continent. They even gave up the discovery of any treasures that might exist in the ruins. Of course, these are very cryptic, and it is completely invisible to people who don't know the Dark Continent. But for those who know the Dark Continent and have some brains, it is not difficult to see what is in it. The person who posted this post has no good intentions. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. This post clearly pointed out the 3 discoverers of the ruins, Jean, Inda, and Copper. No, there is also Luo Lin. It also details the identities of Jean Fulishi and Inda 12 earthly branches, as well as the identity of Luo Lin's novice hunter. Of course, what he said in the original text is that Luo Lin is a new hunter with full potential, and this time his achievements are very likely to become a 1-star hunter. Openly praising, but secretly pointing out that Luo Lin is easy to bully as a novice. At the first moment, Luo Lin's suspicion was Pariston's trick. Well, there is no need to doubt, he will definitely die. This is indeed something that Pariston can and has the ability to do. And then, probably using the so-called treasures as bait to lure other people to attack Luo Lin and the like. It can be said to be a non-distinctive but useful trick to lure and kill with a borrowed knife. Luo Lin thought for a while and dialed the phone number. Hello. Jean answered the phone immediately. Jean, have you seen the post on the official website of the Hunter Association? Luo Lin said directly without rambling. A post on Hunter's official website? Jean asked in a blank voice. But soon there was a crackling sound, and now they are logging into the Hunter official website with a computer. Soon. I found it. Let's post this post about the ruins. Jean said while looking at the post. Pariston did it. Kim said directly after reading the post. Sure enough, it's that guy. Luo Lin frowned. He had just passed 1 or 2 useful excuses. Although 2.8 did not expect Pariston to really give up. But the big move is holding back this, which is somewhat disappointing. My side will deal with the ruins as soon as possible, but the information on the Dark Continent is almost all blocked, and this ruin is no exception, so it's best not to expect any 1-star. Jean said. Luo Lin nodded slightly. He had never counted on star hunters. Also, I will report the discovery of the unmanned stone in the ruins. This should not be hidden. Many people will not care about this unmanned stone, but there should still be people who do not believe in evil. You should pay more attention to it. Kim reminded. Just let them come here. Luo Lin said directly with a grin. He is now full of confidence in every aspect. Pariston. After hanging up the phone, Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the post on the official website of the Hunter Association, with a cold gleam in his eyes. To be honest, Now Luo Lin is not afraid of anyone coming to trouble him, but he is very tired of Pariston's non-stop calculating behavior. If Paul Stone appeared in front of him, Lu Linfu would definitely kill him without hesitation. It's a pity, I don't know if I have seen this. Pariston will never appear in front of Luo Lin, and the last time he appeared was also a fake body. The only place where Luo Lin made sure he could find Pariston was the Hunter Society. If you kill Paliston at the Hunter Association headquarters, it seems that there will be no serious consequences? Luo Lin blinked. If he went directly to the Hunter Association headquarters and killed Pariston, at most he would have his hunter license revoked and be judged as a wanted criminal. In addition, it is possible to usher in the pursuit of the Hunter Association and some relationships behind Pariston. These things may be unacceptable to other people in this world, but Luo Lin .08, he doesn't care. Luo Lin rested his chin. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was messing around. However, even if he made a move, he had to find a good opportunity. If he went to the Hunter Association headquarters excitedly now, maybe Pariston will see something, and then avoid it. There must be a legitimate reason to go to the Hunter Association, and then after encountering Paliston, just kill that guy directly and neatly. Luo Lin gradually had an idea in his heart, just when Luo Lin was thinking about how to go to the Hunter Association with legitimate reasons. Jingle bell. Luo Lin's cell phone rang again. Another call? Luo Lin was a little surprised. The phone calls that never rang before, now one after another. Unrecognized phone number. Luo Lin looked at the strange caller ID strangely. Did someone come to the door? Luo Lin was a little curious and connected the phone. Hi, is that Luo Lin? Luo Lin couldn't help being taken aback by the voice on the other end of the phone. Hisoka. Luo Lynch looked at the phone in his hand strangely. He had guessed a lot of people who might call in his heart before, but he never thought that the caller would be Hisoka. It's me, I didn't expect you to answer my call. Hisoka's smiling voice came over. How could you? Forget it, that's not important. Luo Lin's voice paused. His phone number is not top secret information. It's normal for Hisoka to get it. What are you calling me for? Do you want another date? Luo Lin raised his brows and said, with his current strength, even if Hisoka uses his ability to protect in all directions, he can definitely kill Hisoka with one punch. No. I was very satisfied with the previous battle in the Sky Arena, so I won't fight with you until I can't deal with you for the time being. Hisoka's cheerful voice came through. Luo Lin could even vaguely see Hisoka smiling. I'm looking for you this time because I want to give you some information for free. Hisoka said with a light smile. Free information? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. He didn't ask Hisoka such stupid questions as to why he was so kind. For a person like Hisoka, every action must have his own purpose. Let's hear it. Luo Lin said. Crawlo, I'm following you. By the way, Crawlo is the leader of Phantom Troop. I joined that organization 2 years ago. Hisoka said. Phantom Troop, how could they? Well, it's related to the post on the official website of the Hunter Association. Luo Lin sighed and said helplessly. That's right. The person in charge of information in Phantom Troop is also a member of the Hunter Association, so he also learned that information. Hisoka said with a chuckle. Person in charge of intelligence? It should be Shalnark. Luo Lin thought of a blonde boy with a baby face in the brigade. In the original book, the other party had purchased information about the hotel where Kurapika was staying at that time through Hunter's intelligence network. Criminals use Hunter to buy intelligence and stuff. It's true, whether you are a murderer or a heinous criminal, as long as you pass the Hunter test, you can become a professional hunter. Luo Lin complained directly. After all, the Hunter license is very convenient in all aspects. Hisoka smiled, not caring at all that he himself was the murderous monster Luo Lin said. According to Crawlo, you have a precious treasure in your hand, so you have been eyeing you, and, because you found out that we have overlapped, you even asked me for your information. Really? Looking at the phone that Hisoka was talking to, Luo Lin already had some guesses about Hisoka's purpose this time, but he continued, Then what do you mean by calling me 950? Declaring war head-on, or preparing to betray Phantom Troop? Betrayal is too ugly. My original purpose of joining the brigade was to fight Crawlo. Hisoka's trembling moan came. Unfortunately, that guy has been impeccable in his actions, and I have never been able to find a chance to make a move. So, do you want to cooperate with me this time to create a chance to fight that Crawlo? Luo Lin said directly. No. Hisoka came down directly. I can tell you the NIN information of the brigade, and even backstab a few brigade members when the brigade attacks you, and then help you deal with Crawlo? I reject. Luo Lin said directly without hesitation. He probably knows much more about the brigade's capabilities than Hisoka. As for Hisoka fighting for him, Luo Lin has no doubt that even if he hadn't cooperated with him, Hisoka would directly attack Crawlo when the time came. So, what is the point of verbal cooperation? If Phantom Troop comes to me, then let them come. As for cooperating with you, let's forget about this kind of thing. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. Rejected. Hisoka looked at the hung-up phone with a slight smile on his face, without any surprise. Just as Luo Lin thought, even without this cooperative relationship, Hisoka would not hesitate to make a move when the time came. The so-called cooperation. But it's a guarantee. A guarantee that Luo Lin won't make a move on him and leave Crawlo to him. Only Hisoka, who has fought against Luo Lin, can understand how strong Luo Lin has become. Judging from Luo Lin's attitude at the moment, he probably won't attack him. As for Crawlo, I hope Crawlo doesn't fall directly into his hands. Otherwise it would be a waste. Hisoka whispered to himself, playing with the phone in his hand. I saw a cloud of Nianqi constantly deforming in Hisoka's hands and changing its nature. I didn't see any movement from Hisoka. The phone in his hand was bounced into the air, the mind energy changed. The viscous mind energy stuck the phone back, and then bounced out again, repeating the cycle. Hisoka looked at the plasticine-like Nianqi in his palm, narrowed his long and narrow eyes slightly, and flashed a flash of light. This level is still far behind. Thinking of the still world glimpsed in the ring before, Hisoka's eyes became extremely fiery. Hang up the phone. Luo Lin saw the mobile phone in his hand, and there was a look of thought in his eyes. Phantom Troop after me? Luo Lin was thoughtful. The post on the official website of the Hunter Association only said that Luo Lin might have obtained a treasure, but it didn't specify what kind of treasure it was. A treasure whose origin or existence is unknown, even if it may be related to the Dark Continent. Will Crawlo really be tempted to grab something like this? In particular, it is Shelnark who can be on Hunter's official website, not Crawlo himself. So, he can be sure and even know what the treasure I got is. Luo Lin has a guess in his heart. If he knew that what he got was the No Man's Stone, and what the No Man's Stone was for, it would be much more reasonable for Crawlo to follow him. After all, for Crawlo, the resource of unmanned stone is even more useful than a lot of money. A bead-sized unmanned rock soaked in water can generate 20,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day, and with the size of the 2 unmanned rocks in his hand, the daily power generation may be around 1 million kilowatt-hour. This amount of power generation is actually not that high, and some small and medium-sized power plants can achieve this efficiency in 4 hours. For some large power plants, the power generated by the 2 unmanned rocks of Luo Lin can't keep up with their daily power generation in a year. But this is for big countries. For Meteor Street, where Crawlo and the others were born, the treasure of No Man's Stone is really very precious. As a recognized no man's land in this world, it is difficult for Meteor Street to obtain supplies from the outside world on a large scale except for garbage. For a building like a power station that requires a steady stream of resources for production, the operating cost on Meteor Street is absolutely ridiculously high compared to the outside world. What's more, the outside world doesn't know how many unmanned stones he has obtained. If there is a little expectation, it is believed that Luo Lin has obtained a lot of unmanned stones that might be able to establish a power system that supplies the entire Meteor Street. In this situation, Crawlo or Meteor Street will be following him. That's only reasonable. That's right. Although Hisoka said that it was Crawlo who was after him, Luo Lin thinks that Meteor Street should be the one who really was after him. As for Crawlo or Phantom Troop, I'm afraid it's just the dark country of Meteor Street. Certainly. This black glove does not mean that Phantom Troop is Meteor Street's subordinate. The relationship between the two should be more similar to that of equal cooperation. Luo Lin can't jump to conclusions about the specific situation. But, is this the newly borrowed knife? Luo Lin grinned. It should be true that the person who disclosed his information was Parastun. According to his chat with Jean, the news about the ruins and the unmanned stone leaked, and the source is Inda. After all, for Inda, the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, It is natural to report the discovery of related relics of the Dark Continent that are prohibited by law. Even the unmanned stone in the opponent's hand seems to have been handed over and exchanged for other things. However, even so, there are still only a very small number of people who have the ability to know the news. The high level of the Hunter Association, as well as some in the Fairy Hall, know that there are high-level people in the Dark Continent. Only these people can know the information accurately. As for Meteor Street, it is obvious that there is no ability to deploy personnel in such a place, or to contact this group of people. Therefore, in such a short period of time, he could sell all his information, except for that palace stone. Who else could be? Only. However, I don't know who will own this knife in the end. Luo Lin chuckled. Phantom Troop. The feat of taking down this A-level criminal gang should be enough to upgrade to a 1-star professional hunter. And if he is upgraded to 1 star, he will have a very legitimate reason to go to the Hunter Association. Occupy. Meteor Street? Okay, great, I see. At Hunter Association headquarters, Vice President's office, Parastone hung up the phone. After he hung up the phone, it disappeared out of thin air. Obviously, this phone was some kind of creation of men. At this time, the hollow and warm smile on Parastone's face became brighter and brighter. Didn't you think that information would be bought by Meteor Street? But that's right, resource-type treasures like unmanned rock are far more valuable to places like Meteor Street than to other people precious. And the influence of Meteor Street is also very good. Jisoo really followed my request and found me a good buyer. Parastone smiled and looked to his right. That direction was the office of the president of the Hunter Association, that is, the direction where Netero was. I really want to see your reaction, President Netero. Head, didn't you say that they gathered in Ukexin City on September 1st? Why did they suddenly call us 2 months earlier? In the ruins of an unknown ruined city, a strong man in wild clothes shouted loudly. It can be seen that the strong man did not yell deliberately, but was born with a loud voice. Yuvijin, don't worry, he hasn't arrived yet. The blonde, baby-faced youth Shalnurk said with a smile. That is to say, Yuvijin, you are too anxious. At least wait until I arrive to ask. Nobunaga, dressed as a ronin, walked in with a long knife on his shoulder and said with a smile. Why should I wait for you to come to ask again? Yuvijin curled his lips and said disdainfully, but the corners of his mouth were almost grinning at this moment. What stupid question are you two asking? Since you called us over, of course there is a temporary residence permit. A small figure appeared in the corner of the ruins at some unknown time. Phaeton, you're here too. Nobunaga greeted with a laugh. And Phaeton just glanced at Nobunaga without any other reaction at all. Okay, this way everyone will be here. Shalnurk said, looking at the few people present. Hey, isn't everyone gathered this time? Yuvijin saw several people present at 247 scratch their heads and said, including Krallo, Pakunada, Kuba, Shalnurk, Nobunaga, and Phaeton, the group leader, there are only 7 of them. The others are a bit far away from here, and this mission will not be able to catch up. Krallo said as he closed the book in his hand. Hearing what Krallo said, others didn't have any opinions. As confident as they are, not to mention 7 people, even if they are alone, they will not think that they cannot complete the task. Leader, what is this mission? Phaeton asked skeptically. Let me explain. Shalnurk stood up and explained. The target this time is a treasure in this person's hands. While talking, Shalnurk turned his laptop around and said to several people, this person. Several people present looked at Luo Lin's photo on the screen with calm faces. None of them knew Luo Lin. What kind of treasure is it? Let the 6 of us be together. Nobunaga asked curiously, rubbing his chin. It's a treasure called the Unmanned Stone. Shalnurk continued, it is said that the bracelet-sized unmanned stone sinks into the water and can release 20,000 kilowatts of electricity a day. 20,000 kilowatts. Yuvijin was surprised. How much is that? I don't know what you are yelling. Nobunaga gave Yuvijin a blank look and said angrily. Then you know. Yuvijin rolled his eyes and Nobunaga said. But I didn't yell. Nobunaga said confidently. 20,000 kilowatts, that is 20,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Shalnurk explained with a smile at this time. However, Yuvijin still touched his head with a look of incomprehension. Usually, one household uses 3 to 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity a day, and 20,000 kilowatt-hours is enough for the normal electricity consumption of 2 to 3,000 households. Shalnark explained in detail. 2 or 3,000, that's quite a lot, said the K-boy. You think 2 or 3,000 families are quite a lot to kill? Nobunaga said disproportionately. It's pretty much the same anyway. Yuvijin laughed. How big is the no-man's stone in that person's hand? Phaeton asked beside him. He is different from a big fool like Yuvijin Nobunaga. He knows the concept of 20,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity very well. There is no detailed information, but it should be at least the size of a fist. Shalnark replied. The size of a fist? Isn't that 2 or 3 million kilowatt-hours of electricity? Jiajin looked at his fist and said in surprise. Well, this kind of simple calculation, he still can't make a mistake. The few people around were speechless watching Yuvijin's actions. Nobunaga even directly dismantled the stage. Why don't you use Franklin's fist to count? If you count with his fist, wouldn't it be at least 6 million kilowatt-hours of electricity? Can it still be calculated like this? Yuvijin looked, at Nobunaga with a dazed expression. Everyone present. The size of the nobody rock doesn't matter. Krallo spoke at this point. After confirming the authenticity of the no-man's stone, first let Kubi try to copy it and ask the source of the no-man's stone, and then snatch all the no-man's stone. Hearing what Krallo said, several people present grinned. That's right, no matter how many he has, take them all away. Yuvijin laughed even more excitedly. Don't be too careless. The opponent has a record of defeating Hisoka on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Shalnark said at this time. When Hisoka? Nobunaga was the first to respond. He has always felt that Hisoka's strength is quite strong, especially Nin's flexible love is a simple and difficult ability. But the others didn't respond. None of the Phantom Troop fighters present thought they could defeat Hisoka. If you can beat Hisoka, that's pretty strong. Don't compete with me later. I want to fight him first. Yuvijin even said with a smile. It's up to you. Phaeton said indifferently. The opponent didn't simply beat Hisoka, but almost killed Hisoka, and the opponent was not injured. Krallo next to him spoke and settled down. I have watched the video of the battle. The opponent is very strong. When the time comes, we will fight together and capture the opponent alive. This time, the people present were a little more dignified. Almost killed Hisoka, but Fufa was unharmed. Although they all thought that they could defeat Hisoka, in a real life and death battle, they didn't think they could kill Hisoka unscathed. A rare strong man, I really want to compete with him one-on-one. Yuvijin shook his head and said. It's obvious what he means, he'll listen to Krallo's, let's get together sometime. Even Yuvijin said so, and others naturally have no objection. The other side. Luo Lin discovered a very serious problem at this time. That is, his money's gone. He earned about 400 million ringgits in the Sky Arena, and he spent all of them in the past few months. Especially during the period of a month ago, I traveled to every corner of the city every day to taste delicious food. You can imagine the cost of apex cuisine in this world from the chicken that Luo Lin sold for 5 million ringgits in his first pot of gold. It's a waste of money. By the way, I haven't played in the Sky Arena for 90 days, so I've been expelled from 200 floors. Luo Lin scratched his chin thoughtfully. Although it is not that there are other ways to make money, there is really only one place like the Sky Arena where money comes in so quickly and so easily. Buy another ticket to Sky Arena. Ferry licensing office? Luo Lin turned to the phone with a blank face and said, I don't want to sail. What do you want me for? What? Did I come into contact with something from an illegal ferry? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I bought some gold and food in the past few months. You can't say that those things are illegal crossings. I can give you the invoices. 17. Go to your place for inspection? Your side is too far away, and I'm still busy here. Bye. Luo Lin pretended to be angry and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Luo Lin's face instantly recovered, calm. It's really troublesome. Both parties are well aware of the matter, but they can't act like this. Luo Lin curled his lips. According to the news that Jean informed him in advance, although the Transit Permission Office is an organization that V5 specializes in managing news from the Dark Continent. But more are things that manage the Dark Continent that floats from the sea, as for the things that originally existed in the human world. Things that belong to disasters can be sent somewhere, but resource treasures like unmanned stones. As long as you don't send it over by yourself, the ferry permit department can't directly take away the things of the professional hunter. But more or less have to give some face to fool the past. Well, just give a little face, don't need too much. These are the exact words of Jean. After hanging up the phone, Luo Lin boarded the airship. What is vigorous and resolute? If you say go to the Sky Arena, go to the Sky Arena, there is no delay at all. As the airship took off, Luo Lin glanced at the busy airship staff not far away, then leaned against the wall of the airship and looked at the scenery in the distance. At this time, at the gate of the airport where Luo Lin had just left, several taxis braked suddenly and stopped. Kuro, who had a big back hair, walked down with his hands in his pockets, followed by 6 members of his regiment. The 7 looked up and saw that the airship had already flown away and fell silent. This kid didn't know we were coming, so he ran away. Nobunaga looked at the airship in the sky with a depressed expression on his face. No, it should be a coincidence. Shalnark shook his head and said, if he knew we were coming, it would be impossible to choose such an obvious tool as an airship to escape. The surrounding wilderness and forests, which one is not the kind of place where you can hide in, and you can't find it if you don't have enough people. That's true. Nobunaga nodded in agreement. Luo Lin, if I knew you were here, why would I go to the Sky Arena to spend money? Compared with such insignificant things, it's better to find out where he flew to first. Phaeton said with a sullen face. Let me check. Shalnark took out his phone and checked the route of the airship that had just taken off. Paro City Airport, Kosa City Airport, Sky Arena. Shalnark let out a light sigh after the name appeared in his mouth and didn't continue to read. There is a Sky Arena in the airship route. Where should he go? Shalnark said thoughtfully, I remember the battle between that man and Hisoka. It should have been 3 months ago. That is to say, the opponent's 90-day deadline for the competition has already arrived. Why are you still going to the Sky Arena? It's not that he is short of money. He should go to the Sky Arena to make money. Nobunaga rubbed his chin and said with a smile. As long as it takes less than 10 days, you can play 3 or 4 million rings in the Sky Arena. I was born with the idea of where to make money, but later found that there is no money at all, so there is no time to lose. Is the Sky Arena so profitable? Shalnark asked, slightly surprised. Of course Shalnark knows about the Sky Arena, but his focus has always been on the 200-floor Nen contest. For the below 200 floors, I just glanced at it more and didn't pay much attention to things like bonuses. Then swipe twice, and if you add the gambling money, wouldn't it be possible to have 1 billion ordinances? Shalnark silently calculated in his heart at this time and said with a face full of surprise. Unlike other members of the brigade who think they don't need money, as an intelligence officer, he spends a lot on buying information and the like. Hey, Shalnark, you won't be short of these 1 billion nuns anyway. Next to him, the doctor said carelessly. As an A-level gang of robbers, they are not just because of their strength, but they have repeatedly committed major crimes. And every time they snatch those things, the value is at least hundreds of billions of gold. Others didn't need money, and as the few members who needed money, Shalnark's net worth was extremely rich. A person with 1 billion ringgits, 2 people is 2 billion ringtones. If there are always people helping to brush the money, it will be a lot of money over the years, and the most important thing is that there is no online insurance, Shalnark said with a grin at this time. 0. Seeking flowers. You. The few people present were not fools, and they all knew Shalnark's ability, so they immediately understood what Shalnark meant. Fuck, can you still play like this? Nobunaga swears directly. Manipulating other people to swipe money? Although it is very likely to be discovered by the Sky Arena officials, before it is discovered, if you operate it properly, you can definitely spawn hundreds of billions of ordinances. Be careful and extend the time, maybe you can spawn more. Although doing so is destined to offend Sky Arena, will they care? Thinking of this kind of benefit, even Krallo couldn't help but look at it a few more times at this time, but he didn't say much. He never interfered with the spontaneous actions of the members. But the ability to manipulate people, I remember I have also stolen a lot. Krallo pondered in his heart. Head, Kubi sent a message. At this moment, Pai keynote and looked at the phone and said, It's time to go. Krallo called to stop the group of people who were discussing more and more intensely, and then led the way to an airship that appeared in the distance at an unknown time. They are not just chatting here, but waiting for Kubi to copy the airship. No one really thinks that they can escape their pursuit by riding a flying boat. No way, no way. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Shalnark drove the copied airship to chase the airship that took off before. Huh? There's something wrong with this flight path. Shalnark looked at the navigation map that came with the airship, with some surprise on his face. What's wrong? Krallo asked next to him. The flight route of the airship in front did not go according to the flight plan, I'm afraid. Shalnark thought for a while before saying, I'm afraid we are not the only ones who are staring at that guy. We are gone. Krallo frowned and directly ordered, speed up and catch up. I started to update it today. It was supposed to be updated yesterday, but Qiming was delayed again, and I owed 2 more updates. Should it be updated separately now? Although I knew that someone would attack me, but... Luo Lin looked at the dozen or so people in front of him, hesitating to speak. To be honest, the opponent looked fully armed, and the submachine gun in his hand was very impressive. No matter how he looks at it, these people are common people. It depends on the natural degree of life energy dissipation in these people. Even he may not be able to pretend it. Did you offend your boss and be sent to die? Luo Lin said, looking at the armed team in front of him with a sincere face. That's right, they were sent to die. At this moment, a voice answered Luo Lin, but the one who spoke was not anyone present, but the instrument in the hands of the armed squad. I saw a person in the armed team step forward a few steps, put down the instrument in his hand, and then an impact was projected onto the wall. Projector. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have guessed what was going to happen next. In the image is an old man with gray hair, wearing a formal suit, sitting in the back and looking at Luo Lin with a smile. The people on this airship were all sent to die. The old man smiled kindly and continued, but his words were cold and cruel. You said it so directly, aren't you afraid that the people on the ship will violate the order? Luo Lin looked at the video and asked with interest. No. The old man said confidently, for some people, there are always other things in this world that are more important than life, not to mention, whether they will die next is not up to me, but it depends on you, Mr. Luo Lin. Do you want to say that as long as I hand over the things, everyone will be able to live? If I resist, I will blow up the airship and everyone will die together. Luo Lin said directly. That's right. The old man didn't care about the plan being seen through. After all, it wasn't once or twice. Anyway, in the end, none of those who saw through had the ability to escape. I know, Mr. Luo Lin, you special people are very strong. Even a fully armed team is just a little effort for you, it's just. Mr. Luo Lin, the airship you're in is at an altitude of 3,000 meters, and it is still climbing. High explosives are installed everywhere in the airship, and the airship is specially made. Nothing was left behind that could be used as an escape prop. I want to say this, Mr. Luo Lin is a smart person. He should be able to understand how to do it, said the old man and smiled warmly. It's nothing more than handing over the things honestly. After you take the things away, I will continue to threaten you and let you tie the dog chains and become your dogs from now on. Luo Lin said very casually. Mr. Luo Lin, please rest assured that we will not do the following things. We only seek money. The old man said with a smile. Can't do it or can't do it? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows and said, let me guess, things that control people are pretty easy to find. Whether it's finding other manipulators or planting bombs with technology, it shouldn't be too difficult. If it's not the first time for you to do this kind of thing, you should have suffered a lot before. The Nen who controls you breaks free, but you try your best not to make trouble for you. Luo Lin laughed. Because the smile on the old man's face on the image in front of him stiffened visibly to the naked eye. Mr. Luo Lin, sometimes, people who are too smart are not pleasing. The old man calmed down and said expressionlessly. For example, I can guess that you didn't intend to let me go from the beginning, and you will detonate the bomb on the airship. Luo Lin said with interest. The old man's face turned ugly. Seeing the change in the old man's face, Luo Lin laughed. You guys are really lucky to be active until now. You haven't offended anyone you shouldn't have. Luo Lin looked at the old man and sighed. Mr. Luo Lin, I think you probably misunderstood the old man and wanted to explain something. And at this time, report. An unidentified flying ship appeared in the distance. In the distance, a heavily armed person quickly stepped forward to report. Unidentified flying ship. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Mr. Luo Lin, is this your confidence? The old man who reacted now spoke in a deep voice. Luo Lin. Don't slander me. Shoot down that airship. The old man turned his head and ordered, then looked at Luo Lin again and said in a deep voice, "Soon, Mr. Luo Lin, you will understand that your dependence is not worth mentioning to us." Luo Lin maintained a confident expression of chuckling, but he was thinking about what was going on in front of him. Although I'm not sure, but it should be a good show. Luo Lin ignored the group of heavily armed soldiers and walked towards the window at the back of the ship. "Do not move." The armed team shouted loudly at this time, and everyone aimed their guns at Luo Lin. Luo Lin remained indifferent and continued to walk towards the window. "Don't worry about him, let him see how his hopes are shattered," the old man in the projection said directly at this time. Coming to the window at the stern of the ship, Luo Lin stared at the flying ship that was following behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Nin creation?" Luo Lin was slightly surprised. Although the big guy in the distance is no different from the common flying ship, in Luo Lin's eyes, he can clearly see this week's especially Lingqi creation. A person with the ability to create this kind of airship. A strange color flashed in Luo Lin's eyes, and he had a guess in his heart. Immediately afterwards, 2 more airships appeared in the clouds in the distance. This time they were genuine airships. Even from the outside, Luo Lin could see a lot of traces of modified weapons. Obviously, it is a combat airship with extremely strong firepower. And these airships should be the force guarantee for this group of people, as well as the airships used to transport away the treasures. Have you seen that? Your hope will be broken in an instant. In the image of the projector brought over by the armed team, the old man said confidently. Only. Before he could finish speaking, a violent explosion sounded from the distant sky. The sound of explosions came from the 2 airships that seemed to have powerful firepower. The continuous explosions quickly blasted the 2 airships into pieces, and they fell down with the flames. The old man's face froze suddenly, his eyes widened, and his face was full of embarrassment by 0.5 times. "I've said it all. You are really lucky to be active up to now." Luo Lin glanced at the old man and said with a joke. "You." The old man's face was extremely ugly. "Aren't you afraid that I will detonate the explosives now, so that your companions will not come to rescue you in time?" "Companions? Those are not my companions. They should be robbers just like you who came to grab things," Luo Lin said with a teaser. Hearing Luo Lin's words, the old man's face became even uglier. Originally, he was really planning to detonate the explosives on the airship, but after hearing what Luo Lin said, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to see where those people came from. And if that group of people also boarded the ship. A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. But Luo Lin was smiling a little at this time. He obviously didn't expect that the opportunity he was waiting for would come to his door so soon. "Captain, it's all settled. There are a group of common people on board, but the equipment is very sophisticated." On Phantom Troop's airship, Yuvijin's figure suddenly appeared on the deck and reported the situation. "Well-equipped common." Krallo thought and activated the ultimate ability of the thief in his hand. In the next moment, Phaeton's figure appeared out of thin air just like Yuvijin before. "On my side is a very weak Nin and a group of well-equipped armed men." Phaeton flicked the bloody long sword in his hand and then retracted it into his umbrella scabbard. "Why do you have Nin people on your side, and my side is full of boring common people?" Yuvijin shouted dissatisfiedly from the side. "Go to that airship, you chose it yourself." Phaeton gave Yuvijin a blank look and said darkly. Regarding the quarrel between Yuvijin and Phaeton, Krallo didn't care about it, but thought about it and said, "The 2 airships that obviously have traces of refitting armed forces do not have a master. And they seem to be a group of insignificant small characters." 08. Krallo closed the thief's ultimate intent, and the book in his hand disappeared instantly. He turned to Shalnurk and said, "Speed up. Let's catch up directly." "All right, Captain." Shalnurk smiled and steered the airship to accelerate towards the airship ahead. Because the airship in front had already stopped and hung in the air, Shalnurk soon steered the airship to the side of the airship in front, and the distance between the 2 sides was less than 20 meters. That is to say, the flying tool in the hunter world is an airship that flies without any movement. Otherwise, how could it be so close? "Haha, let me come first. Those little guys just didn't enjoy the fight at all." Yuvijin laughed and opened the window of the airship, watching the airship next to him suddenly stare at the ground, and jumped directly towards the airship over there. "Lost too much. At any rate, you still have some activities, but I'm already bored to death." Seeing Yuvajin move so fast, Nobunaga frowned slightly. The leader had said before that the enemy on the other side was not an easy matter, and he was worried, but Nobunaga came to the window and followed with a curse on his face. That guy Nobunaga is really dishonest. Phaeton grinned in a low voice, not as loud as the two of them were moving. His figure flashed silently and disappeared on the airship. Let's go too, Krallo said to Pakunada beside him. Wait a minute, Pakunada's ability is needed to detect the information of the treasure. Pakunada was startled, then nodded. What's wrong? Krallo was slightly puzzled when he saw Pakunada's reaction at this time. In fact, I've always had a bad feeling. Pakunada hesitated for a while, but still said, Not a good feeling? Krallo frowned and said, Don't worry. Nothing will happen. To be honest, if the Maki of the person who said this to Krallo might be a little more cautious, but Pakunada has not shown any amazing sixth sense before. Shalnark, you and Kubi are waiting on the boat. Don't let the airship go 20 meters away. Krallo thought for a while, then turned and said to the two intelligence personnel and ability users included. Good. Yes. Shalnark and Kuba responded at the same time. As non-combatants of the brigade, they naturally had no opinion. Let's go. Pike. The thief's ultimate intention appeared out of thin air in Krallo's hand, and he used his ability to teleport himself and Pike Noten to the airship next to him. People are coming. Are you sure you want to point your guns at me instead of avenging your comrades? Luo Lin said with a smile to the heavily armed team behind him. The faces of many members of the armed team changed. They are very clear that they seem to be well armed, but in fact their firepower is incomparable to that of their companions on the other two airships. Even their companions were defeated in such a short period of time than they. Although I came here with the awareness that I might sacrifice from the beginning, the possibility of sacrifice and the certainty of sacrifice are completely different things. Coming. Luo Lin suddenly spoke at this time. At a distance of 20 meters, he could even see the figures in the opposite airship. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth twitched slightly when he saw those familiar figures jumping up from the front of the airship. Sure enough, it was Phantom Troop. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Didn't they all come? Luo Lin frowned slightly. To wipe out all Phantom Troop, and to wipe out most of Phantom Troop, whether it's credit or something else, is not the same concept at all. Luo Lin thought about it happily. And at this time, along with Luo Lin's size, the group of armed squads also saw the figure transferred from the airship next door. Fire! Accompanied by someone's yell, conspicuous tongues of flame shot out from the muzzles of this group of people. Dozens of hundreds of bullets densely covered the jumping figure. Ha ha, don't use this kind of toy to embarrass yourself. Yuvajin laughed wildly, and the thought energy in his body suddenly solidified and turned into a solid armor, which firmly protected his body. The dense bullets were completely impenetrable. Then the whole person smashed the outer wall of the airship and walked in. This scene directly frightened the group of armed personnel. Although they have seen and even dealt with some people with special abilities, they were unscathed under the hail of bullets. Isn't this outrageous? Yuvajin, you're still so impulsive. Nobunaga complained and walked in from the gap Yuvajin made, swinging a long knife in his hand, and smashed all the bullets that hit him. This scene once again stunned the group of 343 armed men, and their legs and feet couldn't stop becoming weak. But to be honest, compared to Yuvajin, who has no defense at all, if they focus on Nobunaga, they might still have a little effect. It's a pity that they can't calm down at all now, that is, they instinctively pulled the trigger with their fingers in panic, otherwise the bullets might have stopped at this time. Yuvajin didn't care about Nobunaga's complaints. Instead, he rushed to the crowd with a wild laugh. Let's see who kills more. Although Yuvajin's body is huge, his speed is not slow at all, and even because of the terrifying explosive power brought by his terrifying power, he rushed into the crowd in an instant. Every punch directly sent a fully armed soldier flying. As for Nobunaga, he dexterously rushed over from the other side. The blade in his hand flickered, and the slaughter efficiency was even more exaggerated than Yuvajin. Even though there were other soldiers coming from all over the airship, there were only 30 or 40 soldiers in total, and they were slaughtered by 2 people in a blink of an eye. Luo Lin, on the other hand, avoided the bloody scene of flying limbs and limbs from a distance, thinking about how hard to attack next. Is it really good for you to watch the play so leisurely here? Suddenly a voice rang in Luo Lin's ear, and almost at the same time, a sharp blade wrapped in a strong mind pierced directly through his chest. Luo Lin turned his head in disbelief. Phaeton was looking at him with sullen complacency. You. Luo Lin looked at Phaeton behind him with disbelief. And Phaeton gave a low laugh twice. The sharp blade in his hand rotated slightly, widening the lung wound he stabbed. Feeling the feeling of the flesh being torn, the smile on the corner of Phaeton's mouth gradually became bloodthirsty. If it hadn't been for Krallo's deliberate order to keep alive before, he would have swung his sword sideways and chopped off Luo Lin in front of him right now. Phaeton pulled out his sword suddenly, took a few steps back, and sneered, the record of almost killing Hisoka. Sure enough, that guy Hisoka just looks like a bluff. However, in the next second, years of experience in massacres made him realize something was wrong. His eyes suddenly focused, and he stepped back without hesitation. He looked at the Luo Lin who was stabbed by him in front of him, and looked at the smooth sword in his hand. No blood. Phaeton looked wary. I've always thought that the lack of blood is a big flaw, but it's a bit strange to see myself bleeding, so I didn't add it in. Luo Lin's voice sounded behind Phaeton. Not good. Phaeton's pupils shrank suddenly, and without hesitation he squeezed out the starfish energy from his body, wrapping it tightly around his body. Strong. At this moment, Phaeton tried his best to protect his body. In the next instant, the attack that came almost at the same time as the sound landed directly on Phaeton, and the terrifying power was released from that palm. Phaeton tried his best to persevere for even a second, but was torn to pieces by the mind energy carried in this palm, and the terrifying power fell directly on Phaeton. Boom! Phaeton flew out like a cannonball in an instant, galloping towards the bloody battlefield in the distance. In the distance, Yuvajin and Nobunaga, who had just slaughtered the group of soldiers, hadn't reacted at this time, and their faces changed when they saw that it was Fei Kuan who was blown over. Yuvajin stepped forward and blocked Phaeton. As an enhancer, Nian Qi, who was able to block the bullet unscathed, was extremely gentle at this moment, and he stepped back again and again, almost completely removing the impact force from Phaeton's body. In the distance, Luo Lin looked at this scene with two eyes. To be honest, Luo Lin was shocked by the change of Yuvajin's mind energy. Who would have thought that such a big and stupid man could soften his mind energy like this? Is Phaeton okay? Nobunaga didn't move at this time, holding a long knife directly in front of Yuvajin and Phaeton, and asked in a low voice while being alert to Luo Lin. The injury was serious. The bones on his back were all broken, and the internal organs were also broken a lot. At this time, Yuvajin no longer had the previous mania, but was calm and scary with a calm face. Nobunaga, the enemy's strength is very strong. Yuvajin put Phaeton down carefully and shouted at Nobunaga in a deep voice. It's obvious. Nobunaga responded in a low voice, with an extremely calm expression on his face, and the thoughts all over his body spurted out violently, and then tightly wrapped around his knife. And at this time, the figures of Krallo and Pakunada suddenly appeared, and then they saw the tragic scene in front of them. Certainly. For the two of them, what was tragic was not the broken limbs, but Phaeton lying on the ground with a serious injury. What happened? Paknoten's face suddenly changed. Let alone Paknoten, even Krallo was shocked at this moment. He was only delayed with Pakunada on the airship, and then Phaeton was seriously injured and fell down. Phaeton is careless. Yuvajin said in a low voice at this time. That person's nun can create fake bodies that look like real ones, but Phaeton didn't pay attention and was attacked by the other party behind him. Yuvajin told the scene he saw, although Yuvajin's words were very calm, but at this moment, the bloodshot eyes that gradually swelled fully showed his anger. Fake body, that double ability? Krallo thought about the information he got from Hisoka. Can you deceive Phaeton's fake body? Is it a materialized ability user? There is also the strength to seriously injure Phaeton. Krallo quickly analyzed Luo Lin's ability in his heart, and regretted not getting the video of Hisoka's battle for a more detailed analysis. But in his mouth, Krallo quickly issued an order. Pike, send Phaeton back. Use Shalnurk's ability to stabilize Phaeton's injury. Yes, Pakunada responded, and was about to move Phaeton forward. First of all, let Pike leave. The enemy's strength is far beyond the estimate and ensure Pike's safety. Krallo thought to himself. However, since you're here, why don't you leave so soon? Don't let others say that I'm not entertaining you well. Luo Lin chuckled, and a mind bomb condensed out of his hand and shot towards Pakunada in an instant. However, Nobunaga blocked the bullet in the middle of the road, and the blade in his hand directly passed through the middle of the bullet. The mind bomb was directly divided into two, and the mind bomb that was divided into two halves passed directly from both sides of Nobunaga and hit the outer wall of the airship and the wall on the other side. Accompanied by the violent explosion, two large holes appeared directly on the outer wall of the airship and on the wall. What a powerful force! Nobunaga's face changed slightly, and the long knife in his hand trembled slightly. Behind Nobunaga, seeing the scene, Krallo's pupils shrunk. The mind bomb that has been split in half has this power. Is it a transmuter? Then the previous false body is not a manifested creation, but a mind beast. Krallo kept thinking about Luo Lin's ability in his heart, and at the same time, he continued to give orders. Yuvajin, Nobunaga, let's go up together, move the battlefield, can't keep Pike and Phaeton in his, okay, range. Pike, wait until we're gone, and then move Phaeton. Yes! Nobunaga and Yuvajin responded simultaneously. Following the two's answers, the three of them rushed towards Luo Lin at the same time. Yuvajin is at the front, Nobunaga is a step behind Yuvajin, and Krallo is directly behind the two, blocked by the two. It seems that there is no chance to keep Phaeton on the airship. Unfortunately, the shot was a bit heavy just now, and an excellent opportunity to exit is gone. While Luo Lin narrowed his eyes and secretly regretted in his heart, he watched Yuvajin, Nobunaga, and Krallo rushing forward, but he was thinking about what strength he should use to fight. He didn't intend to use all his strength. If you try your best, you will scare these guys away. Luo Lin grinned and instantly formed a boat with the three rushing people. This is... Shalnark watched in disbelief as Pakunada jumped from the airship next to him. They just passed by. 1 minute or 50 seconds, why did he come back, and one was injured? Shalnark, use your ability to stabilize Phaeton's injury. Pakunada said quickly. Good. Shalnark was not in a hurry to ask what happened, and directly inserted an antenna in Phaeton's body, and then took out his mobile phone to operate it. Okay, although it can't be cured, but under my control, his injury will not continue to worsen. Pike, what happened over there? Shalnark said solemnly at this time. I don't know too well. Pakunada shook his head and said, when Krallo and I passed by, Phaeton was seriously injured. According to Yuvajin, Phaeton seems to have been tricked by the enemy's fake body and became like this directly after being attacked. Tricked. It's hard to imagine that Phaeton could be tricked by the enemy's fake body. Shalnark frowned at Phaeton, who lay beside him. As an interrogation enthusiast, Phaeton's understanding of the human body can definitely be said to be the strongest in their brigade. But even then Phaeton will be fooled by the enemy's false identity. A materialized Nin? Shalnark pondered in his heart, looked at the airship in the distance, and said in a deep voice, Pike 970, do you have any other orders from the captain? No. Pike shook his head and said, the leader, Yuvajin and Nobunaga just entangled that person together and asked me to bring Phaeton back first. Is that so? Shalnark nodded, feeling relieved. Since the head of the regiment has no other orders, it means that the enemy should still be within the range that can be dealt with. And Shalnark really couldn't think of what kind of opponent the three captains couldn't even beat. Kubi, can you transfuse Phaeton's blood with the copied Phaeton's blood? Shalnark turned to look at Kubi and asked. Yes, but the blood transfused into Phaeton's body can only last for 2 days at most. Before that, real blood needs to be transfused. Kuba said directly. Enough. Shalnark beamed. Although he was able to stabilize Phaeton's injury from deteriorating, Phaeton's current injury is very serious, so it is natural to deal with it early if he can. Unfortunately, Maki is not here, otherwise with Maki's ability, Phaeton's injury is nothing at all. Shalnark was emotional as he quickly dealt with Phaeton's injury. Aidf. Although unlike Maki's nun, who is treatment and is not a professional doctor, Shalnark is still able to do some emergency treatment. Of course, this is based on his ability to support Phaeton's physical injuries from deteriorating and the support of almost unlimited blood banks. Soon, Shalnark completed the basic injury treatment. At the same time, On another airship, Luo Lin and Yuvijin fought fiercely with Nobunaga and Krallo. Relying on the occasional substitute who was beaten, coupled with Luo Lin's own skill, even if he didn't get serious, Luo Lin easily fought the three of Krallo 50-50. Even, Luo Lin still had the upper hand in the road battle alone. Boom! Yuvijin punched Luo Lin's substitute, but in the next second, Luo Lin, who was behind the substitute, punched him and flew out. Damn the stand-in ability. Yuvijin cursed angrily. From just now, his attacks that hit Luo Lin were all painless tricks. The real attack fell on the stand-in almost every 10 times. In this situation, Yuvijin didn't dare to bet that what he hit was the real Luo Lin. He naturally didn't dare to use the super destructive fist, which consumes a lot of energy. Peak martial arts, an indistinguishable substitute, and such terrifying power. Is this guy a monster? Nobunaga headed Luo Lin in front of him with a knife, but in the next second, a fist blasted from behind the dissipated Luo Lin. Even if he parried it with a knife, Nobunaga could still feel his arms trembling at this moment. As for Krallo, he was not knocked into the air by Luo Lin like Nobunaga and Yuvijin. Instead, after the two of them attacked, he made up attacks from time to time, preventing Luo Lin from chasing Yuvijin and Nobunaga. Analyzing Luo Lin's abilities frantically. Indeed, the impeccable martial arts paired with the indistinguishable false body that appeared instantly, even I couldn't tell whether he was the real body at that moment, but the terrifying king of power. Krallo squinted slightly. Relying on Luo Lin's glimpse before, Krallo has already determined in his heart that Luo Lin is Transmuter's Nin. As for the fake body, it is not a materialized substitute, but Transmuter's mind beast. Transmuter's ability user, in terms of physical body and attack, is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the bounty. Krallo is very confident about this. As an enhancer's ability user, Yuvijin has honed his tyrannical body and tough spirit over the years. Krallo doesn't think there is any other type of ability user who can match or even surpass Yuvijin at this age. So, it's the ability of Nian Beast. Krallo made a judgment in his heart. His stand-in Nian Beast has been beaten from the beginning to the end, and has not carried out any counterattack. So, is the counterattack ability exchanged for the active attack ability? Krallo observed Luo Lin's actions very carefully. After the battle, Krallo confirmed this even more. In his eyes, Luo Lin is normally fighting with the three of them, but only after the substitute Nian Beast is blown up, it will explode with astonishing power, directly repelling Yuvijin and Nobunaga. Even if it wasn't for him and another person to support him, if Luo Lin pursued after being repulsed, it can be said. If they confronted Luo Lin alone, no matter who they were, they would have already lost at this time. Even die. Peak martial arts, lifelike avatars that are difficult to distinguish between real and fake, and the ability of avatars to increase their attack power after being attacked is really a perfect combination. In this way, it's understandable that Hisoka and Phaeton were almost killed by him. Krallo admired in his heart. Starting a war rashly without fully understanding the opponent's stand-in ability, one-on-one, is almost the ability to kill at first sight. And most importantly, in this set of collocations, although the ability is the most critical, it is not complicated. What is really powerful is Luo Lin himself, who has brought this ability to the fullest. At this moment, even if he was an enemy, Krallo couldn't help admiring the cooperation of this set of abilities. But Krallo looked at Luo Lin in front of him, with confidence in his eyes. It's not one-on-one right now. Did you find it? Luo Lin noticed the change in Krallo's gaze. If it is said that he really can only draw with the three of them, then it is naturally difficult to notice Krallo's fleeting look at this time. But in fact, his strength far exceeds the three of them. Even if he didn't want to wipe out Phantom Troop, he could even instantly kill the three of them. Just like Netero, there is now a gap between Lu and the Nin of Common. I found it! Luo Lin smiled a little in his heart. Now I need to think about how to end it. First of all, the hatred must be enough. Otherwise, the opponent may not come to revenge, and then my strength cannot exceed the tolerance of the opponent. But it can't be too obvious. Within the scope of Nin's strength, I have to give Krallo the confidence that I can fight back. It just so happens that Krallo is a smart person, and smart people have full confidence in the results they deduce. So, what does it mean that you discovered it? I actually let you discover it. Yuvijin, Nobunaga, speed up your attack. After the opponent's fake body appears, try to attack the opponent's fake body and real body at the same time. Krallo suddenly ordered at this time. Hearing Krallo's words, no matter whether it was Nobunaga or Yuvijin, the two immediately acted according to the order, and then began to think about Krallo's order. Attack the real body and fake body at the same time? Why did the leader give such an order? Yuvijin and Nobunaga were puzzled at the same time. After all, they weren't novices in combat. The moment they noticed Luo Lin's real body and fake body, they kept attacking in this direction. Why do they call Luo Lin's martial arts superb? Isn't it because they can't do that kind of thing together? Both recalled Krallo's order at the same time. Yuvijin, after confirming that the other party's fake body appeared. Nobunaga, try to attack the real body and fake body at the same time. The false body appears, attacking the real body and the false body at the same time. The real order of the leader is: hold the opponent's fake body. The two figured out what Krallo meant almost at the same time. I see. Is that power actually some kind of nen? After the false body is attacked, the attack power of the real body increases. Yuvijin grinned. As an enhancer, he believes in pure power, but in today's battle, he was repelled one after another by people with obviously non-enhancer abilities. He almost doubted his life. Hold on to the opponent's false body, hold off on the premise that you can't kill, let the leader finish the final blow. Nobunaga's expression froze slightly. To be honest, this order was quite difficult for him. After all, he was holding a long knife, so he could do whatever he could. It's not that he can't keep his hand, but once he keeps his hand, it is very likely that the other party will notice it. So, Yuvijin, I need to hold the opponent with all my strength. Nobunaga, I need to cooperate with Yuvijin and pretend to attack the opponent's real body with all my strength. As partners who have grown up playing together since childhood, Yuvijin and Nobunaga are almost in touch with each other, and they have formulated tactics in an instant. Die to me. Yuvijin rushed towards Luo Lin. His punches and kicks were almost half as fast as before. The cost of replacing it is that the attack is more than weaker. It seems to be the same as Krallo's order, to speed up the attack speed and wait for the opportunity to attack the real body and fake body at the same time. And Nobunaga also increased the speed of swinging the knife, but also paid the price of reduced accuracy. Die! Yuvijin yelled suddenly. His face was extremely ferocious at this time, and most of his body's energy was instantly condensed on his fist. Super Destruction Punch. This punch may not be the super destructive punch that Yuvijin went all out for, but it is definitely a punch that far surpasses any previous attack. At this moment, Luo Lin's face froze, and his figure rushed forward quickly. At the same time, Nobunaga and Krallo could clearly see the other Luo Lin retreating in the eyes. I got you. Nobunaga yelled, wrapping his long sword with thoughts and swung it directly at Luo Lin. Seeing Nobunaga rushing towards him, Luo Lin made a counterattack posture, and his mind energy gathered on his hands, ready to launch an attack. At this time, Yuvijin's fist hit Luo Lin on the other side, just. The super destruction fist, which seemed to have condensed most of the thoughts, had no attack power at all. The moment it landed on Luo Lin's fake body, the violent thoughts dissipated directly, and only a common fist landed on Luo Lin's fake body. Next to him, the face of the real Luo Lin changed suddenly. He who was about to face Nobunaga stepped back instantly and dodged directly. Sure enough, his powerful attack power is obtained by breaking the false body. Even if the false body is not broken or cancelled, his own attack power will be affected. Krallo, who saw the scene on the side, showed a smile in his heart. General. Krallo's left-handed thief's ultimate intention appeared, and a nail appeared in his right hand. He quietly appeared behind Luo Lin, who was dodging Nobunaga, and the nail in his hand was inserted into Luo Lin's body in an instant. Luo Lin's complexion changed, and then, under Krallo's confident gaze, he suddenly laughed. Do you think I only have one fake body? Luo Lin laughed, and behind him, another Luo Lin quietly retreated. 0. Seeking flowers. Look at you, boy. You have been wandering around the edge before. Either manipulator or emitter, you have been guarding against you. Luo Lin snorted coldly. There's another fake body? Krallo also showed a hint of consternation at this time. However, Krallo noticed the difference between Luo Lin and before. If it is said that Luo Lin, before the fake body was attacked, he would directly launch a strong counterattack, but this time, Luo Lin retreated. Nianqi also became extremely thin in an instant. Is the price of the second fake body losing attack power? Krallo calmed down a little because of the failure of the plan. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he looked towards Yuvejin. Sure enough, even if Yuvejin didn't blow him up, the first Luo Lin's fake body quietly disappeared at this time. At the same time, the Nianqi on Luo Lin's body also returned to its original state. No, it was even stronger than before. 0. Although it is not as strong as the instant burst every time the false body is broken, but the tyrannical aura visible to the naked eye, it is obvious that the opponent's current hard power may not be inferior to Yuvejin. Is it because this avatar has been manipulated? If manipulation is considered an attack, it should be considered a steady stream of attacks. Krallo thought to himself. Sure enough, he is a near-perfect ability user. He considered quite completely when designing the ability. Krallo once again admired in his heart. However, even knowing that manipulating Luo Lin's fake body will enhance Luo Lin's strength, Krallo has no intention of letting go. After all, controlling a false body, even if Luo Lin has a second false body, but according to his previous guess, this almost abolished most of this ability. Attack now. Krallo gave the order without hesitation. The moment they heard Krallo's order, Yuvejin and Nobunaga chose to attack without hesitation. As for Luo Lin, I challenged him directly, perfectly displaying his terrifying power that is not inferior to Yuvejin at this time, and combining his own martial arts. 1 against 2 at a time is not at all a disadvantage. But, in his heart, Luo Lin was praising Krallo next to him. It can be said that Krallo has almost seen through his ability to think out for himself and express it deliberately. This kind of thinking ability and intelligence is indeed terrifying. To be honest, Lu hesitated to leave Krallo here. After all, he wasn't sure, with Krallo's intelligence, would he see something and choose to give up regardless of hatred. After all, from the original book, we can see Krallo's kind of rationality. Everything is the brigade group is the opponent's course of action. That's it, let's fight. Yuvejin laughed crazily. Without that annoying fake god ability, even if Luo Lin was visibly stronger at this time, Yuvejin, as an enhancer, didn't care. The tyrannical thought energy covered the fist, and the whole person laughed wildly and launched attacks towards Luo Lin non-stop. With that berserk posture, at this moment even Luo Lin had no choice but to avoid his sharp edge and switch from offense to defense, constantly blocking it. And at this moment, the figure of Nobunaga appeared next to Luo Lin in an instant. His face was cold, and the long knife in his hand suddenly pulled out a sliver of light, and the blade was directly thinking of Luo Lin's neck. As for Krallo, who was wandering around, holding the thief's ultimate intent in one hand, Song was holding a strange blade of Earth 50 in his hand, rushing over to wait for an opportunity. Bian's knife. This is a knife made by a murderer in the hunter world more than 100 years ago. Perhaps it is because the murderer really put all his efforts into forging this knife, or that person is also a nen. Therefore, Bian's knives usually have a very strong mind energy residue, and the blade is extremely sharp. Even the nin's body that cannot be pierced by bullets can easily cut through it. And Krallo's Bian's knife is also highly poisonous. Even if a whale is contaminated with 0.1 milligrams, it will be immobile. Apparently, Krallo was preparing for Luo Lin to use his false body to escape again. Only, facing the triple attack of Yuvejin and Nobunaga, Luo Lin has no intention of running away at this time. Nan's demonstration has almost been carried out before, so the next step is naturally the real hard power. Luo Lin's eyes were calm, looking at Yuvejin, who was laughing wildly in front of him, and Nobunaga's blade beside him. The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred, fist and feet disappeared from the sight of the two of them in an instant. In the next moment, the fist wrapped in strong mind energy landed on Yuvejin's cheek, and the toe, also wrapped in strong mind energy, directly touched Nobunaga's chest. At the same time, a fake body was suddenly hit by Krallo and disappeared, while Luo Lin took a few steps forward, manipulating the mind energy on his body to disappear instantly, and then turned around suddenly and punched directly at the moment the fake body disappeared. On Krallo. For a moment, Krallo, Yuvejin, and Nobunaga were blasted out at the same time, hitting the wall of the airship heavily. However, the three of them are also true nin masters, and they regain their balance in an instant, looking at Luo Lin in the middle with great vigilance. That was just now. Yuvajin stroked the wound on his cheek with disbelief on his face. At that moment just now, he didn't even have time to defend. Even if he hadn't reacted in time, withdrew a lot of attacking thoughts and used super strength to protect his face. Even if he didn't die at this time, he would definitely not feel good. On the other two sides, Nobunaga and Crawlo were equally shocked. That guy's attack speed is faster than my swing speed. How is this possible? Nobunaga's face was full of disbelief. Although his Nianqi is more about increasing the sharpness of the blade, the speed of that knife is definitely his fastest, but he was kicked out by someone who came first. This makes it easy for Nobunaga to accept. It's amazing. Crawlo looked at Luo Lin with serious eyes at this time. He sprayed out the energy in the opposite direction of the attack, speeding up the attack speed, and the most amazing thing is that this operation, he actually almost simultaneously it was done 3 times. If the opponent uses this trick before Nian Beast is manipulated by me. Crawlo licked the corner of his mouth, feeling a little scared in his heart, and glanced at the fake Luo Lin who was manipulated by him in the distance and left. At the moment of manipulation, he realized that the false god had no combat ability at all, so in order to prevent Luo Lin from actively destroying the fake body, he manipulated the thing away from the battlefield. Now it seems that his prudence really saved one of them. Cut. Looking at the 3 people who were only slightly injured, Luo Lin seemed to be dissatisfied at this moment, calmed down the thoughts in his body, and began to turn his eyes on the 3 people. In the next moment, Luo Lin suddenly opened his hands and fired cold bullets from all over his body directly in the direction of the 3 of them to attack. In an instant, the dense Nian Dan was like a rain curtain covering the 3 of them. Faced with Luo Lin's attack at this time, the 3 of them all became serious. They had seen the power of Luo Lin's recited bullets before. After the 3 of them tried their best to maintain the strength, they found that the power of the bullets covering them was not strong, and the bullets that looked very bluffing were not even as good as the bullets of common guns. In an instant, the 3 of them sensed that something was wrong at the same time and quickly looked at Luo Lin, only to see that a large amount of thought energy spewed out from behind Luo Lin at this time, causing his speed to soar to an extremely fast speed, heading towards the distant place. Luo Lin pretended to fly away. Not good. The faces of the 3 of them all changed, and Yuvajin and Nobunaga immediately wanted to rush towards Luo Lin regardless of the dense attack of telekinesis. Crawlo's face also changed, and he quickly flipped the Thief 5.7 Thief's ultimate intention. In the next moment, a stone at Crawlo's feet disappeared, and Luo Lin's fake body in the distance appeared directly next to Crawlo. Seeing his fake body disappear in the distance, Luo Lin also stopped at this moment, pretending to look ugly and turned to look at the 3 of them. But at this time, Crawlo's owner's expression was also not good. It never occurred to them that the different bullets that hit them before were only the few at the front. When they were in a hurry to chase Luo Lin, the really powerful bullets directly hit them who were defenseless. If Nin hadn't reacted in time to complete the conversion of Nin's offensive and defensive protection and quickly escaped, he might have been beaten into a honeycomb by this time. Captain! Captain! In the splashing smoke, Yuvajin and Nobunaga looked at Crawlo inside worriedly, but they had to be on guard against Luo Lin at this time, so they couldn't go to check. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Crawlo's figure appeared. At this time, Crawlo was holding a transparent shoulder card similar to the police explosion-proof degree in front of him. However, although there is shield protection, it can be clearly seen that Crawlo still has many wounds on his body at this time, and even many wounds look very serious, which is completely 2 extremes with Yuvajin and Nobunaga, who only have minor injuries. This is not to say that Crawlo is not as strong as his 2 members and cannot be dodged, but that he cannot be dodged. When he realized that the bullet barrage was mixed with powerful bullet attacks, Crawlo secretly thought something was wrong. Because just now, he moved Luo Lin's fake body manipulated by him to his side. And judging from his feeling of manipulating Luo Lin's fake body, one shot of that kind of powerful mind bomb is enough to tear it to pieces. In this case, Crawlo naturally dare not avoid it. That's why he chose to use the defensive Nen to fight hard, and his Nen Rogue's G will take time to replace other abilities. Even if he was a little slower, it would not be such a minor injury. This guy really belongs to Transmuter. The attack power of the bullet is much stronger than when it collided with Yuvijin. 0.8-inch. Although Krallo was seriously injured, his heart became calmer. He has to be calm at this time. It is the real end. Although I've been emotional many times, this guy is really strong. Whether it's skill, ability, or fighting wisdom, and this guy's compatibility with me is really bad. Krallo kept thinking. As a means of stealing other people's Nin with thief intent, only Krallo knows how many kinds of Nin he has. Therefore, Krallo's fighting style is more similar to preparing in advance and using various Nin stolen for combination and matching. With a variety of Nun, from this weave a flower called victory. But Luo Lin showed him another path to reach the pinnacle at this time, a simple substitute Nian beast, with the ultimate martial arts, simple but extremely powerful. This made it difficult for Krallo to use many of his abilities, and it was also difficult to accurately hit Luo Lin when used. That's why Krallo felt that the compatibility between the two was extremely bad. Seeing Krallo, who raised his shield to defend at this time, Yuvijin and Nobunaga beside him were relieved. Although it looked like there were some injuries, it was obviously not a serious fatal injury, so the two of them turned their attention back to Luo Lin. Only, at this time, Luo Lin glanced at a few people, turned around and ran directly into the distance, with his hands behind his back and the countless bullets in his palms directly covered the entire passageway and bombarded them. This scene directly stunned the three of them. But then all three of them reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. They didn't think that Luo Lin, who had suffered a small loss, but had always had the upper hand, would jump away at this time. So, damn, he's targeting Pike them. Yuvijin's face was full of anger. His body's thought energy suddenly rose, and the thick thought energy enveloped his whole body, directly forming a layer of strong strength, carrying the dense number of thought bombs and chasing Luo Lin. And Nobunaga was also anxious at this time, waving the long knife in his hand and following Yuvijin's side, helping Yuvijin cut off a lot of bullets. As for Krallo, even the moment Luo Lin turned around, he understood Luo Lin's thoughts and quickly flipped the thief's ultimate intention in his hand. In the next second, Krallo's figure disappeared instantly, replaced by Paknoten with a confused face. This is... Pakunada stared blankly at the messy battlefield suddenly transformed into before him, but then he reacted. Although he is not a combat-type Nin, Paknoten's combat quality is also not weak. Looking at the scene covered in smoke and dust in the distance, with countless mind bombs attacking, Paknoten instantly understood that he was transferred here by Krallo. As a Nen person who can develop the ability to read memory, although most of it is the credit of the trait system, if Paknoten himself does not have a keen insight into other people's minds, he will not be able to develop this ability. Paknoten naturally didn't think that Krallo transferred her to let her block the knife, so... Paknoten glanced at Luo Lin, who was standing still beside him, and Yuvijin and Nobunaga, who were obviously chasing the enemy in the distance. Without the slightest hesitation, Paknoten directly pulled Luo Lin to hide in the passage beside him, avoiding the attack of the dense bombs. Is the enemy going to attack our airship? Hiding in the passage, Paknoten could not stop guessing as he listened to the sound of the battle going further and further away, and hesitated whether to follow. However, after seeing Luo Lin beside him gradually fade and disappear, Paknoten's face changed slightly, and he no longer hesitated. Of course, as a non-combat ability user, Paknoten naturally didn't dare to chase from the direction where the bombs were whistling, but quickly rushed from the other direction of the airship. Although he didn't know what happened to the disappeared Luo Lin, there was no doubt that Krallo's transfer of her here meant that something was very important. It may even be the key to deciding the situation of the battle. Paknoten firmly grasped the silver-white pistol in his hand and turned the memory of the scene just now into the gun barrel. Catch up. Luo Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Through the stand-in's perspective, he can clearly see the disappearance of Krallo and the appearance of Paknoten. As the target he was going to kill to pull the hatred, he naturally wouldn't let Paknoten stay here easily, so Luo Lin cancelled the substitute very quickly. As his stand-in specially used to withstand Nin's attacks for himself, of course it will not be really controlled by some emitter ability to escape from his control. As for the reason, at a distance of nearly 50 meters, the stand-in disappears automatically, which is quite reasonable. The corners of Luo Lin's mouth curled up slightly, and after releasing countless bullets with his hands behind his back, he jumped into the air towards the airship in the distance. From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, Luo Lin could even see Krallo on the airship rushing towards the direction where he landed, trying to stop him. Array. Too slow. Under Krallo's watchful eyes, Luo Lin's thoughts gushed out from behind, and he rushed towards the airship quickly. With a burst of speed, Luo Lin rushed directly into the airship at a speed that Krallo couldn't stop, and then the dense bullets in his hands went straight to 410 and shot towards Shalnurk, Kubi, and the seriously injured Phaeton who were about to evacuate not far away. Asshole. In the airship behind Luo Lin, Yuvajin and Nobunaga, who saw the scene, were furious at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, they jumped directly towards Luo Lin and rushed over. Full of anger, Yuvajin and Nobunaga directly bombarded behind Luo Lin with all their strength. And at this moment, suddenly, 2 gunshots sounded from behind the two, and at the same time bullets whizzed towards the back of their heads. Under normal circumstances, the 2 people who were aware of this would either gather their energy to resist or avoid it, but the familiar and no longer familiar sound of the gun made the 2 of them receive the gun without dodging or avoiding it. The moment when the bullet hit the 2 people disappeared, and it turned into a memory picture and appeared in the minds of the 2. That's another picture of Luo Lin disappearing. Yuvajin and Nobunaga were both taken aback at the same time, looking at Luo Lin in front of him who seemed completely defenseless. Their hearts tightened. Oops, used it. This thought flashed through the minds of both of them at the same time, but it was already too late. The attack speed of the 2 of them was extremely fast when they were angry, and it would also take time to receive Paknoten's memory image. At this point in time, their attack had already landed on Luo Lin. In the next moment, Luo Lin's figure exploded, and another Luo Lin quietly appeared on the side. At the same time, a strong mind burst out from Luo Lin's body and then gathered on his hands. One left and one right, Luo Lin's 2 hands gathered energy, and in the next second, he fired a bullet. No. It should be said that the energy cannon directly bombarded and exploded in the direction of Paknoten and Shalnurk and Kuba, who were fleeing on the other side. Asshole. The faces of Yuvajin and Nobunaga changed at the same time, and they directly blocked the Nianchi cannon fired at Paknoten. Having seen the power of Luo Lin's mind bomb, they don't think that the obviously more terrifying mind gas cannon can be blocked by Paknoten. Next second, Yuvajin and Nobunaga were directly bombarded by the Nianchi cannon and flew straight back towards the airship they jumped from. A violent explosion sounded, and most of the passenger compartment below the airship was directly blown away, and at the same time the airship was blown away by the air waves from the explosion. The 2 airships that were close to each other moved away directly. On the other side, the Nianchi cannon blasting at Shalnurk, Kuba, and others was directly blocked by Krallo, who also stepped in horizontally. It was still the same shield as the police explosion-proof shield, and Nin didn't know what the rules were, but that shield directly blocked Luo Lin's Nianchi cannon. Krallo stood in front of his 3 regiment members and stopped the mighty light cannon abruptly, as if the rocks in the stream split the incoming air conditioning cannon into 2 pieces and passed by his side. This sudden scene directly stunned Shalnurk and Kuba, who hadn't figured out the situation yet. But even though they didn't know the situation, they understood the current situation when they saw Krallo's injuries and pale face. Put me down. Suddenly, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Several people were stunned at the same time, looking towards the source of the sound, only to see Phaeton, who was lying on Shalnurk's back, woke up at some point. However, the few people present were not too happy. After all, Phaeton is still seriously injured. Even if he wakes up, the situation in front of him will not change in any way. Leader. Phaeton looked directly at Krallo at this time. It's about the same level. Luo Lin looked at Krallo's group covered by his attack, and thought that the power of the Nianchi cannon he used was almost enough, so he stopped attacking. And when Luo Lin stopped attacking, the smoke dispersed, and there were only 2 figures left in front of Luo Lin. They're Shalnurk and the seriously injured Phaeton. Luo Lin was slightly taken aback. What about Krallo and that Kuba man? Luo Lin turned slightly sideways and looked towards the direction of the airship behind him. At this time, the figures of Krallo and Kubi were hanging in the air while holding a rope, and the other end of the rope was caught by Yuvijin and others on the airship. Hand. Are you running so decisively? Luo Lin thought of Krallo's teleportation ability before, and he was a little dazed. Although he knew that the Phantom Troop group was very rational, you are too sensible. In case he loses energy here, try to defeat him. Luo Lin sighed. He still used a little too much force. But since they ran away with Kubi, the purpose of keeping these two people should be. Luo Lin looked at Shalnurk and Phaeton. Seconds ago. Captain, the enemy is very strong. Let me use my ability. Phaeton said weakly at this time. Although he has been in a coma until now, just looking at Krallo's current appearance, Phaeton can think about what happened just now. And, as someone who was instantly killed, he had indeed clearly experienced Luo Lin's strength. Captain, you should have the ability to take everyone away. Phaeton said weakly, with my current injury, using my ability will condense an unprecedentedly powerful attack. You take the others away. Hearing what Phaeton said, Shalnurk and Kuba all looked solemn. Phaeton's nen is called Unforgivable Sin, burned by the scorching sun, so he created a large fireball with extremely high temperature. The attack range is extremely wide, and this move is determined according to the injuries Fei Cohen himself has received. The World of Power. And using this move with Phaeton's injuries at this time, its power is absolutely terrifying. One person. Krallo spoke at this time and said with an extremely calm face, my ability, besides me, can only teleport away with one person at most, and after teleporting away, it may be difficult to teleport back. After Krallo finished speaking, the others were all taken aback. Besides Krallo, there were 3 other people present, among whom Phaeton had decided to stay. That is to say, there was one more person who wanted to stay together. And the ending. Destined to be burned to ashes by Phaeton's nun. I'll stay. At this time Shalnurk stood up and said with a smile, Kubi's ability is very rare, and mine is easy to find a replacement. It just so happens that I can also pester that guy if I stay, so that he cannot escape. Hearing what Shalnurk said at this time, the others didn't have the slightest opinion, and it's not a female TV drama, where life and death are at the same time rushing to die. For them who have long been out of the life and death system, this kind of thing doesn't matter at all. You'd better not underestimate me. The figure of Shalnurk suddenly appeared beside Luo Lin, and an antenna in his hand was inserted directly towards Luo Lin. Only, how could such a blatant attack have any effect? Luo Lin easily dodged, obtained Zhao, and knocked Shalnurk away. However, Shalnurk, who was flying in midair, had a smile on his face at this time. He didn't expect to succeed in the sneak attack. Shalnurk doesn't think his skills can compare to Krallo or any of Sorkin and Nobunaga. So, his purpose was to block Luo Lin's escape route. Standing in front of the huge gap between Luo Lin and the airship, Shalnurk smiled and looked at Phaeton on the other side, and inserted the antenna in his hand into his body. Automatic control mode target, entangle the enemy. Shalnurk's ability activates. At this moment, Shalnurk himself couldn't control his body and thoughts were fully exploited, and he was completely manipulated and dominated by his own nen. The next moment, Shalnurk rushed towards Luo Lin without fear. As expected, Luo Lin looked at Shalnurk in front of him, and Phaeton, who was lying on the ground behind him and secretly gathering nen, shook his head slightly. It was still too much force. He also didn't expect that Krallo would escape so decisively and lead people away, leaving Shalnurk and Phaeton behind. Do you want to catch up? Luo Lin glanced at another airship that was already far away and thought about it. If he wants to chase, he can still catch up, but forget it, I used too much force in the first place. If I chase after him, I will really scare people away. Luo Lin shook his head slightly. I don't know if killing one Shalnurk and Phaeton's hatred is enough. Luo Lin was distressed, ignored the Shalnurk who was rushing towards him, turned around and walked towards Phaeton. Chi. At this time, Shalnurk appeared behind Luo Lin under the control of his own nen. Under the control of nen, Shalnurk's explosive strength at this time far exceeded his own limit. Only, there was no one here anymore, so Luo Lin naturally didn't intend to pretend anymore. In an instant, Luo Lin's arm flickered, and he continued to walk towards Phaeton. But at this time, Shalnark, who had just rushed behind Luo Lin, saw nothing above his neck, and his headless body fell down directly. 143 instant kill. What's more, the one who killed instantly was Shalnark, who burst out with power far beyond the limit in the state of automatic control. At this scene, Phaeton, who was not far away, stared wide-eyed. You. Phaeton stared at Luo Lin with wide eyes, full of disbelief. But there is only one point. Phaeton is already very clear when he is dying. That is, if he can't leave the person in front of him here today, the brigade will be in danger. Oh, die, I'll give it to you. Phaeton roared wildly inside and activated his ability. This time, Phaeton didn't even materialize the fireproof suit used to prevent himself from being burned, and used all his thoughts and his own life to activate his nun burned by the scorching sun. A big orange-red sun-like fireball appeared above Phaeton out of thin air, the blazing flames danced, and the terrifying temperature filled the surroundings instantly with the firelight. The first person to be burned was Phaeton himself directly below. In an instant, the flames blazed on Phaeton's body, but Phaeton didn't move at this moment, just staring at Luo Lin's direction. What a strong resentment. Luo Lin frowned, looking at Phaeton at this time. He has no doubt that once Phaeton dies at this time, he will definitely give birth to after-death thoughts, and then strengthen the opponent's ability to a terrifying level. Luo Lin tapped his fingertips, and a bullet pierced Phaeton's head in an instant. The next moment, Black's thought energy, no, it should be resentment, rose from Phaeton's body and merged into that orange fireball. In the next moment, the flame exploded. Using Black's lingering resentment as fuel, the orange-red flame was ignited and turned into pure white, as if it wanted to burn everything in this world. And Luo Lin turned around and left at full speed without hesitation the moment Nian popped his hand. Sensing the temperature change behind him, Luo Lin leaped calmly and jumped off the airship directly. The next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded. The airship that was more than 100 meters long was completely burned by the flames of the explosion, and a huge fireball like a second sun hung above the sky. The violent blast wave knocked Luo Lin into the air, but Luo Lin would not be injured by the shock wave if he had been prepared. Slightly turned sideways, Luo Lin stared at the fireball above his head that looked like a second sun. It's really a terrifying posthumous reading. I really don't know if I don't take action, the other party will be killed by my own burning, and the posthumous prison born with the oath and restriction of giving up life will be terrifying. Luo Lin was secretly startled. That's right, this is the reason why he didn't hesitate to kill Phaeton even after birth and death. Nin. This is the ability to go against your will. If you have a firm enough mind, resentment, and talent at the last moment of your life, you can give up all the abilities you can get in a sacrifice-like way, which is much more terrifying than simply thinking about it after death. At the same time, above the sky, on the half-destroyed but flying airship, everyone in Phantom Troop also clearly saw the violent explosion in the distance. Seeing that far surpassed Phaeton's previous, burning by the scorching sun, everyone instantly understood something. Phaeton Nobunaga clenched his teeth, looked at the figure that jumped out of the airship before the explosion with a ferocious expression, clenched the long knife in his hand, and Nobunaga walked forward. Nobunaga, what are you going to do? Krallo's voice sounded, grabbing Kuba. Krallo climbed up from under the airship and said calmly. Seeing Kuba next to Krallo, they instantly understood what happened, and their expressions became more gloomy every day. To kill that bastard, of course. The one who answered Krallo was Yuvajin, whose face was completely covered with anger at this time. It was an unforgivable mistake for Yuvajin, who considered himself a Phantom Troop, to die in front of his eyes. In the brigade's regulations, is there a clause to avenge your companions? Krallo said directly at this time. Then kill him too. Nobunaga roared directly, clenching the long knife in his hand. However, after seeing Krallo's calm and terrifying face, both Nobunaga and Yuvajin calmed down instantly. Calm down, Krallo said directly. Captain, Nobunaga said unwillingly. The rules of the brigade will not avenge your companions, but the thieves will not let go of the treasure they are targeting, Krallo said in a low voice. Hearing Krallo's words, Nobunaga and Yuvajin all looked happy. Commander, give the order, Yuvajin shouted directly. First of all members assemble. Krallo looked calm, looking down at the small black dot that was gradually moving away and disappearing below. Floating at an altitude of 3,000 meters, Luo Lin didn't panic at all. It even feels like a nice view. Perhaps for common people and even some common nin, falling from a height of 3,000 meters without tools is a dangerous thing. But for the vast majority of first-rate nun practitioners, this is no longer a problem. Most of them have means to save their lives. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the ability of the old man of Zoldik's family, otherwise he can imitate something and fly away. Luo Lin slowly fell, with a little regret in his eyes. After being promoted to the 3rd level, Luo Lin discovered that his already good aptitude has soared again. Now he can also imitate the abilities he has seen before like Jin. However, it is limited to the 3 types of enhancement, release, and conjurer. Other emitters, manipulators, and trait-based abilities are not within the scope of imitation due to rules. The previous fight with Phantom Troop was also the same. The Mind Bomb and Mind Gas Cannon used by Luo Lin are simple transmuter tricks that Luo Lin studied based on memory. Using the transmuter Nian Chi Jet to slow down the falling speed, it didn't take long for Luo Lin to land in the sea of trees below. He looked at his mobile phone. Well, there is still a signal, so he is not afraid of not being able to find nearby cities. That's right. Just as he was about to find his mobile phone for navigation, Luo Lin suddenly thought of something and rummaged through his address book. Soon Luo Lin found a phone and called back. "It's a surprise that you would take the initiative to contact me." Hisoka's smiling voice came out. Luo Lin didn't procrastinate and said directly, "Phantom Troop came to look for me." "Hisoka, is Crawlo dead?" Hisoka asked directly. "No, I'll kill them both," Luo Lin said. "Only killed 2? Hisoka was obviously very surprised. Although it was only a real fight, Hisoka was very aware of Luo Lin's strength, especially after several months. For a genius who surpassed him from common in only 1 month, even Hisoka can hardly imagine how strong Luo Lin is now after a few months. They only came with 7 people, Luo Lin said casually. "Are you trying to catch them all?" Hisoka paused for a moment before he understood what Luo Lin was thinking. "That's right." Luo Lin didn't hide his thoughts and said directly, "I need Phantom Troop's movements." "Okay," Hisoka said bluntly, "but Crawlo will be handed over to me." "No problem, but if I find signs and abilities of him escaping during the battle with you, don't blame me for stealing your prey," Luo Lin said softly. "Okay." Hisoka won the fight. Is there anything else? "Well, yes." Luo Lin thought for a moment and said directly. "Huh." Hisoka obviously didn't think that Luo Lin really had other things because he was just being polite. "Lend me some money. I bought the tickets to the Sky Arena with my last money, but I was attacked by the brigade, and I have no money to make an airship," Luo Lin said confidently. He selectively ignored the gold jewelry he kept in the storage space. Those are spare supplies, of course they can't be taken casually." Even Hisoka didn't expect that what Luo Lin said was borrowing money, so he was stunned for a while before saying, "Give me the account." Luo Lin hung up the phone, sent his account, and then turned on the navigation to check his location. Luo Lin hasn't found a good route yet, and the transfer reminder will arrive in 1 day. The account of Jifu Bao is 100 million yuan. Suddenly I feel that Hisoka is a good person, and we can have more cooperation like this in the future. 0. Seeking flowers. In the Sky Arena, Hisoka finished the transfer, looked at his account balance, and fell into deep thought. He seemed to be making some money again. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Sensing the breath outside the door, Hisoka twitched his mouth slightly, got up and opened the door. "You took the initiative to come to me because you are going to agree to my invitation to have dinner." Hisoka looked at the petite figure in front of him with a smile. "Leader Commander, we have a mission to assemble right away." Maki gave Hisoka a cold look. For some reason, Maki hated Hisoka's smiling face today even more than usual. 0. Task. Hisoka looked interested. "Didn't they gather in Ukexin City in September?" "I asked so many what to do. The order of the group leader is to gather immediately, pack up, and follow me," Maki said directly. In fact, she wanted Hisoka to go with him right away, but at this moment, bath lover so, looked like he had just come out of the bath, and he was still wearing a bathrobe. "Immediately, I seem to be in a hurry," Hisoka said meaningfully, and then without hesitation, Maki took off his bathrobe and walked to the side to start changing. "Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside." Maki frowned and turned around. No matter how powerful she is still a girl, after all. It is hard to like the way of perverts like Hisoka. At the same time, she doesn't struggle with the disgust she felt before. It's obvious that Hisoka has perverted a lot, and it's not surprising that she hates it even more. Watching Maki leave, the smile on Hisoka's face became brighter at this moment. Thinking of the conversation with Luo Lin earlier, Hisoka's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Hey, it came faster than expected. It seems that Green has put in a lot of effort. A nearly abandoned area on the outskirts of the city. On the way. It's really rare that the head of the group actually summoned us in advance. Finks said to the people around him with great interest. Well, we agreed to gather on September 1st, but we were called 2 months in advance. This is the first time, Franklin said in a deep voice. There must be a temporary mission, Shizuka said calmly as he walked beside Franklin. It should be. 2 days ago, the team leader called to ask me where I was. Finks said casually. Me too. Franklin nodded at Shizuku and said, Shizuka should be questioned too. Is there? Shizuku tilted his head. When I didn't ask. Franklin gave in for a moment. It's been so long since I saw him, he almost forgot Shizuku's memory. For 110, the assembly point is just ahead. Finks said, looking at an abandoned factory building ahead, and quickened his pace. Franklin and Shizuku also accelerated their pace and walked towards the abandoned factory building. In the abandoned factory building, most of the members of Phantom Troop have already arrived. Hey everyone, long time no see, we're not late, right? Finks greeted his companion with a smile. Glance around. Is Pheaton's guy here yet? He keeps saying he's fast, but he's late this time. Finks teased. Hearing Finks teasing, none of the people present smiled. Everyone is here, let's talk about this task. Krallo looked at his team members and said. All here. Franklin's expression changed slightly. And Finks couldn't help being taken aback, seeing the figure of his companion in the factory building. Krallo, Pak Noda, Kuba, Yuvajin, Nobunaga, Maki, Hisoka, Flak Lev. Counting the 3 of them who just arrived, there are only 11 people. Shalnark and Pheaton haven't yet. Finks was halfway through speaking and suddenly realized his face suddenly became difficult. Captain. Finks looked at Krallo with an ugly face. Krallo ignored Finks, but said calmly, the mission this time is to snatch a treasure called the No Man's Stone. Leader. Finks stepped forward with an ugly face. What does it mean that the leader is here? Where are Pheaton and Shalnark? They're dead, Krallo said, watching Finks calmly. Died? Although he had already guessed something just now, Finks couldn't believe it when he heard Krallo say that. Not to mention that Finks couldn't believe it, Franklin, Maki, and other brigade members couldn't believe it. Only Yuvajin, Nobunaga, Kuba, and others didn't say a word and were silent on the sidelines. The treasure called the Nobody's Stone is currently in the hands of a Luo Lin's professional hunter. This time, the task is to snatch the Nobody's Stone from him. Krallo continued at this time. Captain, how did they die? Finks asked in a low voice, completely ignoring Krallo's words. Krallo stopped, looked up at Finks and said in a deep voice, You want revenge? Of course. Finks nodded. That's all for Shalnark. Pheaton is a friend he grew up with from Meteor Street. Then listen carefully to my mission. Krallo said directly. Group. Finks wanted to say something else. Finks, listen to the captain. Franklin shouted directly. Finks paused, then backed away with an expression of unwillingness and let Krallo continue talking about the task. Luo Lin, a professional hunter, transmuter nin, has the same ability as the nin beast fake. The 9 beast fake has no attack ability. After the blow dissipates, my nin strength will instantly increase by a large amount. The weakness is that after being controlled by the emitter, it will not be able to dissipate on its own initiative. However, during the period when the nin beast's fake body is being manipulated, the strength of its own nin will continue to increase, but it is not as strong as the nin beast's fake body being broken down. Attention, under the strengthening of the first nin beast's fake body being manipulated, nin's strength is comparable to that of Yuvajin, and the transmuter's bullets even exceed the attack strength of Franklin's 2-handed machine gun. Under the strengthening of the first nin beast's fake body being defeated, its strength exceeds that of Yuvajin, and it can use a powerful psychic cannon. It is suspected that the Nen beast will dissipate on its own if it is more than 50 meters away from the main body, but this dissipation should not be able to increase the strength of the opponent's Nen. Having a second Nen beast fake body, this Nen beast fake body will not increase your Nen's strength after being broken, and when using the second Nen beast fake body, the opponent's Nen's strength will drop a lot. A master of martial arts, his martial arts are almost at the peak. He is very good at fighting under the cover of the Nen beast's fake body. Before he can control the Nen beast's fake body, it is almost impossible to attack him himself. Nun's manipulating skills are extremely strong, and he can almost instantly complete several offensive and defensive power conversions, and he can use the transmuter method to accelerate his attacks, and he can complete several unstoppable powerful attacks in an instant at a speed that surpasses Nobunaga's swinging a knife. The opponent is a Nen player with a nearly perfect combat system. One-on-one is almost invincible, and he is very good at saving his life. It is extremely difficult to sneak attack. At least 3 people need to be restrained from the front, and then they can be attacked by other people to have a chance to win. Krallo said all the information he had observed during the battle in one breath. After listening to the long list, Krallo said, everyone present except those who witnessed the battle that day was stunned. This was the first time they had seen their team leader make such an evaluation of a non-person, and he was still so cautious. But for Yuvijin and the 4.6 leader who personally participated in it one day, it is not surprising at all. They even felt that the information Krallo heard from Luo Lin was far less oppressive than what they felt personally. Leader, you said that the opponent's Nen is stronger than Yuvijin, the power of the bullet is stronger than mine, and the attack speed is faster than Nobunaga. How did these information come out? Franklin looked at Krallo at this moment and asked in a deep voice. I saw it with my own eyes. Krallo replied without hesitation. I saw it with my own eyes, that is to say, you have fought against each other, Shalnurk and Phaeton. Franklin said. Shalnurk desperately entangled the opponent. Phaeton used his ability when he was on the verge of death, but the opponent escaped from the attack range in the end. Krallo looked at Franklin and said truthfully. Then where were you at that time? Fink stepped forward at this point. His tone at this time couldn't tell whether he was asking or questioning. Thinks I'll be there one day, so I can't blame the captain for this. Nobunaga stepped forward at this time and said in a deep voice. I was there too, Yuvijin said in a deep voice. You. Finks was stunned, looking at Nobunaga and Yuvijin with disbelief in his eyes. That is to say, in the presence of the group leader, Yuvijin and Nobunaga, did Phaeton and Shalnurk all die at the hands of that Luo Lin? Maki frowned at this time. Yeah. Nobunaga nodded. His face was very embarrassed. But Yuvijin didn't say a word, clenched his fists, his face was full of shame, as the death squad of the brigade, letting other members die in front of them. This is definitely the greatest shame for them. You. Finks was shocked. He didn't understand why Phaeton and Shalnurk would die when Yuvijin, Nobunaga, and Krallo were all present. Especially according to Krallo's words, it is Shalnurk who pesters the enemy and makes Phaeton use the ability. Finks, don't blame them. The situation in 08 was very complicated at that time. Parker Nuakuen stepped forward and said in a low voice. The battlefield is on a flying ship at an altitude of several thousand meters. The battlefield is divided. Nobunaga, Yuvijin, and I are on another flying ship that is out of control. The distance is more than 100 meters, and there is no support at all. Pike, are you here? Franklin asked in surprise. And me. Kuba also said at this time. In the end, Shalnurk gave me the chance to escape, and left the one who chose to entangle the enemy. Hearing Kuba say this, Finks and Franklin are not surprised. They are very clear about Shalnurk's character. Moreover, from the perspective of the cherishment of ability, the irreplaceability of Kubi is obviously higher. Pike, since you're here, can you let us see what's going on? Maki suddenly stepped forward and said. Yes, but I'm not on the battlefield, so I don't see much. Paknoten nodded, and the silver revolver in his hand appeared out of thin air. A total of 6 bullets, just right, one for each of you. Krallo and the others knew more than Paknoten at the scene, so naturally they didn't need this bullet. Therefore, the only ones who need to receive memories are Finks, Franklin, Shizuku, Maki, Lev, and Hisoka. Come on, Finks said without hesitation. The other 5 people did not refuse either, including Hisoka. they all chose to accept Pak Noten's memory bomb. But, as Pak Noten said, she doesn't know much. In the shot of the memory bomb, only she and Krallo appeared. Phaeton was seriously injured. She took Phaeton back for treatment, and then switched places with Krallo not long after, and Luo Lin's false body dissipated. She rushed to remind Yuvajin Nobunaga. Also, at the end Krallo flees with Kuba, and together they watch another airship explode as it is engulfed by the blazing white fireball ignited by Phaeton's grudge. So memories emerged one by one in everyone's minds. All 6 were silent. Pak Noten's memory is not deceiving, and from Pak Noten's memory, it can be seen that the sacrifices of Shalnurk and Phaeton really cannot be blamed on other people. If you insist on blaming it, you can also blame Krallo for taking people forward before investigating the strength of the enemy clearly. But the words, no one can say it. After all, with the matter in front of them, it was hard for them to believe that the enemy would be so strong, let alone before the matter happened. And Krallo is already very cautious. If Krallo himself, Yuvajin, Nobunaga, Phaeton, and even Shalnurk are added, this is already more than half of the brigade's combat power. In this situation, Phaeton and Shalnurk's sacrifices can only be blamed on themselves, especially Phaeton himself, who was severely injured without knowing the enemy's capabilities. Losing a combat force at the beginning is also a major reason for this failure. But when everyone was sad, behind them, Hisoka was secretly startled. Through the memory bomb, Hisoka also saw the battle in Pak Noten's eyes. Although it could be seen that the battle was fierce, but as someone who knew some inside information, he could tell that from the beginning to the end, Luo Lin did not use his real strength. Is it possible to achieve this level while hiding most of the strength? Then Luo Lin's strength. Hisoka couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Unlike the small apples I found in the past, I need to wait patiently for the other to grow, pick and taste when they are ripe. The little apple he found this time seemed to have grown into a towering tree without him noticing, a towering tree that required him to grow and mature with all his might, and spend his entire life climbing and tasting it. It's just so wonderful. Hisoka licked the corner of his mouth, and his eyes couldn't stop showing yearning. At this moment, Finks, who had read all the memories, couldn't think of anything else, suddenly raised his head and looked at Krallo. "Leader, give the order," Finks said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the others also looked at Krallo. Krallo glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "Phantom Troop will not avenge the dead, so this time, 777 is not about revenge, but the mission is to steal the other party's treasure." "Yes!" Everyone responded in unison, and no one had a problem with Krallo's words. "First of all, confirm the opponent's location." Krallo looked thoughtful, turned his head to look at Hisoka and said, "Hisoka, you are also a professional hunter. Can you buy the opponent's information from the hunter website?" "Yes." Hisoka agreed without hesitation. "However, my money should not be enough." "I'll send you the money later," Krallo said without hesitation. As a super gang of thieves who have robbed hundreds of billions or even trillions of rings in the world, Krallo has the confidence to say that nothing that can be solved with money is not a problem. "Then please buy the other party's information as much as possible, except for location information. Buy all other information that may be used," Krallo said directly. "Okay." Hisoka nodded seriously. "Then, it's time to formulate a battle plan." Krallo turned his head to look at his team members and said with a serious face, "We need tactics that can ensure victory." Looking at Krallo, who kept discussing tactics with the brigade members, Hisoka seemed to be listening carefully on the surface, but his fighting spirit kept rising in his heart. "He's all ready. Can't wait to fight Krallo." "I see. I will send you my location money?" "No need. I will repay the money I borrowed from you." On the airship, Luo Lin hung up on Hisoka. Looking at the sea that was already in the distance, he smiled a little. Soon, it's over. It can be said that Hisoka's call is definitely good news for him. Coupled with the money borrowed from Hisoka, oh no, it should be the money he got from selling his own information. Luo Lin has no shortage of funds for the time being, and naturally, he will not go to the Sky Arena again. Just right. This also gives Phantom Troop the feeling that he's going to hide for a while. I don't know what the so-called World Tree will look like. Luo Lin looked forward to it. That's right. Luo Lin's next destination is at the end of Hunter's plot, the World Tree. The the tallest tree in the world, which is said by Jean to be undernourished and stunted. Although Luo Lin didn't think that tree would be the real world tree, but since it was named after the world, Luo Lin was naturally going to browse it. 7 days should be enough time for Phantom Troop to arrive before me, and it's time to deal with them. Luo Lin pondered for a while, before returning to his room to practice. He also noticed not long ago that his stagnant in-practice progress has returned to the stage of rapid progress, seemingly because of his increased vitality and spiritual power after upgrading. Of course, it didn't return to the original 1% growth rate, but returned to a 1% daily progress rate. When there are 2 points of vitality and spiritual power, Nin's rapid progress period is 120,000 potential energy and 12,000 manifest energy. So now, for points of vitality and 4 points of spiritual power, the rapid progress period should be 240,000 potential energy and 240,000 apparent energy. Luo Lin silently estimated in his heart. 2 months later, I will reach this level. At that time, it's time to abide by the agreement with Biscuit and go to the Hunter Association to challenge Netero. Of course, the original agreement between him and Biscuit was next year or the year after, but Luo Lin estimated his speed of progress. Although it was more difficult for him to obtain experience points due to the upgrade again, he can still obtain 30 experience points every day. When he waits until next year, he is afraid that going to the Hunter Association will not challenge Netero, but purely meet Netero. Although it was a good feeling to think about it, Luo Lin still decided to go to Netero after 2 months. After all, against an opponent like Netero, Luo Lin also wants to fight a hardy enough battle. Luo Lin glanced at the view of the sea and sky outside the airship, and then Luo Lin slapped herself on the face with a slap. Asshole, when did I become a fighting madman? Luo Lin was full of disbelief. Once upon a time, he kept reminding himself that he couldn't become that kind of fighting mad character. But now it seems. Well, Luo Lin put down his hands inside. His expression became slightly melancholy. Perhaps this is the price of becoming stronger. Once you have power, you can't help but want to use it, and the best way to use power, besides bullying the weak, is to crave your opponent. After all, looking at the blue sea and blue sky outside the window, a melody rang in Luo Lin's heart. How invincible. Airport. Phantom Troop and his group of 11 people, except for the non-combat Pakunada, Shizuku, and Kuba, all the others are waiting here, watching the airship slowly land. Krallo is holding the thief's ultimate intention and exerts some kind of invisibility ability, making everyone hide, waiting for the target to get off the airship. However, all the people on the airship got off the airship, and they didn't wait for the target to appear. What happened? Finks, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, looked at the airship that no one had disembarked, and his face turned ugly. Is there a mistake in the intelligence? Franklin said in a deep voice at this time. Impossible, the Hunter website does not sell false information, and the other party even gave out photos taken secretly from this airship in the past few days. Hisoka directly retorted, while frowning in confusion. Dididi. Suddenly, Krallo's phone rang. Captain, I just found relevant information from the memories of the passengers on the airship. That guy jumped off the ship before the airship arrived. Pakunada's voice came. Jump ship? Are you wary of us? Krallo frowned, and before he could ask, Pakunada continued. The reason seems to be that the other party didn't want to waste more time in order to reach the city where World Tree is located as soon as possible, so they jumped ship at the place closest to that city. Hearing Pakunada's words, everyone present was silent. When ambushing in advance, they naturally investigated the relevant information here, and the city where World Tree is located did not have an airport. And the airport where they are now is the closest airport to the World Tree, but this is indeed not the place where Feyway is the closest to the World Tree. So it's really a good idea to save time and effort by jumping off the airship at the place closest to the World Tree. Only, their ambush. Everyone looked at Krallo. Krallo said very simply, chasing. Although changing from an ambush to a chase may make the plan not so smooth, but they are all here, and it is obviously impossible to give up. In the jungle, Phantom Troop and his party of 11 were advancing very fast. Although they don't know the specific location of Luo Lin's jumping ship, they can still guess based on the airship's route and the approximate location of the town where the World Tree is located. And with the general range, based on Pakunada's memory from which airship passengers, it is easy to find where Luo Lin landed. It should be right ahead. Everyone, please pay attention to whether there are signs of people landing around. Pak Noten looked at the distant scenery, compared it according to his memory, and said. The moment the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Hello, you all. Luo Lin de Nuaz greeted the brigade in front of him, showing a big smile, and then Luo Lin greeted them and waved his right hand, flickering instantly, and disappeared in front of them. In the next second, Krallo, who was rushing to the front, felt an irresistible force coming, and his whole body was directly blown away. Captain. The sudden change surprised everyone present, and their faces changed drastically. Don't worry. I'm using Xiaojin. It just makes him fly a little farther and won't really get hurt. Luo Lin looked at the people in front of him and said with a chuckle. Everyone in the Vigilant Brigade was stunned for a moment, and the next second, Hisoka in the crowd had a smile on his mouth, and the poker card in his hand instantly slashed across the necks of the unsuspecting Kubi and Pak Noten beside him. Blood spattering. Then Hisoka's figure quickly rushed out from the brigade and galloped in the direction where Krallo flew away. At the same time, there was a laughing dog. Thank you so much. Pike. Pike. At this time, all the people on the journey realized that they didn't even care about the leader who was beaten into the air. While guarding against Luo Lin, they all looked nervously at Pike, who fell to the ground. Maki next to him stepped forward quickly, ready to sew it up. Kuba. And me. Is it still the wrong payment after all? Let alone Phantom Troop at this moment, even Luo Lin was stunned. Apparently, he didn't expect Hisoka to do such a thing before leaving. Fortunately, his system is not the one that gains experience from fighting monsters and leveling up, otherwise, he would have turned Hisoka into his experience at this point. But now, it doesn't matter. Although Phantom Troop has very few highly popular female characters in the Hunter world, even Maki and Shizuka, Luo Lin are quite fond of them. 19. Look at the murderous look on the other side. This kind of woman who might snap someone's head in the middle of the night at any time, forget it. And since it's forgotten, then naturally it has nothing to do with him, and it doesn't even matter. Pike dash. At this moment Maki stopped what he was doing with an ugly expression on his face. Although her mind-based suturing ability is powerful, it is not a real healing ability after all, and it is too late to rescue the fatal position of the neck, especially Hisoka, who knows his ability very well. Pike, she is hopeless. As soon as Maki said this, everyone in the brigade, who were already extremely angry, burst into veins and glared at Luo Lin. Cool Kuba. Facing the eyes of most of the Phantom Troop who wanted to swallow him up, Luo Lin raised his hands with a face full of shame. I said it was Hisoka's own claim, do you believe it? Die to me. Yuvajin couldn't bear it at all at this moment, and the anger in his heart made him feel angry at this moment. It was even a bit stronger than the previous peak, and a terrifying cold air gushed out. Kill you. Next to him, Nobunaga was also furious to the limit. He put his palm on the hilt of the knife and assumed the posture before drawing the knife. The tyrannical thoughts spewed out and entwined around his knife. I'm going to blow you up in one go. At this moment, the veins on Fink's forehead were even more violent, and he suppressed the anger in his heart and directly started waving his arms. None by Finks, back to heaven. Just like winding a clockwork toy, the more times Finks turns his arm back, the stronger the chi will be condensed on his fist, and the more powerful his fist will be. Peeling Lev had also untied the bandages on his body at this time, revealing his infiltrating body covered in holes. As a descendant of the hole drilling ethnic minority, people are like the name of the clan. This is a child who used needles to pierce holes all over his body when he was 3 years old, and then gradually replaced the needles with thicker wood and stones as he grew older. To fix. Until adulthood, when the Diandongdong clansmen who are covered in holes are dancing, the wind will flow through the holes, and the melody will change. The 10 clans call them dance fighters. And Peel loves Nen, battle dance music. It is to combine the melody on its body with Nen to make an attack, which can attack the enemy in all directions at the speed of sound. As for Franklin, the last combat member among the few, he also put on a fighting posture at this time, and his hands and fingers were separated from the first section, exposing a black fault like the muzzle of a gun. Franklin's Nin, 10-finger machine gun. Franklin thought that the bullets that burst out in this situation would be more powerful, so he cut off his own finger as the muzzle of the gun, and with the rules of oath and restriction, Franklin's bullets were really strengthened. But at this time, although Franklin was angry, he still had a little reason. While guarding against Luo Lin, he talked to Shizuku and Maki beside him. "We're dragging this guy, you two run away." With Hisoka's ability, the leader should be able to get away easily and go find the leader, Franklin ordered in a deep voice. When Shizuku heard Franklin's words, she subconsciously followed suit. For her cute personality, it is natural that everything should be based on the rules of the brigade. At this time, the focus should be on preserving the strength of the brigade, and more importantly, her own combat ability is not considered strong. As for Maki, it is completely different. As a friend who grew up together, how could Maki have no feelings for everyone in the brigade? Paknoten's death, as well as other people's attitudes towards death, how could she escape alone? The thought line emerged in her hand, and Maki chose to fight without hesitation. Only, facing Phantom Troop, who released a terrifying murderous aura almost at the same time and assumed a fighting stance, Luo Lin also became serious at this time. Unique Nun, vows and constraints, resentment, etc. There are too many elements that can completely collapse the battle situation in the Battle of Nen. Even with almost absolute strength, Luo Lin will not really underestimate anyone. So, just to test the newly perfected ability, Luo Lin's eyes froze. The next moment, the world stands still. This is impossible. At this moment above the sky, Krallo's figure was still flying out into the distance, and he tried to struggle. It's just that the force that sent him flying was too terrifying. Although he didn't feel any injuries at this time, he couldn't move at all. Not to mention summoning the thief's ultimate intent to find the right Nen to stop himself. Only, compared with the physical discomfort, the shock in Krallo's heart was even greater at this time, and incomprehensible. He has a special Nen that I don't know about, or... No, there can't be such a huge gap. If his strength is really that strong, then... Lian Luolua's pupils shrank suddenly. A terrible idea appeared in his mind. Krallo's heart trembled. If this is the purpose, then the opponent's actions are reasonable, pretending to be extremely powerful, but there is no insurmountable gap with the brigade. And kill the members of the brigade to get enough hatred he wants to wipe out the brigade. At this moment, Krallo's face suddenly became ferocious, and he could no longer maintain his usual calmness. He won't allow it. He won't allow it to happen. Phantom Troop must not be destroyed. At this time, with Krallo's strong thoughts, the whole body's thoughts suddenly rose, and the thoughts gathered, and a book appeared in his hands. Thief's Will. The next moment, Krallo's figure disappeared instantly. The reason why Krallo couldn't control his body was because when he was shot flying, a tyrannical thought energy remained on his body, carrying that terrifying force to suppress him. But at this time, after teleportation, Krallo naturally got rid of that thought energy, and the remaining pure impact force, after flying 2,000 or 3,000 meters, was already too weak to be ridiculous. Krallo naturally had no difficulty breaking free. Go back. The moment Krallo's figure flashed, he rushed directly in the opposite direction, and at the same time, the thief's ultimate intention in his hand gave him an acceleration ability. Only, just after turning back and running not far away, a few playing cards tore through the air and rushed towards Krallo. Chick! Chick! Krallo's palm was filled with thoughts, and he knocked the attacking cards into the air, then stopped, looking at the person with killing intent on his face. Hisoka. Hisoka won. Krallo looked at the man with murderous intent on his face. Everything is connected. Everything is connected. The brigade is counted. The operation is leaked, etc. Everything is connected. In his Phantom Troop, there are traitors. Why did you betray the brigade? Krallo's voice was full of killing intent. Why? Of course it was to fight with you. Hisoka looked at Krallo with a smile and looked at the murderous intent on the opponent's face, looking forward to the next battle with great joy in his heart. As for betrayal, Hisoka tore off the clothes on his upper body, took a picture of a spider from behind and threw it away. I haven't joined before, so it's a betrayal, Hisoka said with a smile looking at Krallo. Seeing the scene, Krallo's eyes became more and more murderous. flexible love, and frivolous illusion, Hisoka has never concealed his telekinetic power. Krallo never imagined that Hisoka would use such a simple disguise to join the brigade, and for this reason, he chose to betray the brigade. Has anyone ever told you, Hisoka, you are just like your nin, clingy and annoying? Krallo looked at Hisoka in front of him, his face gradually turned cold. That's a good description, but it's normal for my ability to develop to be like me, Hisoka said with a smile. Looking at Hisoka at this time, Krallo forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He knew that the more it came to this kind of time, the more he should calm down. Although Hisoka deserves to die, the top priority is to save the others and leave. Phantom Troop cannot be wiped out here, Krallo kept thinking. Although aware of the power gap, as Krallo who has stolen countless nin, he still thinks he has the ability to lead people away. Don't try to escape. Hisoka looked at Krallo with a smile and said softly, the only thing you can do now is to kill me, or be killed by me. As for the rest of the group, even if they are not dead now, if you are entangled by me, when you go back, you will definitely be dead. By the way, before I came, I killed Kobe and Paknoten. You should understand that the wound I caused cannot be healed by Maki. Hisoka looked at Krallo with a smile and said. The moment Hisoka's voice fell, Krallo's whole body suddenly rose, and the extremely terrifying killing intent almost rendered Ling Chi into black. Krallo gave up the idea of throwing Hisoka away at this moment. Perhaps it was Hisoka's news that he killed Paknoten that completely angered him. Or maybe he also agreed with Hisoka's words and didn't think he had Hisoka before all his members died. This moment, Krallo just wanted to go all out, kill Hisoka in front of him, and kill the man who destroyed Phantom Troop. You give me go die. Krallo looked at Hisoka with a cold face, and the ultimate intent of a thief emerged in his hand. Although it is different from the one in the original book who chose to fight after making all the preparations for victory, Krallo has also stolen a lot of nin over the years, and there are also some extremely powerful abilities among them. And, at this time, Krallo has already given birth to desperate thoughts. The first rule of Phantom Troop is that the survival of the brigade is more important than the life of the leader. If the leader dies, another person will take over the position of leader. The so-called brigade group refers to all members of the brigade group. A spider without a head can still move, but a spider that has lost all its legs, leaving only its head, will just die silently. Stab. Krallo stretched out his hand and tore off a page directly on the bandit's ultimate intention in front of him. In the next second, that page turned into balls of thought energy, which condensed and formed in front of Krallo. At the price of completely abandoning the stolen ability, within 5 minutes, the ability can be used unconditionally, and the power far exceeds the normal situation. A one-man army. Krallo looked at Hisoka with cold eyes. It was 5 figures equipped with pistols, rifles, heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, and rocket launchers. At this moment, Hisoka, apart from being excited, looked at the 5 figures vigilantly. 0. Seeking flowers. If the common people were equipped with these weapons, let alone 5 people, even if there were 50 people, Hisoka would not take a second look. But what appeared at this time was the nin used by Krallo. At this time, Krallo's movements did not stop, the book was flipped, and another page was also torn off by Krallo. Just like the previous pages, this page also turned into a cloud of thought energy, covering Krallo's body at this time, but there was no change, and even the cold air around him disappeared from his body. Used 2 abilities at the same time. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming more vigilant. Fire. At this moment, Krallo looked at Hisoka, as if he had made all the preparations, and ordered directly without any hesitation. Ugh. Among the 5 figures, the figure with the rifle raised his weapon in an instant, aimed at Hisoka, and fired without hesitation. Flames burst out from the muzzle of the gun, densely packed bullets shot out from the muzzle, and what shocked Hisoka at this time was that the bullets that burst out from the muzzle were actually entwined with flames. He who burns himself. This is the second ability used by Krallo, the Conjure ability, which can change the mind energy into flames, and uses the mind energy to attack while simultaneously igniting himself as an oath, in exchange for extremely powerful power. But at this time Krallo didn't directly use this energy, but used it as energy to supply the first ability, the one-man army. With the ability to realize 5 figures using various weapons can be manifested. Each weapon has its own characteristics and attacks are consumed by the Nen Qi of the Nen. Normally, as a person with the ability to manifest, when using this attack method corresponding to transmuter, the power of the bullet will not be very strong, but this time it is different. Using Kralo's mind energy of the self-burning person, it has a terrifying burning and killing ability. Even though it is still not the ability of transmuter, it still has extremely terrifying power at a short distance. Kralo stared intently at Hisoka. Go to hell. Hisoka, you. Go to hell. Hisoka. Kralo stared intently at Hisoka. In the next moment, the densely packed Nun-An, like countless small fireballs, covered Hisoka. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hisoka didn't hesitate at all, and the 10 bolts of electricity emerged behind him, and the stretchable and flexible stupid directly pulled Hisoka back into the forest behind. Aim. At this moment Kralo spoke again. The man holding the sniper rifle took a step forward, aimed the sniper rifle at the forest, and shot directly in the next moment. The Nen Qi bullet burst out in an instant, at a speed several times the speed of sound, and the flame on the bullet disappeared quickly during the flight, and the farther the bullet flew, the weaker the bullet's power was. Only. The function of the shot is never to kill, but to locate 027. I saw that the bullet, which was almost so weak that it had no lethality, directly penetrated through the obstacles along the way without damage and came to Hisoka accurately. Boom. The bullet fell on Hisoka, but as said, the bullet was not even as lethal as the common gun, and Hisoka easily blocked it. Only. Hisoka did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. With Kralo's personality, he will never make senseless attacks. Is this bullet tracking? Hisoka thought about the meaning of this bullet in his mind. Locating him, following his trail, and then. Without the slightest hesitation, Hisoka galloped towards the distance quickly, and even kept accelerating with the stretchable love. The second Hisoka left there, countless flame bombs tore up the forest and landed there. Each flame bomb was like a small bomb, and a hot flame burst out the moment it hit. The raging flames and continuous explosions completely covered the area. Stop, Kralo ordered. In front of him, the figure lying on the ground with a heavy machine gun stopped attacking, and the amazingly powerful flame bombs stopped. Swish! Hisoka's embarrassed figure rushed out of the smoke raging from the flames and rushed towards another forest. But at this time, the figure holding the rifle didn't need Kralo's order and quickly fired, and the flame bullets swayed out. Although the power and quantity are far inferior to the terrifying barrage of the heavy machine gun just now, the number of flaming cold bullets is still extremely terrifying. The large forest that Hisoka rushed into was directly torn to pieces, a raging fire was ignited, and the smoke mixed with dust quickly covered the forest. Aim, Kralo ordered coldly. The figure with the sniper rifle turned around quickly, and the sniper rifle in his hand aimed at the direction behind Kralo, firing bullets. Kralo's expression remained unchanged, and the figure holding the pistol quickly turned around, and the 2 pistols quickly aimed at the direction behind Kralo and fired. Compared with heavy machine guns and rifles, the firepower of the pistol is indeed far from being comparable, but the original function of pistol bullets is not to kill, but to force the enemy away. When the Nen Qi bullet fell in front of Hisoka, it exploded suddenly, and the flame accompanied by the shock wave directly blasted Hisoka out. Immediately afterwards, the second Nen Qi bullet exploded, and the flames swept all directions. Hisoka, visibly scalded, burst out of the flames and into the forest. Does the combination of shock wave and flame increase the power even more? Seeing the scene in front of him, Kralo showed some thought in his eyes, but he immediately ignored it. After all, after a few minutes, these 2 abilities will completely disappear, and this kind of thing has no meaning. Aim, accompanied by Kralo's command. The figure with the sniper rifle raised his gun again and shot somewhere to one side. And the figure holding the rifle fired after him, and the dense flames covered the past in pieces. In the forest, Hisoka walked nonstop, not caring about the hideous burns on his body at all, looking at the bullets behind him that would smash him into a sieve if he slowed down for a second. Hisoka's face was full of excitement. That's it, that's the feeling. Death is always 10 steps behind me. The look on Hisoka's face became more excited. Vaguely, Hisoka seemed to see that world again. A world where everything seems to have come to a standstill. Hisoka's mind springs up, and the ability to stretch and stretch love is activated. In the next moment, Hisoka did not see any movement, and a mind thread popped out of him suddenly, stuck to the branch in front of him, and the mind line bounced back and pulled Hisoka directly. Time begins to flow. If death was always one step behind Hisoka before, then at this time, Hisoka has completely distanced himself from death. At this time, Crawlo can clearly see this. The figure who was aiming at the wound just now moved faster. Hisoka speeding up? Is he ready to fight back? Crawlo became vigilant in his heart. Although he didn't know what Hisoka had done, judging from the speed at which the muzzle moved, Hisoka's speed just now was absolutely astonishing. Can you still play like this? At this time, Luo Lin, who was hiding in the dark, was surprised when he came here. Unlike Crawlo, he can clearly see and understand Hisoka's operation. In the field of Zindaquan listening, the body cannot move, so do you rely on thoughts to move? Luo Lin was amazed. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Hisoka's solution was perfectly fine, even ingenious. After stepping into the field of Zindaquan listening, not everyone can move freely in the static world like Luo Lin and Netero. Compared with the spiritual will, the body is too heavy. 3.4 So. Simply abandon the body and choose the cold air that is completely controlled by the spiritual will to fight. Luo Lin looked down at his palm. In the next moment, he took the initiative to enter the overspeed state of Xind Quanting. This time, he did not choose to move, but activated the mind energy with will, changing around his body. Sure enough, Luo Lin nodded. He really didn't notice it when he used Nen to fight in this field before. Nianchi can completely keep up with the change speed of spiritual will. Luo Lin stepped back and looked in Hisoka's direction. Just entering that state for a short time can figure out how to fight in that state. Sure enough, this guy Hisoka is definitely a real genius in combat. Hisoka didn't stop at all and continued to circle in the forest. Unlike Hisoka, who needs to run for a long distance, Crawlo's embodiment can easily catch up with Hisoka only by quickly turning the muzzle. The distance he opened just now was caught up in an instant, and Hisoka returned to the state where he was only 1 second away from death. But Hisoka didn't care, his face was full of excitement at this moment. Sure enough, my assumption was right. Hisoka felt the moment just now, the excitement in his eyes became more obvious, and he turned his head to look in the direction where Crawlo was. The conditions for victory are already necessary, and then it depends on my luck. Hisoka licked the corner of his mouth and rushed over there without hesitation. Of course, Hisoka will not be so reckless as to rush directly. While moving quickly to avoid the incoming bullets, Hisoka rushed towards Crawlo. Coming. Crawlo has been observing the movement of the muzzle of the sniper gun. At this time, he noticed the shift of the muzzle and instantly raised his vigilance. The next moment, in the burning forest, Hisoka's figure suddenly rushed out from the Flame 08. His figure kept changing, dodging the attack of the flame bomb. But at this time, Hisoka rushed out so openly, enough time for the figure of the heavy machine gun, which had been difficult to turn the muzzle, to finish aiming. Next second, the overwhelming flame bullets directly covered the past. Whether it is the power of the bullet or the speed of the bullet, it is much more deceiving than the attack of the rifle figure. The rushing Hisoka only dodged for 2 seconds, but couldn't keep up with the speed of the muzzle turning and was overtaken by dense bullets, and one after another explosions directly engulfed Hisoka. Wrong. Crawlo's eyes froze. Although he is very confident in his own strength at this time, Hisoka will not be solved so easily. But Crawlo looked at the sniper rifle on the side and was still aiming at the direction where the heavy machine gun fired, thinking quickly in his heart. It's behind. Crawlo reacted instantly, and at the same time, the sniper rifle next to him aimed at the muzzle and moved up instantly. On top. Crawlo looked quickly, and a figure quickly rushed out from above the smoke and dust raised by the explosion, and then rushed towards Crawlo's direction. The speed. Crawlo was startled, resisting the pain, and used the ignited air to condense on his eyes. In an instant, Crawlo saw a mind thread sticking to his side at some point. When? Crawlo was shocked. Although because of the use of the person who burns himself, his air conditioning will burn even himself. But just like now, knowing Hisoka's ability, he will naturally endure the pain from time to time and guard against Hisoka's ability on the premise of not really hurting his eyes. But even so, he was unknowingly glued to Hisoka's nen. Fire! Crawlo ordered directly with a cold expression. The fastest figure with 2 guns aimed his muzzle at the rushing Hisoka and fired bullets without hesitation. At the same time, the figures with rifles and heavy machine guns also turned their muzzles to aim at Hisoka in the sky. Wait, heaven! Crawlo paused in his heart. Under such circumstances, would Hisoka choose to attack from a direction in the sky that has no shelter and is extremely difficult to avoid? Subconsciously, Crawlo looked at the sniper figure next to him and saw that in Crawlo's impression, the muzzle of the gun that should be moving upwards was not raised at all, but was still aimed at the place surrounded by the smoke and dust of the explosion. At the same time, amidst the smoke and dust, Shiban pressed his body and rushed towards Crawlo. Crawlo could even see the smug smile on Hisoka's face. Be cheated. Crawlo reacted instantly. In the lingering smoke just now, Hisoka probably fixed himself with his stretchable love first, making sure that he would not jump out of the range covered by the smoke, and then leaped up, releasing the fake, frivolous illusion in midair. Body. Then the main body quickly returned to the ground and rushed towards him. Crazy, this guy is a lunatic. At this moment, even Crawlo couldn't help but shudder when he looked at Hisoka. If he hadn't been fooled just now, or noticed the lowered muzzle of the sniper rifle, then for Hisoka, who really lost his vision, what was waiting for him at this time must be enough to blow him to pieces flame bullets. But there is no if in reality, but the current situation is, Hisoka made the right bet. That's too late. Crawlo's expression tightened. With Hisoka's speed, he would definitely be able to get to him before his one-man army could turn their guns around. General. Hisoka looked at Crawlo's obviously tense face with a smile, but in the next second, the scenes were reversed. Hisoka's face tightened, and Crawlo showed a smiling expression. Muzzle. Target Hisoka. The muzzle of the bazooka that hasn't moved since it manifested has been aimed at Hisoka, and fingertips snapped. In fact, normally speaking, the launch speed of the rocket launcher is far less than the speed of the bullet exiting the barrel. Even the rocket launcher made by Nen, the initial acceleration speed at this time is not impossible to dodge. Only 910 was launched together with the bazooka, and there was also a sniper bullet. Hisoka couldn't dodge the sniper rifle bullets whose exit speed exceeded 4 or 5 times the speed of sound. But at this speed, the power of the sniper rifle bullet is extremely small. Even at this distance, it is at most equivalent to the power of a common pistol. %S at G%*at E. Hisoka would not think that the bullets from the sniper rifle were used to kill people. Combining the tracking and positioning ability shown by the sniper rifle before and Crawlo's judgment at this moment, Hisoka has no doubt that the bullet is used to add positioning and even tracking capabilities to the rockets fired later. Do you want to distance yourself and dodge? This thought flashed through Hisoka's mind. With his ability, if he retreated quickly to open the distance, he would have a little time to react. It wouldn't be difficult to detonate in advance or avoid the bazooka. Only, keep a distance and dodge? Are you kidding me? I've been waiting for this moment. Hisoka had an excited smile on his face, and his speed increased rather than decreased, rushing towards Crawlo. Looking at Hisoka rushing towards him like crazy, Crawlo looked calm. Goodbye, Hisoka. Goodbye, Hisoka. Crawlo looked at the rushing Hisoka calmly, and the figure beside him directly pulled the trigger. As Hisoka guessed, the bullet that hit Hisoka before was the ability to assist the rocket's tracking and positioning. Even Crawlo himself could not predict the power of the rocket bomb formed by the amplified flame energy of the person who burns himself. But what he can be sure of is that the power of the Nian-Chi rocket can definitely blow up Hisoka's bones. Even though the speed of the rocket is far inferior to the bullet of the sniper rifle, it still has a speed close to the speed of sound. It is impossible for Hisoka to dodge at the current distance. The rocket spewed flames and shot out suddenly, perhaps due to the increase of the flame energy. The rocket exploded much faster than Crawlo expected. Explosive flames erupted from the tail of the rocket, and in an instant, the rocket had come to the wide-eyed Hisoka. Even at this point, Hisoka hadn't heard the rocket launch. There is no doubt that the speed of this rocket has surpassed the speed of sound. At the critical moment of life and death, Hisoka's attention is highly concentrated. Under the threat of death, Hisoka succeeded in compressing his somatosensory time to the limit for the second time today, and even this time, Hisoka went deeper into the field in front of him than before. The world seemed to stand still in Hisoka's eyes. Hisoka quickly started his movements, and the Nyenshi wrapped around his body instantly split into a ball and pulled him to the side. At the same time, a ball of thought energy shot at the rocket. One end stuck to the rocket, and the other end turned into a spider web, firmly stuck to the ground. The next moment, time begins to flow. Hisoka's figure suddenly ejected to one side, dodging the rocket. And at the moment Hisoka dodged, the rocket also changed its direction in a very unscientific way, chasing Hisoka. It was only less than 10 meters away after chasing it, that is, less than 1/30th of a second, when it was suddenly pulled by the sticking thoughts on its body. Under the rapid inertia, the rocket was pulled and hit the ground straight. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the flame shockwave exploded, engulfing everything within tens of meters of Fengyuan in an instant. High temperature, heat waves, flames, shocks, all kinds of madness from the explosion erupted. But at this time, Hisoka, whose whole body was wrapped in thick as rubber but extremely soft cold air, flew out from the explosion. Impossible. Crawlo's eyes widened, looking at the changes in front of him in disbelief. In the next instant, Hisoka, who rushed out of the explosion, had already passed by Crawlo's side, and a playing card directly past Crawlo's neck. Boom! Just like the way the rocket was shot down by him before, Hisoka stuck a thread to the ground, changed the direction of inertia, and fell heavily on the ground. Only, at this moment, Hisoka didn't have the slightest smile on his face. He looked at the blood-stained playing cards in his hand, and Crawlo, who was clutching his neck in pain in the distance, had cold eyes. Dummy? Hisoka frowned. The previous feeling was very strange. Looking at the 5 figures that had stopped moving at this time, Hisoka frowned, slightly vigilant. A type that cannot attack without the user? Hisoka glanced around, wary of Crawlo's sudden attack, but also thought about it. It's that time. Hisoka thought of the scene when Crawlo tore 2 pages from his book earlier. Of course, he could guess that Crawlo could use 2 abilities at the same time because he tore off the pages of the book. Looking at it now, Crawlo might not have just torn off 2 pages of abilities. But, where's the Crawlo? I never thought your target would be me. Luo Lin looked at Crawlo behind him and said calmly. Just now, Crawlo suddenly teleported behind him and drove a nail towards him. That nail is also very familiar to Luo Lin. It is the emitter ability that Crawlo used before. Although Hisoka is damned, you are the culprit. Crawlo looked at Luo Lin and said in a deep voice. Although he couldn't believe that all his team members would fail so quickly, but just seeing Luo Lin appearing here, he knew that his phantom troop was probably in danger. Therefore, for Crawlo, the hatred for Luo Lin in his heart is far more meaningless than Hisoka. Luo Lin glanced at the nails stuck in his body, and a figure walked out of his body, together with the nails stuck in his body. Seeing the scene, Crawlo's pupils shrank slightly. After being hit by the ability, can the Ninbeast also have an effect? No, it should be said that this is the real ability of his Ninbeast. As for the feedback of the Master's Nen strength after being hit, I am afraid it is a fake love. Crawlo realized something. Grave accent, I'm curious. How did you find me? Luo Lin looked at Crawlo and asked. The ability of the sniper rifle is to detect everyone within a certain range. Crawlo said calmly. I see. Luo Lin was thoughtful. It wasn't because his hidden ability was not enough, and the opponent used his ability to cheat. Since the detection ability of this range does not work on him, his stand-in ability doesn't work either. Where are my bandmates? Crawlo whispered now. They're all dead, and none of them are left behind. Luo Lin said truthfully. Hearing this, Crawlo's eyes suddenly darkened. Although he had some guesses, when he really heard this, Crawlo was still heartbroken. May I ask, what enmity do we have that made you design Phantom Troop like this? Crawlo said in a low voice. Grudge. Luo Lin gave Crawlo a weird look and said, Didn't you, focus on my treasure first and come to attack me? Crawlo. Yeah, we were the ones who made the first move. Death is our own fault. Krallo paused, and his face returned to calm. To be honest, as early as when the brigade was formed, all of them put their own lives and deaths aside. They have long had the awareness that they will die in that corner of the world one day. And now, Krallo felt the anger rising in his heart. It can only be said, they are human beings after all, not cold-blooded animals. The thief's ultimate intention emerged from Krallo's hand, and then the whole book was directly shattered. The abilities that Krallo had worked so hard to steal were all discarded at this moment, leaving only 2 pages of abilities turned into thoughts, and energy melted into Krallo's body. Come with me. Krallo smiled at Luo Lin. Go to hell. Come with me, to die. Krallo smiled at Luo Lin. The next moment, extremely intense resentment erupted on Krallo. Visible to the naked eye, Krallo's thoughts are like ferocious ghosts at this moment. That penetrating resentment is enough to make anyone shudder. Although Luo Lin didn't know what ability Krallo used to die together, just looking at the resentment, Luo Lin believed that Krallo's counterattack would definitely bring most people in this world to die together. But unfortunately, Luo Lin is one of those very few people. Just as Krallo thought before, his compatibility with Luo Lin was too bad, even worse than Krallo himself expected. The ability user who can steal other people's nin, and the ability user who can ignore all Ling abilities. This is enough to describe it as complete restraint. Standing quietly on the spot, Luo Lin let Krallo's soaring resentment attack and cover his whole body. In the distance, Turin quietly sensed it through his stand-in ability. With the emitter ability, then this feeling is. Luo Lin felt the substitute carefully, and he could clearly feel the connection between Krallo and the substitute. It should be some kind of curse ability. One life for another. Luo Lin guessed in his heart. However, it doesn't matter anymore. The means of killing each other didn't even fall on Luo Lin. It was just a stand-in, and Luo Lin's mind energy reserve wouldn't even be wasted if he was hit. Shise. The bushes trembled, and Hisoka galloped over from a distance. Looking at the scene in front of him, he could roughly guess what happened without asking. In the end, why don't you choose to fight me to the end? Hisoka looked at Krallo's soaring resentment without any emotion in his eyes. A broken toy, no matter how precious he was before it broke, has no meaning to Hisoka. I go first. Hisoka greeted Luo Lin, turned and left without hesitation. As for Luo Lin, since he was going to take the credit of Phantom Troop, he naturally wouldn't just leave like this. He took out his mobile phone, called the police, and reported to the Hunter Association at the same time. After thinking for a while, Luo Lin sent another message to Rio, asking him to notify Kurapika. Luo Lin doesn't have Kurapika's contact information here. I hope Kurapika hasn't finished training her nin yet. Otherwise, Luo Lin thought of Kurapika's chain against Phantom Troop. If that's the case, it seems interesting. Before the local police arrived at the scene, Luo Lin had almost finished cleaning. All the flames caused by the battle were completely extinguished by him. Set fire to the mountain, sit on the bottom of the prison lotus. Naturally, Luo Lin would not let the fire really burn. After the staff of the Hunter Association arrived, Luo Lin left directly, and the staff of the Hunter Association took over the rest, whether it was to confirm the identity of the deceased or deal with the aftermath. What Luo Lin needs is to come out when needed, and there is nothing else to do with the record. This is the benefit of professional hunter. Walking in the mountains and forests. Luo Lin hung up the phone with Kurapika. From Kurapika's trance-like thank you at the end, Luo Lin could also hear the other party's confusion at this time. It was a kind of emptiness after a revenge. Especially when this enemy was not killed by him himself. But this kind of thing is not what Luo Lin needs to worry about. Compared with revenge, Kurapika has other goals. For example, having more children, continuing the cave, AI, Luda tribe, and so on. Walking along the towering ridge, reaching the top of the mountain, and tens of kilometers away, Luo Lin could see the towering trees standing in the distance at a glance. That's the World Tree. Luo Lin was amazed at the towering tree in the distance. No wonder this tree is named World Tree. Compared with this tree, the prosperous city below seems extremely small from a distance. But it does look like a small tree. Luo Lin Yuan looked at the World Tree from a distance. Of course, this tree of more than 1,700 meters is definitely not small. But the body of the tree is empty, completely inconsistent with the appearance of an adult tree. It is exactly the same as the newly planted sapling, but it is scaled up nearly 1,000 times. The height from the ground is 1,784 meters, and the tallest buildings built by humans are far below this height. Although the relevant departments do not prohibit climbing this tree, they need to pay a fee and sign an agreement. Climbing or taking an elevator can reach a height of 500 meters. If you go up, it is a high-risk area. About 3,000 people come to challenge every year. 94% of them will give up halfway after reaching the 1,000 meters. The remaining 4% will spend expensive rescue fees to ask for help, and 1% of them will fall. That is to say, only 1%, that is, 30 people succeed in the challenge every year. The city tour guide followed behind Luo Lin, chattering nonstop. This is not hired by Luo Lin, but the standard tour guide for those who come to challenge to climb the world tree, who is responsible for admonishing and explaining the dangers of climbing the world tree. After arriving at the foot of the world tree, the tour guide turned around and left very consciously and skillfully. Presumably, for him, he has seen countless challengers like Luo Lin who are completely persuading. I can really feel the amazing vitality. On the way, Luo Lin stroked the skin of the world tree, feeling quite emotional in his heart. That majestic vitality far surpassed any creature Luo Lin had ever seen. I don't know, how many levels do I need to reach to surpass this little tree's vitality? Luo Lin thought to himself. However, what is certain is that sooner or later, one's own vitality will be able to surpass this tree, and even surpass the real-world tree of the Dark Continent. Only this point, Luo Lin did not have the slightest doubt. Top of the world tree. Perhaps for those challengers from all over the world, reaching the top is a difficult thing, but for Luo Lin, or even for anyone in person, this will not be a difficult thing. After climbing to the top, there is no one else on the top of the tree. 30 people a year. Luo Lin obviously did not meet another summit climber by coincidence. And maybe because it came too early, there are only a few huge eggs in the huge bird's nest at the top of the world tree at this time, and there is no such huge chick. Sitting on the edge of the bird's nest, Luo Lin looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. The other side of the sea should be the Dark Continent. Luo Lin looked at the sea and sky in the distance. The location of the world tree is the coastal area of the easternmost continent in the world. This world tree is probably the tree species that floated along the ocean current from the Dark Continent many years ago. The tyrannical vitality allowed it to take root here and grow vigorously until it was in its present state. Only because of the lack of nutrition, it grew to the limit. Dark Continent, I really want to see what it looks like. If I can come back. Luo Lin whispered and chuckled. Then just sit here quietly, watching the undulating sea of clouds in the distance. By the way, I remember that there seems to be a way to measure the size of the world by measuring the arc of the ocean or the angle of the shadow. Luo Lin's thoughts suddenly diverged. If the world of Hunter and the Dark Continent are all one planet, how big is the planet under our feet? Luo Lin suddenly became curious. But unfortunately, Luo Lin searched a little with his mobile phone, but couldn't find any relevant information in this regard. Even the information on the internet is even deliberately blurring the concept of the shape of the planet and the continent. Perhaps, for most people in the Hunter world, knowing the difference between the human world and the size of the world is also a kind of taboo knowledge. Luo Lin didn't stay for long. He watched the scenery at the top of the world tree and returned from the tree. In the days to come, there are still many places he wants to visit. Luo Lin patted his ass after watching the scenery and left. But at this time, the turmoil in the world because of his elimination of Phantom Troop has just begun. After all, Phantom Troop is a world-class criminal gang, and A-level wanted criminals are already the most wanted in theory. And the Phantom Troop is not a helpless gang of thieves either. Although in a sense they are the pillars of Meteor Street, but at the same time Meteor Street is also their backing. Once the news of Phantom Troop spread, Meteor Street was definitely the first to act. However, Phantom Troop is one of the strongest non-groups in Meteor Street. Even Meteor Street can't send out stronger non-members. What's more, Meteor Street is still preparing for a big plan recently. So, Withered Mountain. The Zoldyck family. Silva. Zoldyck hung up the phone in his hand. His face was full of thoughts. Do you want to accept this business? Silva hesitated. He knows the strength of Phantom Troop, and one can imagine the strength of the person who can completely destroy Phantom Troop. Of course, Silva didn't think that the Zoldyck family would be unable to complete the task. He was just thinking about whether this single task was worth it, and what price he should charge. While Silva was meditating, Ermi walked into the room, looked at Silva who was thinking, and asked, "Father, is it the business of Meteor Street?" "How do you know?" Silva turned to look at her eldest son and frowned. "A friend of mine, who is a member of Phantom Troop, just got off the phone," Irfan said, shaking his mobile phone. "I just guessed that Meteor Street might find our family to make a move." "A member of Phantom Troop? Didn't he die?" Silva raised his eyebrows and said, "According to the big information he received, Phantom Troop will be completely wiped out." "No, he is not a real member of the brigade. He joined for his own purpose. Phantom Troop is completely wiped out, so he can be regarded as one of the pushers behind," Yermi said. 0. Seeking flowers. Although Hisoka didn't explain the details to him, he can guess what happened in the middle by combining Hisoka's purpose, those who are still alive, and the ending of Phantom Troop being wiped out. "So, he should have information about killing Phantom Troop?" Silva asked after thinking for a while. "Yeah," Elmi nodded. "That's why he called me and reminded me that it's better not to accept the business from Meteor Street. With the strength of the person who destroyed the brigade, no one in Meteor Street can afford the price," Ermi said. Hisoka's original words here are actually thinking that the Zoldyck family cannot complete this task. 0. However, Illinois fans, as Zoldyck's own family, are very aware of their own background. So he didn't think his family couldn't solve it, but he didn't doubt Hisoka's words either. From the degree of Hisoka's prudence, he will say that the Zoldyck family can't solve this kind of thing, and it can also be seen that the opponent's strength is really strong. Impossible starting price on Meteor Street? Interesting. Silva grinned lightly, remembering the message, "Please take care." It must have been a 20-year-old kid who destroyed Phantom Troop. As for the specific information, it seems that it was hidden by the Hunter Association and could not be investigated. It can only be found out that the other party is a professional hunter who became a professional hunter at the beginning of this year. "Can I ask about the specific strength of your friend?" Silva looked at Ermi and asked. "I've already asked. He only said that when the man destroyed Phantom Troop, he never fought seriously from the beginning to the end." There was still no slight ups and downs in Yermi's tone. "Destroyed Phantom Troop without a serious fight," Silva murmured. "He has fought against Phantom Troop, so he naturally knows the strength of this A-level criminal gang." Silva took out his mobile phone and replied to Meteor Street with the asking price for the murder, and then waited for a few minutes, but did not receive any news from the other party. Silva suddenly laughed. "Sure enough, it's a price that Meteor Street can't afford. 100-level Ascension System. Name, Luo Lin. Level, 3, 2023/9000. Vitality, 4. Spiritual power, 4. 24102/241020. World, Hunter x Hunter." Sure enough, the rapid promotion period is over again. Luo Lin looked at his system panel and fell into deep thought. When he just upgraded before, he guessed that his rapid promotion period might reach the level of 240,000 potential energy and 24,000 apparent energy. Now that 2 months have passed, Luo Lin has also confirmed this. More than 20,000 manifests. Luo Lin looked at the thick thought energy on his body at this moment. I'm afraid, no, his current 143 stars and potential energy have definitely surpassed Netero. Even the Ant Guards a year later are definitely not as powerful as him. As for whether he can surpass the Ant King, Luo Lin is not sure about it. After all, Hunter's comics have never really explained the strength of the Ant King's thoughts. But when it comes to fighting, Luo Lin doesn't think that he is weaker than the opponent. It's time. Luo Lin took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the Hunter Association, saying that he will go to the Hunter Association headquarters soon to complete the procedures for promotion to a 1-star hunter. About half a month after he finished his report, the Hunter Association dealt with everything and announced the Phantom Troop's destruction together with the official. At the same time, the Hunter Association also issued a notice for Luo Lin to be promoted to a 1-star hunter and notified Luo Lin to go to the Hunter Association headquarters to complete the upgrade procedures. But Luo Lin has been supporting her until now. At the same time, Luo Lin also sent a message to Biscuit. After about a minute, Luo Lin's cell phone rang, and it was Biscuit who called. "Hey, is the message your kid sent me real or fake?" Biscuit's unbelievable voice came through. "Of course it's true." Luo Lin chuckled. "Isn't that what I promised you, Biscuit? Go beat that old Netero hard." But, this is too fast." Biscuit still couldn't believe it. He and Luo Lin had only been separated for so long, less than half a year, and Luo Lin had been with Nen for less than half a year. Although Biscuit believes that Luo Lin does have the potential to challenge Netero, but in half a year, it is impossible to exchange this potential for strength. "Are you really sure? That old man is much stronger than you imagined?" Biscuit asked solemnly. "Of course I'm sure. When the time comes, Biscuit, just watch how I beat up that old man Netero." Luo Lin smiled confidently. Hearing Luo Lin's confident answer, Bai Tongji was rather numb. According to her calculations, with Luo Lin's progress rate, he will only be qualified to fight Netero next year. As for surpassing Netero, originally, at this speed, Biscuit faintly felt that he had made a mistake, but now, half a year. Is this really Nen? Anyway, I've already bought a ticket to the Hunter Association, and I should be able to arrive at the Hunter Association headquarters in 3 days. Please inform the old man of Netero first. I don't have his contact information. Luo Lin said with a smile. Okay, I get it. I'll be waiting for you at the Hunter Guild headquarters. Biscuit nodded, even if it was still a little bit unbelievable. However, it is not dangerous to challenge Netero, so Biscuit agreed without hesitation. Oh ho ho ho. Arrive at the Hunter Association headquarters in 3 days to challenge the old man. Netero stroked his beard and said with a smile, "You really are an impatient young man." Stinky old man, let me tell you, no matter what conflicts you have, remember to be a little bit measured. Biscuit said seriously. She never forgot how she was fooled by Netero in the first place, nor did she ignore Luo Lin's emotional changes when he mentioned Netero at some point. Proportionate? Netero stroked his beard, looked at the video on the computer in front of him, and said with a smile, "Biscuit, you shouldn't have said that to me. After all, I might still have to rely on young people to be modest." Survive. Netero said with a smile and hung up the phone. In 3 days, he will be ready for the next one. Biscuit looked at the hung-up phone in his hand, with a dazed expression on his face. What's the situation? Netero really thinks that his little disciple can defeat him? So, what the hell is he missing? It's really amazing, Nen. Netero looked at Luo Lin in the video. His eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Although it is impossible to use Nen to monitor Luo Lin, but the ubiquitous cameras in modern society are the best means of monitoring. And Luo Lin never deliberately avoids this when he acts outside on weekdays. Therefore, Netero does not lack the images of Luo Lin in action outside. As we all know, Nin will actually be captured by the camera, but it is still invisible to non-Nin people. And as long as you use Ning, you can see the changes in your ability from the images captured by the camera. And Luo Lin. On weekdays, they are all practicing at full strength and practicing, although Luo Lin also uses cover-ups. But Yin itself can be seen through. Perhaps most Nun people in this world can't see through Luo Lin's secrets, but Netero is definitely not included. Perhaps Luo Lin can quickly surpass Netero in terms of apparent and potential strength, but in terms of Nen Qi application skills, Netero, who has been cultivating in the Nun field for more than 100 years, is not so easily surpassed. Netero looked at Luo Lin in the video with the same smile, but the fighting spirit in his heart was rising uncontrollably. It's really exciting. At the same time, another person at the Hunter Association headquarters also noticed the news that Luo Lin was coming to the headquarters. That's Paris-Dun. In addition to Netero, in the Hunter Association, Paris-Dun has been paying attention to Luo Lin's movements. Even because Luo Lin never concealed his whereabouts, Paris-Dun got the information as soon as he bought the boat ticket to the city of the Hunter Association. It looks like I need to hide. Paris-Dun sighed slightly, looking at the city outside the window. To be honest, when the news that Phantom Troop was wiped out by Luo Lin reached him a month and a half ago, he still couldn't believe it. Phantom Troop. Although I haven't come into contact with it, but as a world-class A-level wanted criminal, each of them is definitely a master of Nen. More than a dozen first-rate Nen players were wiped out by one person. It has grown up completely. Paris-Dun sighed slightly. To be honest, this strength has completely exceeded Pariston's estimate. Even if he wanted to deal with a Nen who had such strength, he would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. But recently, he has neither the time nor the energy to plan that kind of thing. It's very good. Pariston suddenly smiled at this time. I didn't expect that at the beginning. I just planned to fight the president, but in the end, I found such a good opponent. Pariston didn't care at all that he had an enemy who was almost a life-and-death enemy. I said it before. Unlike common people who feel happy when they are loved, Pariston belongs to the kind of people who feel happy only when they are hated. The more he was hated, and wanted to be killed, Pariston would only feel happy. How could he find it troublesome? The only thing that bothered Pariston slightly. The person who hated him this time seemed to be an unruly person. Compared with other toys that like to fight wits and courage, this guy always wanted to slap him to death. However, the opponent really has this kind of strength. So, after realizing this, Pariston happily made a decision that he would never appear in front of Luo Lin in person. That's why he said before that he wanted to hide. It's not that Paliston thinks Luo Lin will kill him directly in the Hunter Association, it's just that. If he wants to kill me, but he can't see me, the hatred in his heart will become stronger. The smile on Pariston's face became brighter and brighter. At this time, on the airship, Luo Lin didn't know. He spent a lot of energy to divert his attention, trying to make Pariston relax, and then his plan to slap him to death had failed. After all, he never thought that Pariston would decide to avoid him completely in the future, even in the Hunter Association. Hunter Guild Headquarters. Luo Lin looked down at the building with the Hunter's logo. Although it is far more spectacular than buildings like the Sky Arena, but the mountain is not high and there are immortals, the existence of the Hunter Association is much stronger than the Sky Arena. Fight Netero. Luo Lin couldn't help showing fighting spirit in his eyes. That's Netero, the world's #1 master. At one time, he could only sit in front of the screen and watch the other party show that inhuman strength. But now, he had the chance to fight the opponent. It's just so exciting. Are you here? On the top floor of the Hunter Association, Netero suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the tyrannical aura flying over the sky. After thinking for a while, Netero took out his mobile phone, edited an address, and sent it to Luo Lin, then got up and left the room. As soon as he walked out of the house, Biscuit walked over to him. Looking at Netero, who had trimmed his hair, shaved off most of his beard, and was wearing a t-shirt and shorts with a heart pattern, which was much more refined than before, Biscuit was slightly taken aback. The last time she saw Netero dressed like this was. She didn't seem to have seen Netero look so serious. After all, from the time she met Netero, the other party was already the best in the world. Seriously, does not exist. Old man, you are serious. Biscuit couldn't help but said again. Oh, Biscuit, you came just in time, and I was going to find you. Netero didn't answer, but Biscuit said with a smile. There is no answer, in a sense it is an answer. Biscuit looked at Netero walking forward, didn't say anything in 887, and obediently followed. In the underground garage of the Hunter Association, Netero took Biscuit into an unmanned vehicle and drove away from the Hunter Association without disturbing anyone. Old man, where are you going? Biscuit frowned and asked directly. It's not suitable for too many people to know about what's to come. Netero said softly. It's not suitable to be known by too many people. Biscuit froze for a moment. Of course she wouldn't think that Netero was afraid of losing and didn't want people to see this battle. So, Biscuit thought of Luo Lin's specialness. Won't there be any bystanders besides me? Biscuit thought to himself. At the same time, she felt that she might still underestimate the specialness of her disciples. Damn it, why did this kind of thing happen to me? Obviously, I just want to find those dazzling and beautiful gems. Biscuit muttered secretly. However, Biscuit didn't think about it. As a person who arrived at the fastest speed after getting the news, what qualifications did he have to say this? Aren't you going to the Hunter Association? Luo Lin watched the message from Netero and fell silent. Originally, he planned to go to the Hunter Association to complete the registration of a 1-star hunter. See if you can slap Paliston to death, and then find a place to fight with Netero. Leave this world after the battle. But now, Netero said you don't move here. I'll pick you up right away and find a place to fight. Go to the Hunter Association, or go to the Hunter Association after the fight? Luo Lin hesitated for a while. Then Luo Lin happily decided not to go to the Hunter Association. As for Palestine, I don't know whether to say intuition or guesswork. Even if Luo Lin Ju went to the Hunter Association, he still couldn't find Palestine. If only that guy was as easy to cheat as Phantom Troop. Luo Lin felt slightly regretful. In fact, in terms of mind, Kuzilu is not necessarily inferior to Paristan. It's just that the heights of the two sides are different. One is the leader of the thieves, the other is the high level of the Hunter Association. The intelligence gap between the two sides makes their attitudes towards Luo Lin completely different. This also leads to completely different results. After waiting at the gate of the airport for a while, a black car stopped in front of Luo Lin. No need to confirm, Luo Lin can clearly feel the breath of Netero and Biscuit in the car. Opened the door and sat in. Yo, long time no see, Biscuit. Luo Lin said hello to Bai Tongji. How long has it been? We've only been separated for a few months. Biscuit complained. She really couldn't bear it. Good guy, the rookie who never knew how to read in a few months is catching up with the world's #1 Nitdu. This speed of strengthening was not so outrageous in her imagination when she first learned to read. Hey. Luo Lin smiled. Of course he could understand Biscuit's meaning, but he would sound like showing off this kind of thing, so he didn't say anything. And you, old Netero, long time no see. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Netero. At this time, Netero's dress is almost exactly the same as that of the Ant King in the Ant chapter. It can be seen that Netero is really serious about the challenge. And the layer of thought energy around Netero is like a deep pool, bottomless. Even if Luo Lin manipulates Nian Qi with 4 points of mental power, he dare not say that he can absolutely surpass Netero in manipulating Nian Qi. It's been a long time. Why do I feel that last year's Hunter test didn't last long? Netero said with a smile while driving without looking at Luo Lin. Indeed, I also feel that it hasn't been long since the Hunter test is over. Luo Lin sighed slightly. The Hunter test has only passed 7 or 8 months. Even for a young man like Luo Lin, it's not too long. But in terms of strength, Luo Lin has undergone almost earth-shaking changes. From this aspect, Luo Lin feels that a long time has passed. The three of them chatted casually in the car. It was a very common chat, and no one deliberately tried to find out anything. The car drove out of the city all the way, even out of the suburbs of the city, and came to a remote place nearly 100 kilometers away from the city. Netero drove the car into a hidden entrance and entered the ground. What appeared in front of several people was a very empty underground base. This is an abandoned weapon experiment base of Guganyu. The equipment inside has been cleaned up long ago, and the place is big enough to fight with all your strength. Netero said to Luo Lin. Nice place. Luo Lin looked at the underground base, which was at least 2 kilometers long and wide. You two stinky old men, when you stinky brats fight, please pay more attention to me, do you hear me? Biscuit pinched his waist and shouted at the two of them. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill this old man here. Luo Lin replied to Biscuit. Luo Lin is telling the truth, although because of the monitoring ability, there is a bit of tension between him and Netero. But it is not enough to divide life and death. In particular, the other party arranged for him such an excellent teacher as Biscuit, and they didn't really bother him after such a long time. If he changed his position, Luo Lin felt that he could not do what Netero did. Hearing Luo Lin's answer, Biscuit also heaved a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Netero's answer, Biscuit stood aside very consciously and prepared to appreciate the next battle. 10 meters apart, Lu and Netero looked at each other. Before the war, can I ask President Netero, what is the use of the ability that I have expelled? Luo Lin asked. Positioning, plus teleportation. Netero also answered Luo Lin's question very simply. Hearing this answer, Luo Lin was not surprised. He had imagined many possibilities, and it was not that he had never thought of abilities that were more cruel than these two abilities. It's really a gentle way, but... Luo Lin looked at Netero as the surging thoughts gushed out from his body, exuding an astonishing aura. I'm a little bit emotional, don't overdo it. It's really amazing practice. Even in the heyday of this old man, I didn't have such strong thoughts. Kneel, good kings. Taro didn't care about Luo Lin's words, but was moved by Luo Lin's thoughts. At this time, under the close-range full-strength explosion, Netero only really knows how strong Luo Lin's air conditioning is. But the battle between Nenders has never been a competition of strength, Netero said with a smile on his mouth, palms up, looking at Luo Lin. Don't blink anymore. As Netero finished speaking, his arms began to move. It's not an attack, but slowly put your hands together in front of your chest, as if praying. At this moment, Luo Lin saw the Avalokitesphera clip that appeared out of thin air behind Netero. In an instant, the attack arrived. It's not an adjective, but the moment Luo Lin saw the guanine, the attack appeared in front of Luo Lin. So slow, but also so fast. Luo Lin stared at Netero's clasped palms at this moment. To say it slowly is because at this moment Netero's movements, as if he was truly praying, were not in a hurry. And fast, that's because Netero's movements are really fast. Just like the fan blades that are spinning, you see that the blades are turning slowly, but in fact, the fan blades have turned for an unknown number of times. It's been a long time since I've been in this state passively. Luo Lin looked at Nitdu at this time. The moment Netero started to move, the strong sense of power made him instinctively enter the super-acceleration state of his heart pounding. In the next moment, Luo Lin saw the huge guanine emerging out of thin air behind Netero. In the next moment, one of Guanine's palms fell, facing Luo Lin from the side. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Lin gathered more than 90% of his mind energy in his hands and punched him. Boom! Gold's guanine palm collided with Luo Lin's fist. The roar exploded. But before the roar 427 reached the ears of anyone present, Netero once again completed the prayerful fist of gratitude. A huge gold palm appeared from above Luo Lin and slammed down towards Luo Lin like a mountain pressing down on him. What a quick shot. While Luo Lin was feeling emotional in his heart, his hands were already on top of his head, and his thoughts rushed to the top. Gold's palm fell, and the solid ground under Luo Lin's feet sank directly. A crater with a diameter of 10 meters appeared directly, but Luo Lin himself was unscathed. After resisting 2 palms, I have a general understanding of the attack power of Baishir Guanine. Luo Lin pondered in his heart. In an instant, Luo Lin's entire figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Netero. Gathering most of the energy in his body, he punched directly at Netero. So fast. Netero gave almost the same exclamation as Luo Lin just now. At the same time, both hands are in front of the chest without any haste. Baishir Guanine's huge gold palm suddenly appeared on Netero's side to resist the defense. Chi! The harsh cracking sound came from the palm of Netero's Baishir, BBDJ Guanine. I saw that the palm, which was almost 1 meter thick, was directly cut in half. It's so sharp. Netero's eyes widened, and his heart was extremely shocked. He himself is very clear about how strong his Baishir Avalokitesphera is. It was blocked. Luo Lin took a few steps back lightly. The not-so-strong Nian Qi behind him was extremely sharp, and it easily cut through the air when Luo Lin moved, allowing Luo Lin to easily maintain the supersonic movement. Sharp. This is what Luo Lin thought of when he noticed the sonic obstacle avoidance. Just as a sharpened bullet tears through the air more easily than a flat-nosed bullet. After Luo Lin concentrated his thoughts to one point and became extremely sharp, he could also tear the air more easily and maintain a terrifying speed beyond the sound barrier. At the same time, it also made Luo Lin's attack power even more terrifying. Of course, whether this counts as conjurer's ability or not, it can only be regarded as a little conjurer's skill. Luo Lin and Netero stopped together, looking at each other with difficulty. In that instant of almost 1/10 of a second, Luo Lin and Netero completed several fights. At this time, the sound of several collisions between Luo Lin and Netero reached Biscuit's ears like a muffled thunder. Hey, do you want to be so outrageous? Biscuit stared at the two with wide eyes, but even so, she couldn't see the moment when the two fought. Just vaguely, she seemed to see a weeping bodhisattva colliding with a person. I used the 100 forms of Avalokitesphera, and that brat Luo Lin. Did the speed increase again? Biscuit rubbed his temples, but he didn't dare to blink at all. He kept watching with his eyes wide open, afraid that if he blinked, the battle between the two would be over. You actually managed to move freely in that field. Netero looked at Luo Lin excitedly and said, although I saw it on the airship, but at that time Luo Lin's speed was so low. Even if the limit explodes, the speed can only be said to be good. The only amazing thing is that the body of that strength explodes with a speed beyond the limit. But now, Luo Lin's own speed has already surpassed that of human beings. Coupled with the explosion of the limit, this speed can be said to have completely surpassed the realm of human beings. Interesting. It's really interesting. Netero laughed excitedly. Let's go ahead and show God how far you can go. The fighting spirit in Netero's heart was completely ignited. Without saying a word, he put his hands together in front of his chest again. This stinky old man, how can he get excited just talking about himself? Luo Lin complained in his heart, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Lin entered the speeding state of Zindequinting. At the same time, activate the ability and adjust your own non-system. 260% of the talent value that can be adjusted freely, 80% is added to Conjurer. He now needs Conjurer to assist. Then the remaining 180%, 45% is allocated to the trait system, 135% is allocated to the enhancer. Counting the 100% trait talent and 10% strong flower talent that cannot move. Luo Lin's current enhancer and trait talents have reached 145%, 90% Conjurer at home, while the other three systems only maintain 10% of the base. To deal with this kind of enhancer old man, all other fancy abilities are useless. Full speed. Luo Lin didn't hesitate and immediately activated the enhancer's ability. Nian Qi began to burn at nearly 400 times the usual consumption, and the power was continuously filled into the depths of the body. Luo Lin could feel that his body became extremely light, as if he had let go of hundreds of tons of load out of thin air, and his body was no longer overloaded in an instant. At the same time, although most of the violent Nian Qi consumption was strengthened into the body, part of it was still integrated into the Nian Qi on the surface of Luo Lin's body. The violent thought energy doubled Luo Lin's apparent strength. Originally, Luo Lin's apparent air capacity was 24,000, but now, Luo Lin's burst of cold air probably reached a terrifying level of 50,000. It can be said that the potential capacity of most Nin people in this world is not as good as Luo Lin's apparent capacity at the moment. This terrifying outburst shocked the Netero in the distance, but it was too late to be shocked. The two collided again. Chevron_left. Haha. After becoming stronger, Luo Lin was the first time to use his full strength. Luo Lin couldn't help but burst out laughing with the terrifying power that filled his whole body. Looking at the gold palm that suddenly appeared in front of him, he punched it without hesitation. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the fist that condensed nearly 50,000 thought energy showed amazing power at this moment. This time, the palm of Netero's 100-style Avalokitesphera couldn't hold up, and gold had a big hole in his palm. The sharp punch was mixed with energy and shot towards Netero with a bang. But at this moment, another gold palm suddenly appeared in front of Netero, and he slapped it out, directly blowing away the energy. Regarding the scene in front of him, Luo Lin wasn't surprised at all. He didn't think he could defeat Netero with a single punch. Blood boiled all over his body, and Luo Lin rushed over excitedly. Under the strengthening of the thought energy filling the whole body, and the sharp thought energy that easily cuts the air on the surface of the body, Luo Lin's instantaneous burst speed directly exceeded the speed of sound, even more than twice the speed of sound. That is, 6 to 180 meters per second. That's it. Netero is also extremely excited at this time, concentrating on Luo Lin, not daring to relax in the slightest. Hundreds of Avalokitesphera, the 9th palm. The huge Avalokitesphera statue behind Netero waved its arms and fists at a speed not inferior to that of Luo Lin. Bang, 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 bang. The gold palms of Baishar Avalokitesphera appeared in front of Luo Lin one after another, slapping Luo Lin with terrifying strength. If it were the common people, or those fighter jets that can soar twice the speed of sound or even faster, they might not be able to escape the stormy attack of Netero at this time. But Luo Lin is different. Luo Lin, who has entered the ultra-high speed state, has not only speed, but also a reaction and flexibility far beyond the limit of human beings. In order to test Netero's attack power, he resisted twice before, but now, Luo Lin will not continue to be beaten. His figure flickered, and at supersonic speed, Luo Lin's figure was like a ghost, dodging Netero's attacks one after another. At this time, Netero kept clasping his palms together, and that seemingly slow movement was able to react in a matter of minutes. Two Song Gold palms appeared before Luo Lin's attack. Blocked. But Luo Lin didn't care. Immersed in the state of wantonly venting his power, Luo Lin became more and more excited at this time, and his spirit became more and more concentrated. And the result is that Luo Lin compresses the somatosensory time deeper and deeper, and Luo Lin's speed becomes faster and faster. Twice the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, Luo Lin's speed far exceeded the astonishing kilometer per second. What's even more astonishing is that at this speed, Luo Lin's nerve responsibility and muscle contraction conduction speed have completely kept up. It can be said that Luo Lin at this time seems to be really not on the same time flow as other people. The speed is getting faster and faster. Is this kid really a monster? At this moment, Netero didn't even have time to be shocked and devoted himself to praying. The speed at which Netero folded his hands and prayed was getting faster and faster, which almost surpassed the speed of human beings. No, it was almost beyond the speed of physics. It is clear that the speed of Netero's palms together far exceeds the speed of sound, but except for the moment of punching, Netero's hands clasped together did not feel the barrier of the sound barrier at all like Luo Lin. It's as if Netero's prayer with his hands together doesn't happen in a short moment, but he still adjusts his breathing, worships, prays, and then starts to punch out. A complete set of movements takes 5 to 6 seconds. And it takes 5 to 6 seconds to pray. How could it break the sound barrier because of the speed? Ask for flowers. Luo Lin's speed is still improving at this time. 3 times the speed of sound is far from his limit. It's just. Looking at Netero in front of him, Luo Lin was filled with shock. That old man is a monster. Luo Lin looked at Netero and was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Perhaps in the eyes of others, because Netero's speed is too fast, they can't see anything, but Luo Lin can see Netero clearly at this time. In this high-speed battle, the old man was still adjusting his breath, worshipping, praying, and then began to punch. That kind of devout prayer attitude, even though Luo Lin's speed has increased several times compared to before, Netero still has not changed. Boom. The gold palm of Baishir Guanyin suddenly appeared in front of Luo Lin, but this time Luo Lin did not choose to dodge, but punched the gold palm, accompanied by a loud bang. Just like before, that gold's palm was easily pierced by Luo Lin and then blocked by another gold's palm. Nothing changes. 18. This is unreasonable. You must know that before Luo Lin's speed could barely exceed the speed of sound, but now his speed is at least 4 times the speed of sound. Although Luo Lin complained before that the sudden appearance of the sound barrier is scientific, but it also proves that in that super high-speed state, Luo Lin's power also follows the principles of physics. Energy equals velocity x mass. In the case that the quality of Luo Lin itself has not changed, while the speed has skyrocketed, Luo Lin's attack will also skyrocket. But his attack at this time is still the same as the beginning. It can only penetrate 1 palm of Netero's 100-style Guanyin. Luo Lin was thinking in his heart, but without the slightest hesitation in his body movements, he dodged Netero's stormy attacks one after another. Vaguely, Luo Lin felt as if he had peeped into the essence of Netero's 100-style Avalokitesvara ability. Chevron_left, the two of them. It's all monsters. Biscuit had involuntarily regained her true body shape at this time, but even so he had to stay away from the battlefield between the two. To avoid the storm caused by the collision between the two at that supersonic speed, at the same time, it is also to increase the distance and better observe the battle between the two. That's right. Unlike the battle in the common world, where the closer you are, the clearer you can see. In this supersonic state, the farther the distance between the two is, the clearer Biscuit can see. It's like a supersonic fighter jet flies across the sky at a speed of several Machs, and even the common people can see the trajectory of each other. Of course, even if the distance of 353 is widened, what can be observed is only the approximate movement route of the two of them. Even though Biscuit has involuntarily recovered her real body, exerted all her strength, and desperately hit her spirit, compressing her physical time, but she still can only see the afterimage of the collision between the two. These two guys are monsters. Only 10 seconds after the battle started, Biscuit recognized this once again, and he firmly believed in it. Avalokitesvara. Luo Lin looked at Netero, who was immersed in prayer at this time, and looked at the towering bodhisattva behind him. Dozens, hundreds of confrontations. At this moment, Luo Lin finally vaguely grasped the essence of Netero's 100 styles of Avalokitesvara. The 100 forms of Avalokitesvara is not a materialized product at all. At this moment, Luo Lin has overturned the guesses about Netero Nin in his previous life. Netero's speed, as well as his strength, can only be achieved by fully devoting himself to the practice of Enhancer. So, it is absolutely impossible for Netero to cultivate the ability of Manipulator or other systems, as he guessed in the previous posts. That old man is the purest Enhancer. As for the 100 styles of Avalokitesvara, Luo Lin looked at the heart T-shirt on the old man. The answer. Netero has long been on the surface. The 100 forms of Avalokitesvara is exactly Netero's heart, his spirit, and then inborn out of the combination of pure fist and thought that he honed in countless devout prayers. And the attack of Baishar Avalokitesvara has never been an attack of a materialized object at supersonic speed. It is simply Netero's last thankful punch after every prayer is completed. It's really simple and pure to the extreme powerful. Luo Lin suddenly thought of the problems he had with Biscuit when he was practicing. The original Luo Lin has not yet solved the problem of how to move in the supersonic field. Biscuit's advice to him was to minimize the range of activities in that state and only use that ability as a nirvana. In Sky Arena, Luo Lin defeated Hisoka in this way. At that time, Luo Lin actually asked Biscuit how Netero solved the shooting problem in that state. At that time, Biscuit didn't answer him, but said that he could understand after seeing Netero's shot with his own eyes. It seems to be the revolving martial arts state of Zindequin, but in fact, it is a higher level of the purest combination of spirit and combination of warfare. Luo Lin looked at Netero at this time and laughed. His heart was completely filled with indescribable shock. Once upon a time, Luo Lin thought that there was only a gap between himself and Netero in terms of Nen, but in terms of realm, they should be equal. But now it seems that's a whole level off. But Luo Lin is not discouraged at this time, even he still has the certainty of victory. After all, his own foundation, that is, his basic ability is much stronger than Netero. In this case, if he doesn't have confidence anymore, he might as well stop fighting and just turn around and admit defeat. Although Luo Lin thought a lot, but with Luo Lin's thinking speed at this time, even in the battle with Netero, it was an extremely inconspicuous moment. But Luo Lin didn't think too much at the moment and devoted himself to the battle again. Accompanied by this kind of high-intensity and fierce battle that Luo Lin has never experienced, Luo Lin's mental power at this time is becoming more concentrated and condensed. The potential of that powerful spiritual power was constantly being tapped by Luo Lin at this moment, and what followed was that the world in Luo Lin's eyes became slower and slower, and his own movements became faster and faster. Even Luo Lin treated it as a joke when he first upgraded. The so-called 40-fold mental acceleration is no longer a joke, but is about to be realized by Luo Lin. 5 times the speed of sound, 6 times the speed of sound. There seems to be no limit to the improvement of Luo Lin's speed. But what is amazing is that no matter how Luo Lin's speed increases, Netero in the battle against Luo Lin does not lose the wind at all and keeps up with Luo Lin's speed. Or Nitro, who was immersed in prayer at this time, didn't even realize how amazing his current speed had reached. He just focused on adjusting his breath, worshipping, praying, and then punched Luo Lin to fight. Perhaps this is not a mission, nor is it a fight for survival, but a pure martial arts battle that Netero has not seen for decades. Netero's spiritual will is gradually sublimating. The 100-style Avalokitesvara behind Netero became more and more dazzling, and the already terrifying attack speed became even more outrageous. 0.1 seconds, no, the speed at which Luo Lin and Netero fought has far exceeded the time concept of 0.1 seconds. The moment their eyes met, the attacks of the two collided. Finally reached the limit. Luo Lin stared at Netero with such a thought in his mind. However, it was not Netero who reached the limit first, but Luo Lin himself. 10 times. 10 times the speed of sound. When Luo Lin's speed reached the terrifying 10 times the speed of sound, Luo Lin felt the barrier that had just broken through the speed of sound. Even if Luo Lin made the Nianqi as sharp as a blade to tear the air, it still exists and becomes stronger after all. At 10 times the speed of sound, Luo Lin could clearly feel that if he continued to accelerate, the next step would be a terrifying and outrageous consumption, or the speed would not increase, but decrease like a common person was stuck in a quagmire. This is my current limit. Luo Lin didn't feel dissatisfied with reaching the limit first. 10 times the speed of sound. Before starting the battle, Luo Lin couldn't imagine that he could have this speed. 11 As for Netero. Although still able to keep up with Luo Lin's speed, in fact, Netero's 100-style Guanyin has already fallen into a state of only defending but not attacking, supported by an amazing resilience. Really amazing resilience. Luo Lin looked at Netero. Even Luo Lin can no longer tell whether Netero's current prayer movements are real physical movements or pure spiritual fantasies. But now Luo Lin really wants to point at Netero's nose and curse. Good guy, you fought desperately to fight the Ant King, but in the end you used rose bombs, but you broke through when you hit me. I am invincible, right? Although he hasn't seen Maruam, the Queen Ant King, with his own eyes, Luo Lin is sure that the opponent's speed is definitely not 10 times the speed of sound. But the battle between Netero and the Ant King is not as intense as the battle between Netero and Luo Lin. Because the body speed has reached the limit, but the spirit has not reached the limit, Luo Lin finally has time to complain. But although Netero is now unbelievably tough, Luo Lin can foresee that as long as he maintains this kind of attack for a period of time, he can forcibly wear down Netero. Only, that kind of victory is not what Luo Lin wants. Luo Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. The fierce battle made Luo Lin realize and develop his own spiritual potential at an extremely fast speed. With the development and improvement of spiritual potential, it is not only the speed at which Xind Quan listens to compress the original time. Nun's manifest mind is also affected by the spirit. Just like Gon, who apparently only has 1,800 energy, can break through to 2,000 in an instant after using guessing boxing, and even reach 3,000 or even 4,000 energy after actually using it. At this moment, because the engine capacity has doubled, the apparent air conditioner that can reach 50,000 is no longer Luo Lin's limit. In an instant, Luo Lin's energy condensed on his fist exceeded 100,000. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Luo Lin's 400 times consumption of mind energy did not consume Luo Lin's 100,000 mind energy. Moreover, 10 times the speed of sound is only the speed limit of Luo Lin's movement, and his punching speed far exceeds the 10 times the speed of sound. Luo Lin didn't speak at the moment, but his heartfelt voice reached Netero's ears precisely in an instant. You must not die. The smelly old man. The moment the voice rang in Netero's ears, Luo Lin's fist appeared in front of Netero. Don't die, it's you. Boy. At this time, when the voice reached Netero's ears, Netero, who couldn't be distracted in the slightest because he was fully committed to the battle, grinned. At this moment, he also did not speak, but the voice also reached Luo Lin's ears in an instant. 100 forms of Avalokitesvara, the Zeroth palm. The speed of this palm far surpassed any of Netero's previous moves. Even before Netero surpassed the limit and resisted Luo Lin's prayer speed when attacking at 10 times the speed of sound, it was far behind this move. This trick is Netero's real prayer with the purest heart. When the picture of form is drawn in the heart, the picture will be transformed into thought, and thought will be transformed into the final fruit. The radiant 100-style Avalokitesvara quietly appeared behind Luo Lin, palms folded towards Luo Lin, and at the same time, Netero, like Luo Lin, gathered almost all the chi in his body, turning it into a bright light bomb like a star. That is, merciless roar. It condensed Luo Lin's attack of more than 100,000 chi at more than 10 times the speed of sound, and the roar that condensed all of Netero's chi at this time. At this moment, both of them forgot the so-called breakup that Biscuit said at the beginning. The shocking explosion engulfed both of them. What followed was a roar like a thunderclap. The smoke and dust from the explosion even engulfed the entire 597 underground base. Biscuit in the distance even had to practice with all his strength to resist the aftermath. Crazy? Are those two bastards crazy? Didn't you tell the two of them to be a bit modest? Biscuit roared wildly at this moment, rushing towards the battlefield between the two despite the aftermath of the attack. Although we don't know the final outcome, There is no doubt that just now was the final blow of the two. At this time, she must go to the two of them as soon as possible, confirm their life and death, and carry out rescue. Only, when Biscuit came to the center of the attack collision, he stopped. In front of her was a huge crater like a meteorite impact. There was no smoke and dust in the crater, so Biscuit could see it very clearly. Stand. Lie down. The outcome is clear at a glance. Although Biscuit wanted to feel unbelievable about the outcome on the court at this time. But when I think of the fierce battle just now, Biscuit suddenly felt that whoever wins and who loses is a matter of course. After a short pause, Biscuit jumped into the big pit and shouted at the two of them angrily, "You two bastards are too modest." Ahem, I won. Luo Lin waved away the splashing dust with a smile on his face. Luo Lin really didn't expect that Netero would use such a desperate move like the Kingdom of 100 Styles in the end. What's more, the attack speed of 100 Style 0 is far beyond his imagination. But fortunately, it was still within the scope of his reaction. At that moment, he turned around and changed the direction of attack. And after launching the attack, he quickly circulated the mind energy to protect the whole body, blocking the fatigue of the attack collision. As for the collision result between his attack and 100 Style 0, naturally, he also won, otherwise he would not have said that he had won. That moment, Luo Lin's attack directly pierced Netero's 100 Style 0, and at the same time shattered half of that 100 Style Guanyin. It can be said that Netero's Baishir Guanyin disappeared not because Netero consumed all his chi, but because he was blown away by Luo Lin. From this point of view alone, Luo Lin undoubtedly won. What's more, at this time Netero exhausted all his chi and fell to the ground, and he still has the strength to fight. The outcome is naturally clear at a glance. Luo Lin looked at Netero, who was lying aside. After all, they are fighting each other, not a life-and-death battle with the Ant King Maruam. Although Netero used the 0 of 100 styles and exhausted all the chi in his body, it was not the same as in the original work, and he also squeezed all the potential in his body. So at this time Netero did not become that dry and withered appearance. "You two bastards, what's the deal?" Biscuit jumped down from the side and shouted at the two of them angrily. "Aren't they all dead?" Luo Lin scratched his head and said with a smile, "It's not dead if it fits your scale," Biscuit said angrily, and at the same time, her thoughts quickly formed beside her. "Nin, Ms. Magic Beauty. I'll restore the old man Netero first, and you can restore it yourself," Biscuit said, and Miss Magic Beauty walked towards Netero. As Luo Lin's teacher, how could she not know Luo Lin's ability? Luo Lin shrugged and didn't care. Nian Beast emerged beside him, emitter Nen was activated, and the body entered the most extreme state of relaxation in an instant. Luo Lin could feel the rapid recovery of his physical strength, and within 20 minutes, he could recover all the energy consumed. However, looking at the fainted Netero, Luo Lin felt that it would be a pity not to do something. 20 minutes later, Luo Lin recovered as before, and Netero also woke up. Of course, compared to Luo Lin, Netero has not fully recovered at this time, and still looks like he is depleted of energy and blood. However, it can be seen that Netero is quite happy now. Oh ho ho ho. After a bloody battle, let Biscuit massage your abilities. What a bliss. Netero lay on the ground, smiling with enjoyment, not caring about his loss at all. You still have the face to say that you promised to measure before. In the end, you even used the 0 of the 100 style. This is your measure. Biscuit complained to Netero again. Why is this old man so careless? It was obvious that Brat got mad first, so this old man has no other tricks other than 0 hunting. Besides, in the end, my 100 style 0 was pierced. Even the 100 style Avalokitesphera was blown up. Netero said, pretending to be aggrieved. What? Biscuit looked at Netero in disbelief. 0 of the 100 styles was pierced, and even the 100 styles of Avalokitesphera were blown away? Biscuit turned to look at Luo Lin, who was sitting beside him with disbelief in his eyes. Because the speed of the fight between the two was too fast, Biscuit couldn't see the details of the fight between the two at all. When she arrived, she saw the unscathed Luo Lin, and she thought that Luo Lin used his stand-in ability to avoid Netero's attack. But what did she hear now? Luo Lin defeated 100 Style 0 from the front. Biscuit was silent. She knew exactly what the weight of 100 styles was. For a move that can add all of Netero's ki in one breath, Netero's ki must be at least hundreds of thousands at that moment. Will this move be broken? Looking at the calm Luo Lin next to him, Biscuit couldn't imagine what kind of monster he had taught. Stinky old man, you have the nerve to say that my attack was aimed at your Baisher Guanyin, but you even used your desperate moves. Luo Lin complained. If that 100 style 0 move really hit him, it could really kill him. Although Luo Lin has a lot of tricks so that the trick can't hit him. Besides the desperate move, this old man has no other moves that can compete with this little monster like you, and even if the old man uses the desperate move, he still loses in the end. True also pouted. Losing is normal. You should have lost a long time ago, you stinky old man. You didn't even explode when you beat the ants, but when you beat me, you actually broke through these 10 sets. Luo Lin looked at simultaneous Luo with contempt. This is somewhat of a civil war god of war. Ant. Netero was stunned for a moment, and then he thought about it and said, it's the magical beast you mentioned that can make old men fight happily. That's right, it's a creature called a chimeric ant. Luo Lin nodded. At this time, naturally there is nothing to hide. The battle between Netero and the Ant King Maruam can be more enjoyable than today's battle. Chimeric ant? Netero thought for a while and said, I remember that it is one of the first-level isolated species. That's right, but it's different from the chimeric ants on the mainland. It's a chimeric ant queen more than 2 meters high. Through the racial ability of feeding and mating, it ate humans, and hybrid ants or other biological genes were born. The Ant King is very powerful. In the end, you were killed by detonating the rose bomb hidden in your body. Rose bomb? So the old man lost. Netero thought. If you, Wang Zhao, can explode like today, it's not certain whether you will win or lose in the end. Luo Lin pouted. Oh ho ho, after all, things like breakthroughs in the battle are rare, and, before the battle started, the old man planted roses in his body, thinking about defeat before the battle, this kind of spiritual will. Lao Fu doesn't think it is possible to break through. Netero said in a very relieved manner at this time. As for Luo Lin, he accepted it very easily. After all, from the information in Luo Lin's words, he could also guess the danger of that thing. Especially the final handling method is indeed his style. On the contrary, Biscuit next to him looked at the two with a dazed expression, not knowing why. But she didn't interrupt casually. After all, there was a secret between the two of them, something she had known for a long time. Just you. By the way, the matter about the ants may also be about your son and Kajin Goen. Luo Lin suddenly thought of something and said to Netero. By the way, the ant matter may have been arranged by your son and Kajin Gua. Luo Lin suddenly thought of something and said to Netero. Netero was slightly taken aback, but there was not much surprise. That's right. It looks like he can't wait. Netero smiled while stroking his beard. Son? Old man, you have a son. Biscuit looked like he had seen a ghost. The previous battle between Luo Lin and Netero had never made her look so shocked. One can imagine how shocked Biscuit was that Netero had a son. Why can't this old man have a son? Netero looked at Biscuit strangely. The old man's son is older than you. Biscuit. It made sense. She had almost forgotten that Netero was at least 120 years old. When she was born, Netero was over 60 years old. Not to mention sons. Common people probably have grandchildren. I'm just curious about what your son looks like. Biscuit coughed twice in embarrassment. What? It's the same as the old man Netero when he was young, but maybe a little crazier than this old man after all. Luo Linton nodded, and then smiled. 633, after all, that guy is probably thinking about how to kill this old man, and then he and Kajin Guo will make the Dark Continent public and start a great era of exploration. Hearing this, not to mention Biscuit, even Netero didn't react for a while. Reveal the Dark Continent to the public and set off a great era of exploration? Luo Lin, are you telling the truth? Netero couldn't help being surprised. He could guess that Byangda would do something after his death, but to make the Dark Continent public, this is really crazy. Of course, Kajin Kingdom is about to build a ship for long voyages. It can carry 300,000 people, but it is always ready to go to the Dark Continent. Luo Lin said with a smile. Hearing what Luo Lin said, Netero scratched his head in distress. Now that they have reached this level, Byangda will definitely not stop in his next actions. Really, old man, I still want to take a good rest. Netero complained, and indeed a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Look at the old man smiling so happily, it's crazy. Yeah, my son wants to kill me and still laughs so happily. This old man is hopeless. Lorraine whispered to Biscuit. You too. Netero's mouth twitched, but don't say it in front of him. Don't talk about my rebellious son. Netero suddenly looked at Luo Lin and said, Tell me about you. You should be leaving, right? Is it obvious? Luo Lin was slightly surprised. It's not obvious, but you can see it. Netero stroked his beard and smiled. Don't underestimate the intuition of an old man. If you leave, will you come back? Not necessarily, and I'm not sure if I can come back. Luo Lin shook his head and said. It was the first time he took the initiative to travel, and he didn't know what the system's travel function was like. But Luo Lin's intuition felt that he should be able to come back. Wait, what are you talking about? Leave? Where are you going, Luo Lin? Why don't you come back? Biscuit next to him couldn't help looking like Luo Lin asked. I'm about to leave this world. Luo Lin didn't keep a secret and said it directly. Leave this world? Go to the Dark Continent. Biscuit wondered. It's another world beyond the Dark Continent, in the real sense. Luo Lin smiled and said to Biscuit. I'm not from this world. This is the secret I wanted to tell you, Biscuit, but you rejected me. Biscuit. Hey, what the hell? Not from this world? Does such a thing as a different world really exist? Biscuit is messy. When are you going to leave? Netero asked again. Leave right away. Luo Lin said after a short pause. He decided to leave when he was promoted to level 3, and the star, BBDF, that should have been prepared for such a long time was ready. Although nothing else would delay it. Luo Lin, you. Biscuit yelled, then stopped. Can you not leave? She couldn't say such words at all. You are my proudest disciple. Biscuit looked at Luo Lin seriously and said. Well, I know. Luo Lin grinned. Of course, he could see what Biscuit meant. In fact, he also thought about whether to stay here for a while. After all, although there is a lot of experience for upgrading from level 3 to level 4, with the efficiency of his current experience acquisition, he can upgrade in at most 200 days. Only. This is just upgrading from level 3 to level 4. For the upper limit of level 100, the regiment has just begun. And if you look at the experience tripled for each level up, it doesn't even count as the beginning. He can't stay in this world forever. What's more, Luo Lin didn't think that if he left, he wouldn't be able to come back. Don't worry, I will definitely come back to see your teacher, Biscuit. Luo Lin showed a big smile to Biscuit. Then, not planning to delay any longer, he called out the system panel and expanded the folded traversal times. 100-level ascension system. Name, Luo Lin. Level, 3, 2280/9000. Vitality, 4. Spiritual power, 4. Nin, 245230/245230. World, Hunter x Hunter. Number of traversal times, 3. Luo Lin was not surprised at the traversal count of 3 on the system panel. Luo Lin has known for a long time that one level can be used to travel through times. Or in other words, if there were no 3 traversal times as a guarantee, Luo Lin would not choose to travel so quickly. He will definitely practice in this world to the limit that he can achieve before starting to travel. With a thought, Luo Lin directly chose to time travel. In an instant, Luo Lin's figure disappeared in front of Biscuit and Netero. I really just left like that. Biscuit was stunned for a while, looking in a daze at the place where Luo Lin disappeared. As for Netero, the madness in his eyes disappeared. Sure enough, there is no Nianqi, it's not Nin. Netero couldn't help thinking. Although Luo Lin had already given the answer, but never saw it with his own eyes, Netero still felt a little unbelievable after all. But, will you definitely come back? I hope you don't let the old man lose the bet, otherwise the old man will lose a lot. Netero looked at Biscuit, who was dazed beside him, and smiled. The old man blocked the hope of mankind on you, Biscuit. I have temporarily left the world of Hunter, and the subsequent chapters on Ants and Dark Continent will be written after a few worlds. The next world is the spell return battle, but it shouldn't be too long. The main point is to point out the protagonist's real source of experience and start the real journey of invincibility. Here it is. Luo Lin looked at the empty alley in front of him with a dazed face. Just at the moment when he chose to cross, there was a flower in front of him, and then the scenery in front of him changed completely. Even if he compressed his somatosensory time to the limit in the moment before time travel, he didn't notice the process of time travel. It seems that my ability to detect and travel through such things is still far behind. Luo Lin relaxed his mind a little and retreated from the state of extreme compression of the somatosensory world. Then the system panel that disappeared at the moment of crossing was called 100-level ascension system. Name, Luo Lin. Level 3, 2280/9000, plus. Vitality, 4. Spiritual power, 4. Unknown strength, 4000. 245230/245230. World unknown. Number of traversal times, 2. Traversable world, Hunter x Hunter, New World. Sure enough, you can travel back. The first thing Luo Lin saw was the extra traversable world at the bottom, and the ability to travel to the Hunter x Hunter world made Luo Lin feel a little relieved. But is the world unknown? Or is it because I don't know what world it is, and what is the unknown force? Luo Lin looked at the system panel in doubt. Unknown power? Is this thing? Luo Lin raised his hand, sensing another energy emerging from his body besides Nian Qi. What an evil energy. Luo Lin frowned. He could feel this energy as if it was completely condensed by negative emotions, which reminded him of the existence of after-death thoughts. However, this energy obviously has not reached the level of reciting after death. Under Luo Lin's control, this energy is very obedient and honest. It is completely inconsistent with the essence of that evil energy. But this kind of ability can be obtained directly without learning? Luo Lin was a little curious looking at the energy that he could play with freely. You know, in the Hunter world, he even participated in the Hunter test in order to obtain Nin, and only learned it from Biscuit, but now he has mastered this energy as soon as he came to this world. It should be because my attribute value has improved. Luo Lin thought about it for a while. With his current attribute value, if he came to the world of Hunter, he might be able to detect the existence of life energy for the first time. But this energy grows much faster than Nian Qi. Luo Lin played with this ball of energy. On the system panel, this unknown energy has risen to more than 10,000, and the data is still growing. It seems that it is not a system that requires practice to increase the upper limit like Nian Qi. Luo Lin was a little distressed. After all, he couldn't gain experience by practicing the system of this world like he did in the Hunter world. And just when Luo Lin was distressed, he suddenly noticed a very inconspicuous change on the system panel. Grade. Behind his grade, there is an extra plus sign. Isn't this plus sign only available when the experience points are full? Subconsciously, Luo Lin clicked. Afterwards, Luo Lin saw that his experience points jumped from 2280 to 2281 experience points, directly increased a little. Luo Lin. What the hell? Luo Lin was stunned. Experience points increased out of thin air? Luo Lin clicked again in disbelief. 100-level ascension system. Name, Luo Lin. Level 3, 2282/9000, plus. Vitality, 4. Spiritual power, 4. Unknown strength, 4000. 24523/245210. World unknown. Number of traversal times, 2. Traversable world, Hunter x Hunter, New World. Experience points have increased a little more, out of thin air? No, not out of thin air. Luo Lin glanced at the system panel and instantly found a discordant place. The potential energy and the apparent energy do not correspond? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't particularly care about his potential energy value, he remembered very clearly that the gap between his apparent energy and potential energy was exactly 10 times, and the error was only in the last single digit. Ask for flowers. The apparent capacity of 24,523 should correspond to the potential capacity of 235,230, but now it is 20 points less. My potential energy has decreased? Luo Lin looked at the potential energy of 245,210 on the system panel, and then clicked the plus sign behind the level. Really? Under Luo Lin's gaze, the experience points jumped to 2283, and the potential energy decreased by another 10 points. 10 points of potential energy for one experience point? Luo Lin frowned slightly. He seemed to have discovered the real upgrade method of his own system panel, but... Can I only use Nin in exchange for experience? Luo Lin was slightly distressed. You know, most of his current strength is supported by the Nen system. If you replace all Nen with experience, it will certainly allow him to upgrade, etc. Luo Linton gave a moment. The potential capacity of 240,000 can be exchanged for 24,000 experience at most, but according to the rules of system upgrades, the experience required for the next level of upgrade should be 3 times that of 9,000, which is 27,000 experience. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth twitched. Good guy, all the latent energy can only make him upgrade 1 level, not even 2 levels, right? Let's just wait. At that time, Luo Linton gave up the idea of immediately exchanging a large number of experience points, and he didn't even have the idea of changing 6,000 experience points to upgrade to a higher level. Let's wait for the upgrade. Anyway, experience won't run away. Let's explore what kind of world this is deciding on. Luo Lin rubbed his head and turned to look around. An empty alley, but judging from the surrounding tall buildings, it should still be in the style of modern society. After a little hesitation, Luo Lin gave up the fastest way, which is to directly use the circle to detect. You're new here, let's keep a low profile. Luo Lin thought for a while, and then the manipulator's power belonging to this world covered the thoughts on his body to cover it up. This energy is really obedient. Luo Lin felt the energy that was even easier to manipulate than the Yen Qi he had cultivated for more than half a year, and felt a little bit emotional. Then disappeared in the alley. On the rooftop of a certain tall building, Luo Lin looked down at the city below. It really is a modern city, and look at those signs. Luo Lin squatted on the roof and looked at the street below. Isn't this an island country with a good life? Luo Lin looked thoughtfully at the Japanese signboards on the street. So, is this still a Japanese manga world? To read the Japanese I learned in order to catch up with fans, I will actually be able to use it one day. In other words, let's see what language he uses to communicate with people in the hunter world. godhood.Jpg. When Luo Lin was observing the city below, suddenly, a little breath fluctuation in the distance caught Luo Lin's attention. Although he didn't use the circle to detect, Luo Lin's perception ability is also good. That direction seems to be the energy fluctuation of this world. Luo Lin looked at the dimly lit area in the distance of City 23, thought for a while, and then galloped away in that direction. Sujisawa No. 3 High School in Sendai City. Teaching building. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a figure was blasted out from the wall of the teaching building and landed on the flyover between the teaching buildings. Damn it, I'm so dizzy the technique can't be used. Fu Heihui made seals with both hands, but the strong sense of dizziness in his mind made him unable to mobilize his labor accurately. No, you must use a spell. Fu Heihui looked at the huge monster that knocked out of the teaching building in front of him and forced himself to mobilize his spell power. In the teaching building just now, the dizziness that hit his head when he was attacked by the cursed spirit obviously did not go away so easily. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and punched heavily on the head of the monster cursed spirit, directly knocking the monster down. This scene immediately stunned Fu Heihui. As a conjurer, he could clearly see that the figure didn't carry any magic power, but relied entirely on a brute force to smash the cursed spirit to the ground. What kind of strange power is this? Fu Heihui was horrified in his heart, but he immediately realized that this is not the time to be surprised. A curse can only be removed by a curse. In terms of physical attacks, let alone a boy with strange power, even human army weapons will not be effective. Are you all right? Notabagi Yujin jumped to Fu Heihui's side and asked worriedly. Boy, you can't deal with that monster. Hurry up and run away with the 2 people over there. Fu Heihui stood up reluctantly, covering his head. If you leave now, it will cause me to have nightmares. Hirohito Kojo looked at the monster in front of him solemnly, and the words his grandfather said to him before he died appeared in his mind. Help others. That was his grandfather's last words to him. While speaking, Notabagi Yuhito rushed towards that again. No, without the power of the curse, you can't do harm to the curse at all. Fu Heihui wanted to cast the spell immediately, but besides dizziness, his injuries were also very serious. In a short period of time, there was no way to manipulate the magic power to use the spell immediately, so he could only watch Notabagi Yuhito rushing forward. And then, just as Fu Heihui expected, although Notaba Yuhito's monster power is strong, but without magic power, he has no way to attack the magic spirit at all. Moreover, Yuzu Yurihito was just a high school student after all, with almost no combat experience, and was caught in the hands of the cursed spirit just by accident. Damn it. Fu Heihue forcibly stood up, and the buzzing in his head finally stopped for a long time. Enduring the pain, his hands formed a seal in front of his body and prepared to use his spell to summon Shikigami. But at this moment, if it's a curse, this thing is also some kind of curse. Notabagi Yuhito was caught in the palm of the hand by the cursed spirit and instantly thought of the cause of the accident tonight. That dark red finger that looks like an evil ghost's finger. So, as long as I have that spell power too. Notabagi Yuhito shouted, swallowing the finger that looked like a part of an evil ghost without hesitation. Stop it. Stupid dash. Seeing the action of Notabagi Yuhito, Fu Heihue next to him was completely dumbfounded and shouted quickly. But it's too late. Notabagi Yuhito had already swallowed that finger into his stomach. Superclass curse. Not to mention the common people, it is highly poisonous even to conjurers. It's okay if he was just poisoned to death, but if he wasn't poisoned to death. Fu Heihue looked at the motionless knotweed urine in horror. However, people will stop at this kind of time, but the mindless cursed spirit doesn't care so much. Looking at the knotweed Yuhito who swallowed the thing that attracted him, the cursed spirit rushed over madly and wanted to kill him. Knotweed Yurito swallowed it whole. Only. Laugh. For a moment, just now, he was aggressive and wanted to swallow the cursed spirit of the two, but he lost his breath when he was swung by the arm of Yuzhong Yuren. RB. At this time, it is different whether the knotweed urine is still the knotweed urine. No, it should be said that it must not be the knotweed urine. Fu Heihue's face suddenly turned ugly. The worst has come. What's going on? Luo Lin looked at the teaching building in front of him and stopped suddenly, his face full of vigilance. Just now, the very weak energy in his perception suddenly expanded hundreds of thousands of times, and it was extremely evil. If the original energy was only equivalent to thoughts with killing intent, then the nature of the current energy has completely become the existence of thoughts after death. Just when Luo Lin was vigilant, on the roof above, a figure laughed wildly and stood on the edge of the roof. This is a good time. Women and children can be seen everywhere like maggots and... The figure laughed wildly and suddenly looked down at Luo Lin below. Disgusting conjurers are everywhere. The moment the figure's voice fell, it swooped down and rushed towards Luo Lin full of malicious intent. Luo Lin frowned suddenly. It should be said that it is indeed a monster similar to after death. Shouting and killing as soon as they meet, so violent. Luo Lin didn't mean to dodge in the slightest. Although he is cautious, as far as his perception is concerned, the person in front of him is still within 0.1 of his handling range. In an instant, Luo Lin's concentration was high. He compressed the sensory time to the limit, and then punched the figure back without hesitation. The roof of the teaching building was directly smashed through, and then smashed heavily into the teaching building next to it. Luo Lin did not pursue the victory, but recalled the appearance of the figure he saw in the static time just now. Cherry-colored hair, and a pair of eyes with more corners than ordinary people. Yearn of the knotweed? No, is it Two-Face Nua? Luo Lin instantly recognized the identity of the person in front of him, and also knew what kind of world he had come to. Really, I've only watched anime for the spell return battle. And it's really troublesome to confront the uncle when I come here. Luo Lin looked at the figure walking out of the gap in the teaching building with disgust on his face. Haha, as expected, the real body is better. Even the pain is so refreshing. Hu Zhongyuren, no. Two-Face Su Nua came out from the gap he knocked out and looked down at Luo Lin below. He didn't pay any attention to what happened just now. Instead, he laughed excitedly, then jumped up and jumped down. In midair. Hey, what are you guys doing with other people's bodies? A voice of pure doubts that was completely different from the wildness just now sounded from his mouth. The Two-Face Su Nua stopped in midair, and the wild voice came out again, full of doubts in the voice. How can you still move? Huh? This is my body, right? Notabagi Yuhito wondered, and then began to try to regain control of his body. Suppressed? Two-Faced Su Nua felt doubts about his completely out-of-control body, and then he was completely suppressed by the knotweed urine. The eyes of Yuzu Yuhito's eyes were closed, and the tattoos on his body also disappeared. Only, the knotweed urine who has just regained control of his body is not able to fly in the sky like the Two-Faced Su Nua. 11. I'm going to fall. Notabagi Yujin looked at the ground that Fang Yu was getting closer and closer to, with a face full of horror. In the next second, he was grabbed by one hand and did not hit the ground. Phew, I'm saved. Thank you, uncle. Notabagi Yujin heaved a sigh of relief, turned to look at Luo Lin who was holding him next to him, and showed a bright smile. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is uncle? Luo Lin let go without hesitation. The naughty not Yurihito, who was still in the air, hit the ground directly, but he couldn't kill anyone from a height of more than 1 meter. It hurts. Why did you let go all of a sudden, uncle? Notabagi Yujin shouted, covering his face. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have saved this guy. Luo Lin looked at Yujin Yurin, who hadn't figured out what was going on, speechlessly, and looked up towards the rooftop. Where? A figure is squatting on the edge of the roof and looking down curiously. No, it looks a bit strange after all. The man had a blindfold on his face, completely covering his eyes. 5 Satoru. Luo Lin looked at the man and his heart became serious. The absolute ceiling of the magic world, known as the strongest invincible magician. Teacher Wujo? Why are you here? On the flyover, Fu Heihue looked at Gojo Satoru, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked subconsciously. I don't really want to come, but after all, it's a super grade curse item. If you really lose it, the higher-ups will be very troublesome, so let's ignore those. Gojo Satoru waved his hands indifferently. Instead, he pointed to Luo Lin and Notabagi Yujito below and asked with great interest, tell me first what kind of love is going on down here. Only then did Fu Heihue come to his senses. Pointing at the knotweed below, Yurin said, Teacher Wu Tiao, the finger of Liangmian's Su Nuo was eaten by that guy. Eat? Gojo Satoru suddenly became more interested and directly grabbed Heihue and jumped off. Hello. Can you show me that child? Gojo Satoru came over with Fu Heihue in his arms, pointed at the knotweed Yujin at Luo Lin's feet, and smiled. You can do whatever you want. I'm just an innocent passerby attracted by the fluctuation of mana. Luo Lin waved his hand casually and said, Then I won't be polite. Gojo Satoru chuckled lightly and hooked his fingers. Knotweed Yujin, who was lying on the ground, flew up directly and floated in front of Gojo Satoru. Fly. It's flying. Notabagi Yujin was shocked. Although he had already seen the monster tonight that broke his 3 views, but is it really scientific to fly out of thin air? What? Monsters aren't scientific either. That's okay. Gojo Satoru ignored the yelling Notaba Yujito and didn't take off the blindfold he was wearing and just looked at him so closely. 6 eyes. Luo Lin looked at Wujo Wu's actions at this time with a little thought in his eyes. He was very impressed with Gojo Satoru's stunning eyes. 360-degree viewing angle with no dead angle and ultra-long distance, and can directly see the magic power, even the spells in the magician's body. What high-purity white eyes. And it also endows Wujo Wu with ultra-precise spell power manipulation ability, so that Wuju Satoru, who is not a huge spell power, hardly consumes spell power when casting spells, which is an alternative infinite power. Moreover, it is also one of the necessary conditions for the activation of the 5 family-inherited spells with no lower limit. Luo Lin was very moved by seeing these abilities. Well, it's actually sneaked in, how funny. Gojo Satoru leaned on the knotweed Yujito and suddenly laughed. Is there any abnormality in the body? Gojo Satoru put down the knotweed Yurin and asked. Anomaly? That's not the case. Yujin Notabagi, who landed again, looked at his body and said, Then can you swap with Sunua? Gojo Satoru asked. Sunua? Polygonum cuspidatum Yurin was puzzled. It's the thing you ate. Wujo Wudo. That's okay. Hirohito Kojo looked at Gojo Satoru suspiciously, not understanding what he meant. 10 seconds, after 10 seconds, you can switch back with Sunua, is that okay? Wu Tiaowu moved his hands and feet, and the meaning couldn't be more obvious. But Notabagi Yujito still hesitated. Don't worry. I'm the strongest. Gojo Satoru grinned confidently. Looking at the confident Gojo Satoru, Kojo Yujito hesitated for a moment and then closed his eyes. In the next moment, stripes emerged from the body surface of Notabagi Yurihito, and at the same time, under the corners of the eyes of Notabagi Yurin, a pair of eyes opened again. At the same time, a completely different evil aura rose up. Then, He rushed towards Luo Lin. Gojo Satoru fought at about 270. What do you want me for? Luo Lin unceremoniously slapped the approaching knotweed urine. No, it should be the two-faced Sunua, and flew away. Hush. Beautiful attack. Wu Tiaoyu next to him whistled lightly when he saw this scene. Haha, you're right. Although you're not strong, your little devil's spell power and physical body are very special. With preparations, the two-faced Sunua didn't fly very far this time, and soon stopped, laughing wildly and charging towards Luo Lin again. It's just that the strength of the two-faced disaster that only swallowed one finger at this time is really not too fishy. The moment he rushed in front of Luo Lin, he was slapped and flew away by Luo Lin's unceremonious slap. Hey, is it really okay to just watch the fight you're about to have? Luo Lin looked at Wu, who was watching the show, and said speechlessly. I can't help it, he seems to want to fight you more. Wu Tiaoyu said with an innocent look on his face. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Luo Lin gave Gojo Satoru a blank look. For the two-faced Sunua, one is an unknown conjurer and the other is the person who slapped him. Isn't it clear at a glance who he will attack after waking up? But Luo Lin didn't say much. If you want to try it out, just try it out. It just so happens that Luo Lin also wants to use the two-faced Nua to test his own strength in this world. After all, the uncle's finger count is the most accurate measure of strength in the magic world. It's so fast and powerful. But Sunua on both sides stabilized his body and looked in the direction of Luo Lin, his face full of excitement. The Battle of Conjurers is a competition of spell power. Your spell power is because of it. The two-faced Sunua shouted and appeared in front of Luo Lin, waving his arms, and the huge mantra power poured directly towards Luo Lin. Only, at this time, Luo Lin appeared on the other side of Sunua, and his fist directly hit the unresponsive Sunua, knocking him into the air again. The speed, reaction, and strength are all average, but considering the strength of only one finger, it's not bad. Luo Lin was thoughtful. 1/20th of the power does not mean 1/20th of the history. Luo Lin can imagine that with Su Nua's 20 fingers gathered together, his strength will definitely increase by tens or even hundreds of times. But Luo Lin glanced at Gojo Satoru next to him. To some extent, this means that Gojo Satoru possesses that terrifying strength. I'm really upset. I'm completely suppressed. Two-faced Su Nua curled his lips, realizing the reality clearly. Hey kid, what's your name? Luo Lin squinted his eyes as he looked at the two-faced Sunua, who looked unscathed at this time. Although considering Gojo Satoru and Taiban Hirohito's body, he didn't strike with all his strength, and his fists were definitely not weak enough to make people unscathed. Reverse spell? Luo Lin thought of an ability in this world. The magic power of the conjurer is a power derived from negative emotions, so it can strengthen the body, but it cannot heal the body. But if you use the reversal technique in the form of negative and positive, you can get amazing healing power. Its healing ability is so strong that it can regenerate broken limbs, regenerate new internal organs, and even heal the brain if it is pierced. There is no need for spells. This kind of ability should be enough with the magic power. Luo Lin was thoughtful. That is to say, he can also learn this kind of ability. Damn little. Sunua on both sides looked at Luo Lin, who was distracted and didn't care about him. A trace of anger rose in his eyes, and before he could get angry, the suppressed feeling appeared again. Damn it, what's going on with this kid called polygonum cuspidatum? It can't occupy the body at all. Two-faced Sunua was in a trance, and the next moment, Knotweed Turin went online. Gojo Satoru next to him raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene. 10 seconds, it was really retracted. Well, although Gojo Satoru is wearing a blindfold, this movement is still very obvious. Well, it's just a little noisy. Notabagi Yujin patted his head and replied. His mind was buzzing all the time during the exchange. However, Gojo Satoru suddenly pointed his fingers between the eyebrows of Yuzu Yuhito, and the spell power surged. Afterwards, Jotsu and Yurin passed out. Teacher Wu Tiao, what are you doing? Fu Heihue asked in confusion. Test that kid will come out after he loses consciousness. Luo Lin approached and said. It seems that it can really carry the two-faced Sunua, which is unbelievable. Luo Lin looked at the knotweed urine and deliberately expressed amazement. Of course, he was really a little surprised. although he doesn't have the six-eyed ability to intuitively see the magic power in the body of the knotweed urine. But the evil mantra power comparable to recitation after death did disappear instantly the moment not-tried urine came back. It is possible to lock that kind of thing in the body without imposing any means to restrict it. This can be regarded as a natural human strength. That's right, but at present, it seems that this kid has the qualifications to become a container. Gojo Satoru didn't mean to hide anything, and looked at Yuzu Urine, who fainted but didn't let Tsunua escape, with great interest. Next is you, little brother, you are not a local magician. Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin and said, well, I heard that there are a lot of magic spirits in this country, so I'm curious to come and have a look. Luo Lin casually found a reason. That's it. Then remember to register and help keep tonight's affairs secret. Come to Tokyo to play with me when you are free. 17. Gojo Satoru picked up the knotweed urine and at the same time lifted Fuheihue and then flew away directly. Seeing Gojo Satoru's leaving figure, the corner of Luo Lin's mouth curled up. Ignore all flawed excuses. Is this the arrogance of the invincible? Luo Lin chuckled and turned to leave. I don't really hate this kind of arrogance. Midair. Teacher Wu Tiao, is it really okay to let that person go like this? Fu Heihue said in a deep voice. Hey, you also see that guy's problem? Gojo Satoru looked at Fu Heihue in surprise. Excuses are too perfunctory. A super conjurer actually used the excuse of seeing a cursed spirit, and he still came to a place like Sendai City. Fu Heihue frowned. Although the two-faced Tsunua was suppressed from the beginning to the end, the fingers of the two-faced Tsunua felt that it was undoubtedly a super magic tool. And even if the two-faced Tsunua has only one finger, he definitely has super strength. One can imagine the strength of Luo Lin, who can suppress the two-faced Tsunua. Xiao Hui can think so much, she has really grown up. Teacher, I am so touched. Gojo Satoru looked moved to tears, and Zhao Dezhao wiped his fingers on the side of the eye mask. Fu Wei. Seeing Wujo Wu's out-of-the-ordinary look, Fu Heihue simply chose to play badly. After all, Gojo Satoru is not in a hurry. What does he mean by being a student? Don't worry. It's absolutely fine. I'm the invincible Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru suddenly turned his head and smiled confidently at Fu Heihue. Fu Heihue blushed slightly, feeling inexplicably why his teacher was so reliable. Besides, I can feel that guy is super interesting. It would be a pity if he just won it like this. It would be the best if he could make more trouble for the old guys above. Gojo Satoru changed the subject, propped his chin up and laughed. Fu Heihue. Sure enough, what happened just now was just an illusion. How could his incomprehensible teacher be reliable? Spells returned to the world. In a hotel room in Sendai City, Luo Lin was standing by the window playing with the spell in his hand. It shouldn't be an illusion just now. Luo Lin recalled the feeling when he fought with Liangmian Tsunua. Even though it can't be called a battle. Because of the existence of Gojo Satoru, Luo Lin did not simply use Nian Qi, but wrapped a layer of magic power around the air conditioning. Although he didn't know if Wujo Wu's six eyes saw anything, but at that time, Luo Lin had other gains. It was the feeling that the body seemed to be thirsting for mana. Thinking of the power system of the spell returning to the world, Luo Lin moved his mind slightly, trying to manipulate the spell power to circulate in his body. No, Luo Lin frowned slightly. Maybe? Luo Lin thought of the scene where the feeling appeared before, and mobilized his mind to participate in it. Then, a strange feeling flooded Luo Lin's system. Subconsciously, Luo Lin used his Nen, and another Luo Lin in his body came out quietly. For Luo Lin, this should be a very common sight, but at this time Luo Lin looked at his other self in astonishment. Is this a spell? Luo Lin couldn't believe it. Although it is said that he is running Nen, but at the last moment, it is a clone formed by consuming mana power. Luo Lin stopped the operation of Nin, and according to the feeling just now, he operated 560 mana alone. Then, a double came out of Luo Lin's body again, and Luo Lin could feel that the double's ability was almost the same as that of Nen. Also by consuming mana to take the attack instead of Luo Lin. Has Nin become a spell in this world? Luo Lin thought, and used his other abilities one after another. For example, the ability to sharpen the mind energy, the ability to instantly put one's body into the best resting state, and the ability of mind beasts to store mind energy, as well as the ability to strengthen the body. All his Nun have been localized, modified into the version of the mantra, and completed the adaptation to this world. Even the Nian Qi version of Nian Beast and the Mana Power version of Nian Beast are common, so that Luo Lin no longer needs to consume mana power and can expand the storage space of Nian Beast from 0. And then there's his Nun's system panel, also turned into a spell version. Strengthening, release, change, realization, manipulation, and traits, the names of the 6 major systems have not changed, but they have all changed from corresponding to mind energy to corresponding to mana. And the corresponding percentages of these 6 major systems have all changed from the decrease in accordance with the non-rule to 100% for all 6 systems. This, can be regarded as an optimization in a certain sense. Is it made by the system? Luo Lin immediately thought of the system, and besides this, Luo Lin couldn't think of any other reasons. Indeed, in this way, when the power of the spell is measured, I can rest assured that Nin will be transformed into experience, but I don't know if the future world will be like this. Wait, did I miss something? Luo Lin froze suddenly. He thought of something. If we say that the Nin he developed is similar to the thief's extreme intent that steals other people's Nin, or other Nin who can seize the ability to copy others, so isn't he now? It's a loss. It's a big loss. Luo Lin looked distressed, and it took him a while to get back to himself. Luo Lin calmed down, opened the system panel and prepared to convert part of the experience to upgrade. After a long time, Luo Lin also noticed it. Maybe it's the difference in the world, in the magic world, although the ability can still be restored after use. But the upper limit of Nin, whether it is the potential energy or the apparent energy, cannot continue to be enhanced through practice. It can be said, as long as Luo Lin doesn't immediately leave this world and return to the hunter world, none will sooner or later be converted into experience. And the growth rate of mana power is indeed ridiculously fast. Calling up the system panel, Luo Lin looked at the plus sign behind the level and pressed it without sending it away. Then, under Luo Lin's gaze, the experience points began to increase at an astonishing speed. Soon, the experience points on the system panel changed to 9,000/9,000, and Luo Lin's potential air conditioner also dropped 672 D0 points. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Luo Lin clicked on the plus sign behind the level again. This time it was not experience that was raised, but Luo Lin's level. The familiar warm current instantly filled the whole body, and Luo Lin was intoxicated by the joy that seemed to come from the most essential of life. After a long time, Luo Lin opened his eyes with a look of reminiscence and called out the system panel. Name, Luo Lin. Level, 40/27,000, plus. Vitality, 8. Spiritual power, 8. Mantra, 126809. Nin, 24523/178010. World, spell return. Luo Lin looked at his system panel. Traveling through the function, Luo Lin once again folded it habitually, and then the world has also shown the spell to return to the world. The unknown power has also become mana. Luo Lin is not surprised at this point. He has long discovered that the system panel is actually affected by him, such as folding a certain attribute. This is the principle. Sure enough, 27,000 experience is needed to level up again. Even if you exchange all Nin, you won't be able to level up. Luo Lin is a bit regretful now. Why didn't he stay in the hunter world for a while? Obviously his Nin can still grow. But since he couldn't level up, Rong Lin simply didn't continue to switch. After all, even with mana power, Nin has all been transformed into magic formulas, but Nenqi itself is still indispensable to Luo Lin. A large part of his current terrifying strength and powerful constitution are supported by thoughts. In this regard, there is no substitute for air conditioning. The attribute value has doubled, and the growth rate of the spell power is also faster. Compared with the upper limit of the spell power, it has also increased. Luo Lin saw that the growth rate of mana power, which had been increasing rapidly, increased by a large amount. The setting of the mantra is the energy derived from the negative emotions of the spirit, although Luo Lin doesn't know how he can have such strong negative emotions because he is such a sunny person. However, mana power must be linked to spiritual power to some extent, and Luo Lin can even feel that his ability to control mana power has improved a lot now. This level of mana control should be able to support me to quickly learn the abilities I need. Luo Lin clenched his fists. When he found out that this world is the world of spells and battles, some abilities have already been targeted by Luo Lin. It's like a reversal spell with amazing healing ability that I've seen before. The space distortion produced when the error between the blow and the impact of the spell is within 0.000001 second. The average power of the Black Flash is the usual 2.5 power. There are also spells that already have spells, newly added by Luo Lin, Field Expansion, and Spell Reversal. Especially after these abilities are very likely to be matched with a brand new system like Nin after entering the next world. For Luo Lin, these abilities are even more not to be missed. Compared to Nin, you don't need to worry about improving your spell power at all. Luo Lin looked at the mana power of 200,000 in the system. In a way, his spell power has surpassed his Nun. After all, after exchanging experience, his current potential coldness is only 17. I don't know what the upper limit of mana power can be increased. Luo Lin looked at the mana power value on the system panel, which was still increasing rapidly. Luo Lin thought of Wuzhou Wu, the strongest conjurer he had seen before, and the two-faced Nua who said his spell power was too little. Wu Tiawu's mantra was restrained. Luo Lin didn't know how much, but the two-faced Su Nua didn't mean to restrain it at all. The power of the double-faced Nua spell on one finger is probably more than 3 times that of Luo Lin at that time. At that time, Luo Lin's spell power should be around 30,000. In other words, the strength of Liang Miansu is around 100,000. Of course, this is a double-faced Nua with only 1/20th of the power, but even if it is just a simple addition, a complete double-faced Nua will have 2 million mantra power. Anyway, I've been promoted to 4 levels, so it's impossible for me to have less spell power than my uncle. Luo Lin rested his chin. 2 million mana, if the conversion ratio with Nen is the same, that is 200,000 experience points. How much does this get him up? 27,081, 2 fields and 4 directions. Okay, I can only go up 2 levels, it's fine. Luo Lin sighed. While doubling the attribute value every time you level up is nice, tripling experience points is outrageous. As soon as Luo Lin lay down on the bed, he suddenly felt unmotivated. Rest first. Although it was still daytime in the hunter world when Luo Lin traveled, it was already dark in this world, so it was jet-lagged. At the same time, a city in an island nation. A man in cassock with an obvious scar on his head was wandering around the night market. Xia Yojia, or rather, Luo Suo, who occupied Xia Yojia's body, was not in a hurry because the plan had not yet started. At this moment, the phone in Xia Yojia's arms suddenly rang several times. Looking at the message received on the phone, Xia Yojia suddenly smiled. Did you just eat it? The plan is smoother than expected. But can you fight against Su Xiong and even suppress Su Xiong's magician? Is there such a number 1 person in the magic spring? Xia Yojia thought about it. Although I only have the strength of 1 finger, it seems that I can suppress Su Nua. It looks pretty good. Xia Yojia grinned suddenly. I don't know if it's trouble or help. The next morning, Luo Lin woke up on time. How long has it been so easy? Luo Lin stared at the ceiling of the hotel in a daze. In the world of Hunter, since he learned Nun, he seems to be practicing every day besides practicing, especially after normalizing the practice. He never stops for a day. The first time I open my eyes every day, I will burst out my training with all my strength and maintain it for a whole day. But now, I don't need to practice suddenly, I'm not used to it. Luo Lin rubbed his head and got up from the bed. Randomly call out the system panel to take a look. In one night, his spell power had reached 500,000, and he didn't intend to stop growing at all. The increase in mana in one night surpassed my half a year's practice. Luo Lin's eyes are very complicated. This kind of thing, better not stop. Luo Lin said that he can bear this kind of blow completely. However, what to do next? Luo Lin sat cross-legged on the bed and thought. To study the Black Flash? To study the reversal technique? No. Although those things are quite important, but it's hard to relax. Let's postpone the practice for now. Luo Lin kept shaking his head, finally changed to a new world and didn't have to be wary of that old man Netero. The next thing is, of course, just enjoy it and enjoy it. Luo Lin looked out the window. Although it is not the same world, this is also an island country, right? Speaking of island countries, what I have to mention is, of course, Nicole. Luo Lin looked at the computer screen with a relaxed face. It's been a long time since I saw anime with this style of painting. Speaking of the island country, of course the anime here must be mentioned. But Luo Lin is not being lazy and having fun, but collecting intelligence. Ask for flowers. Seriousface.jpg. After traveling to the anime world twice in a row, the probability of traveling to other anime worlds next time can be imagined. In this case, of course, Luo Lin needs to collect a lot of information related to animation. Although the magic world is not the Earth before Luo Lin traveled, there are also various animations here that are almost the same as the Earth. Luo Lin managed to find all the familiar anime such as Sea of Dead Fire on the internet in this world. As for why Luo Lin wasn't looking at Sea of Dead Fire, how can it be possible to finish watching such a super long anime in a short time? So, Luo Lin is going to pack up all those animations and take them away. When he arrives in that world, he will watch them slowly. To collect information slowly. Luo Lin carried the information he had collected and walked out of the store with a satisfied face. I didn't expect there to be such a bustling animation street here. I didn't expect such a small city to have such a wonderful animation street. Two voices of emotion with similar meanings sounded at the same time. Luo Lin looked over subconsciously. Whoever could write, he thought the same. And the owner of that voice obviously turned his head to look at Luo Lin. Then, the two fell silent at the same time. Coincidence. Luo Lin laughed awkwardly and quickly pulled out the hot-blooded youths like Dead Fire he bought and put them on the top, covering the figures of the girls. On the other hand, Wu Tiaowu seemed much more generous than Luo Lin. It's a coincidence that you like this too. Gojo Satoru greeted excitedly as he picked up the story of the girls' hard work and growth. He obviously wears a blindfold, but that appearance, no matter what, gives people a feeling of being bright. Luo Lin. He can say no. I've been making up episodes today, and then I discovered that the setting of the spell return battle is that only in the childhood there are spells. The spell spirit exists. Other countries do not have it, and it is even regarded as a new energy source by the United States, who wants to study making magicians into batteries. A certain Gojo Satoru is said to be able to supply a city with energy. Gojo nuclear power plant Wu. That's it. That kid was sentenced to secret death. In a park, Luo Lin and Gojo Satoru were sitting and chatting. After all, which Su Nua suffers from the flesh, it is normal that he will be sentenced to death. Wu Tiaoyu also sighed with emotion. Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru, who was pretending in silence. If he didn't know the plot, just looking at Gojo Satoru's appearance, he might really think that Yuzu Yuhito would be executed. With a slight movement of Luo Lin's thoughts, the mantra power condensed aside to form the Nien Beast, or it should be called the Mantra Beast now. A small whale-like thing appeared out of thin air, which immediately attracted Gojo Satoru's attention and looked at Luo Lin curiously. Curse spirit? No, it's a magic trick. Luo Lin manipulated the little guy to open his mouth and put all the comic discs he just bought into it. What a convenient technique. Gojo Satoru watched Luo Lin's movements and immediately understood the role of this little guy who was like a cursed spirit and praised him. Spells that can store items are quite rare in the magic world. Even Wujo Wu only saw it once, and that was not a spell, but a cursed spirit. It's just a little more convenient. Luo Lin said casually. Liar. Wujo Wu said with a long voice, looking at Luo Lin with a smile. Legendary Six Eyes can directly see the spell. It seems that it is not a pure legendary. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows and retracted the little guy, looking at Wu Tiao enlightenment. It's just that the eyesight has improved a little bit. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Liar. Luo Lin responded with Wujo Wu's words just now. Hey. Gojo Satoru suddenly laughed. Luo Lin also showed a smile. It was strange to say that this was obviously the second meeting between the two, and even the first meeting was not so pleasant. But at this time, both Luo Lin and Wujo Satoru felt that the other party was not bad for no reason. It's a bit embarrassing, but maybe it's the bonds between like-minded people. Luo Lin sighed inwardly. Would you like to fight with me? Gojo Satoru suddenly turned to look at Luo Lin and said. He didn't say anything just now. Should I be honored to be invited to fight by the strongest magician? Luo Lin waved his hand helplessly. Let's forget it. This place is too small. If there is a real fight, the city will be unstoppable and demolished. Gojo Satoru chuckled. It's not that you can't beat it, but are you worried that the movement is too loud? Really? Confident. But it's true, this place is not suitable for fighting. Gojo Satoru said softly. To be honest, originally we didn't take Luo Lin too seriously. Although Luo Lin suppressed the two-faced Nua. But the two-faced Su Nua of one finger, although not the bottom of the super-level curse spirit, is not too strong. Probably better than a first-level conjurer. There is an unequal level of strength between the magicians and magic spirits in the world of magic fighting back. To put it simply, a magician who can be called a first-level magician has the strength to crush a magic spirit stronger than a first-level magician. Even in the face of some super magic spirits with good compatibility, first-level conjurers are capable of defeating them. As for the super magicians, each one is a real monster, possessing the strength to crush common super magic spirits. Each of the super conjurers belonged to the kind of super combat power that was truly exceptional. And Gojo Satoru is the most outrageous of them. Far away, Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin, and the six eyes under the blindfold could clearly see the huge spell power in Luo Lin's body. It was directly dozens of times stronger than last night. More importantly, Luo Lin's body, which was still empty before, has already been imprinted with extremely complex and precise spells. That kind of sophisticated technique is absolutely impossible to be just a simple storage ability. This huge change is the reason why Wujo is most envious. As for actively wanting to fight, naturally, it is because fighting is the simplest and most intuitive way. But Luo Lin refused, and Gojo Satoru didn't mean to force it. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name, little brother. Wu Tiaoyu asked as if he suddenly realized it. Luo Lin, from Huagua. Luo Lin introduced himself. Huagua, the breakfast over there is very delicious, and it's not far away. I often go there for breakfast in the morning. Wujo Wu said with a smile. Do people say? The Shanghai stock market, which is the closest to the island country, is more than 600 kilometers away, and Tokyo, where Gojo Satoru lives, is even farther away. Go to breakfast. Wait, I think I can do it too. Luo Lin blinked suddenly. His speed reached 10 times the speed of sound in the hunter world. Although it's only been a day since I came to the magic world, the level has been raised by 1 level first, and then a longer-lasting calendar has been replaced. Although the limit speed has not been tested, there is no problem going back and forth within a few minutes. Then next time we have a chance, I'll take you to eat real food. Luo Lin said. Although Luo Lin doesn't know what delicious food is available in Huagua here, but momentum is the most important thing. Okay. Gojo Satoru also responded with a smile. The two looked at each other with sympathetic smiles on their faces. I remember that brother Luo Lin came here to see the magic spirit, so why don't you come to our magic school and be a temporary teacher, so we can go on missions together and learn a lot. Gojo Satoru suddenly extended an invitation to Luo Lin. Hearing what Gojo Satoru said, Luo Lin was stunned. Although he did have some such thoughts when he came into contact with Gojo Satoru. After all, the High School of Conjuration must have fairly complete data on conjuration. But Gojo Satoru just gave it for nothing. Luo Lin really didn't react for a while. And at this moment, Gojo Satoru's cell phone 5.9 suddenly rang. Answer the phone. Gojo Satoru said, got up and stepped aside. Hey, what's the matter, shall we? Teacher Wu Tiao, that kid has woken up. Fu Heihui's voice came from the phone. That boy? It's not the Zhang Yuren. It looks like he was in a coma all night. Luo Lin didn't eavesdrop on purpose. In fact, with his current hearing ability, the distance Gojo Satoru traveled was almost the same as listening to the phone by his ear. Okay, I'll go back later. Gojo Satoru said and hung up the phone. I have to go back first. Here is my phone number and the address of the Conjuration Academy. Brother Luo Lin must think about it carefully. Gojo Satoru said and handed Luo Lin a note, picked up the anime he bought, turned and left with a smile. The address of the High School of Conjuration. Luo Lin looked at the note in his hand, and at the back of Wujo Wu who was going away. The six eyes don't have the ability to read minds. Luo Lin is somewhat unreal now. After seeing Wujo Wu today, He just came up with the idea of whether he should find a chance to go to the magic school to fight Qiufeng, and Wuzhou Wu took the initiative to send the opportunity to his door. Do you want to go? Luo Lin looked at the note in his hand and thought for a while, then Luo Lin decided to go. It's not that he really wants to become a teacher at the High School of Magic, or participate in those things in this world. It was mainly in the High School of Conjuration that he had a better chance of getting in touch with those things he wanted. Black Flash, Spell Reversal, Domain. Which one of these he wants to learn is not a rare ability in the magic world. Wanting to master it from scratch by himself, Luo Lin is also a little confident in researching the Black Flash and 12 and the others. If it is not that he has no clue, why would he go out shopping? Luo Lin was a little curious about Gojo Satoru's purpose. Last night, Wuzhou Yu was not so interested in him. Did you find out that his spell power has increased dozens of times a day, so you are curious and want to keep him by your side to observe? Luo Lin didn't doubt that Gojo Satoru could discover this. Wuzhou Wu's 6 eyes can definitely see the mantra directly, even see spell. But there is one thing Luo Lin can confirm. That is, Gojo Satoru has almost no hostility towards him out of absolute confidence in his own strength. Just like, out of his absolute confidence in his own strength, he could agree to Gojo Satoru's invitation without hesitation. If it wasn't for being unsure about breaking the no lower limit spell, it would be like fighting with you. Luo Lin leaned back on the recliner and looked up at the sky. Snapped. Luo Lin slapped her forehead. I've said it all, you can't become a battle madman. On the train to Tokyo. When the spell power reaches 800,000, the increased speed will slow down. Luo Lin played with the mantra in his hand. Although the number on the system panel is still increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, it is completely incomparable to the speed at which it increased to 800,000 mana in the previous 2 days. Luo Lin thought of the staged weakening that also occurred when he had not reached a level in his practice of Nen. 800,000 mana power, is it related to 8 points of spiritual power? Luo Lin was thoughtful. Mantra is the energy born from negative emotions. It is naturally linked to the spirit. 8 points of spiritual power correspond to 800,000 mantras. Luo Lin will naturally associate with each other. However, the upper limit of the rapid growth of mana power is much stronger than that of Nian Qi. If 1 point of vitality corresponds to 100,000 thoughts like mantra power, then when 2 points of vitality correspond to 200,000 thoughts of energy, he encountered the problem of greatly reduced practice speed at both 60,000 and 120,000 energy. When there are still 4 points of vitality corresponding to 400,000 thought qi, at 240,000 qi, there is a problem of a sharp drop in growth rate. 30% and 60%? Luo Lin suddenly noticed a little pattern. It's a pity that I noticed it a little late. After all, this is the law of Nin's growth. For mana, it obviously does not follow this law. Forget it, as long as the mana is still growing. Luo Lin shook his head slightly, not intending to continue to worry about these things, playing with the spell power in his hand and continuing to think about how to perform the reversal spell. Theoretically, the reversal technique is similar to the concept of mathematical multiplication, applying the originally negative mantra in the form of negative and positive, and obtaining the positive power of the Emperor. And the positive energy spell power obtained by reversing the spell naturally has a powerful healing ability. At the same time, if you use this power to launch the spell, you can even achieve the effect of the spell reversal. Use your own spells from another angle to exert a completely different effect. It's as if the reversal of Gojo Satoru's spell is thing that can generate attraction. The reverse of Wuzhou's spell is the one that creates repulsion. Negatives are positive. Luo Lin looked at the spell power in his hand and was completely puzzled. After all, mathematics can be calculated in such a way that negatives make positives, but how can negatives make positives? Mantra and mantra collide? How is it possible? Even if the mana power is divided into 2, the mana power that belongs to him will only be naturally integrated into 1. It should be just a metaphor for the means of mantra. Luo Lin was thinking about how to proceed next. 387. A strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in Luo Lin's perception, interrupting Luo Lin's thinking. That is. Luo Lin looked up and looked out the window. The pitch-black mantra soared into the sky, flowing down like black mud, and turned into a huge black hemisphere upside down on the ground several kilometers away. It can be seen clearly even a few kilometers away. A count? Luo Lin thoughtfully looked at the dark hemisphere in the distance. Although it was the first time I saw it, I was no stranger to that thing. It is a tactic specially used by conjurers in this world to isolate the movement in order to avoid being seen by the common people when removing the curse. After thinking for a while, Luo Lin opened the window of the tram, leaving behind a false double, and the real body galloped towards the curtain in an instant. Although he didn't think he would be lucky enough to directly meet a conjurer who was using the reverse spell, let him study it. But if you get in touch with the magician more, maybe you can inspire him. Even if it is the worst plan, he can find a cursed spirit to test it, the black flash he just completed. Are there really two-faced Su Nua's fingers here? A one-eyed cursed spirit with a volcanic head on his head looked around impatiently. Of course, I did it myself, Xia Yojia said with a light smile. Because Su Nua's fingers will unconsciously attract the cursed spirits to swallow them, it is only safe to seal them in such a place where there is almost no human habitation. After all, I don't want to see brainless super magic spirits killing everywhere. Brainless super magic spirit. Lu Hu looked at Xia Yojia in front of him and frowned. Who are you mocking? Sarcasm. Xia Yojia turned his head to look at Lu Hu with a look of surprise on his face. Why do you think so? Could it be that you think you are the same as those brainless super-level magic spirits? Put away that face of yours. Since it is your sealing finger, find him quickly. Lu Hu snorted coldly. Oh, don't worry. Even though I put it in the first place, after all, it's been so long and I can't remember the exact location. Xia Yojia smiled unhurriedly and didn't change the subject until the magma above Lu Hu's angry head began to bubble. However, if you are the cursed spirit, you should be able to feel the attraction of Su Nua's fingers to you. Huh? Lu Hu was taken aback. Let go of your perception. Because of strength, Su Nua's finger is not very attractive to you, but it should exist, Xia Yojia said with a smile. Let's talk about this kind of thing earlier next time. Lu Hu snorted coldly with an ugly face, then released her spell power and began to investigate the surroundings. The magic power of the super magic spirit, it's a bit conspicuous. Xia Yojia scratched his chin, pointing his finger at Wei Kong. In the next moment, the spell power shot out, flowing down like pitch-black mud above the sky, forming a huge semicircular sphere. That's fine, although it's a little more conspicuous, but the magician will not easily approach the battlefield of other magicians. Xia Yojia, who put down the tent, smiled and looked at where the clepsydra was looking for Su Nua's fingers. RB. What Xia Yojia didn't expect was, there are still people in this world who don't understand the rules of conjurers. Is this the account? Luo Lin looked at the pitch-black curtain that was close at hand, but completely impenetrable. I can't see through the inside at all. It looks very convenient. It seems that there is one more thing to learn. Luo Lin propped his chin and thought for a while. Then the palm was wrapped with magic power, and he touched towards the tent, and then the palm directly sank into the inside of the tent. Is there no access permission? Luo Lin was thoughtful. He remembered that the account should be able to be set to enter or not to enter. However, since the person who set up the account is not prohibited from entering, it means that he can go in and see. Luo Lin hesitated for only 1/10 of a second before walking directly into the tent. And the moment Luo Lin entered the account, someone. Xia Yojia turned his head and looked to the side in a little surprise. In this kind of deep mountains and old forests, you will encounter a conjurer, and the conjurer approached after seeing the tent. It's a little bad luck. Xia Yojia sighed slightly. Of course, he wasn't talking about his bad luck, but about the bad luck of the conjurer who broke in. After all, the above-mentioned chances are already small enough, and there is no kind magician in the tent, but a special magic spirit. Isn't that bad enough luck? Things like luck are always relative. Found it. At this time, Lu Hu shouted excitedly and punched directly into a big tree branch. When he pulled out his hand, there was already an extra finger wrapped in a spell in his hand. Is this the finger of the King of Curses, double-faced Su Nua? Liu Hu grabbed that finger, and flames rose from his palm. The talisman wrapped around the finger was directly burned to ashes. As for Su Nua's finger, it appeared intact in Liu Hu's hand. Lu Hu looked at Red's devilish fingers with an excited smile on his face. Sure enough, even with just one finger, you can feel the powerful spell power worthy of Su Nua's finger. Oh, let me see. What have I discovered? A talking curse spirit and a curse master who collaborates with the curse spirit. A sudden sound interrupted Lu Hu's excited laughter at this time. Who? Lu Hu's face suddenly sank, and without the slightest hesitation, she pointed her palm at the source of the voice just now. Then the monstrous flames exploded, and they were completely submerged in the sea of flames in one direction. The temper is really grumpy. Luo Lin stood on the other side of Huahai and smiled, Wang Dezhao, squinting at Lu Hu and Xia Youjia in front of him. Look at what he found, a special pot treasure and the fake and real Youjia who have been suspected of being behind the scenes. Conjurer. Lu Hu's face was extremely ugly, and he could feel the amazing oppression emanating from Luo Lin. The enemy is not the conjurer of common. Oh my goodness, is our luck worse? Xia Youjia looked at Luo Lin, who suddenly entered, and smiled and sighed. As he said before, luck is relative. Under such a small series of premises, he also met a powerful conjurer. It's really terrible, Xia Youjia said, but there was still an unhurried smile on his face. Extra? Or two. The moment he entered the barrier, Luo Lin felt the two spells in the barrier. One is the scorching mantra like a flame, and the other is a strange mantra mixed with countless breaths. But no matter which spell power it is, Luo Lin can clearly feel that its strength far surpasses that of a finger. No point, it's premium. Randomly encounter a tent in the wilderness, and there are two special grades in it. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. It's really lucky, Luo Lin said, walking towards the direction of the two spells. He could perceive that the source of the flame-like mantra was not human. If you had to describe it, it would probably be the scorching heat of a person who was burned to death by the flames. This kind of magic power will not be emitted by humans. Coincidentally, he now wants to find a special target to test the black flash he just completed. But when Luo Lin rushed to the source of the magic power, he was a little surprised to see those two figures. Lei Hu and Xia Youjia? It was only natural that Luo Lin arrived. After all, there are only a few super levels in these 590 worlds, and it is normal to meet acquaintances in the plot. The magic power has not been stored much, but fortunately, the stored energy was not wasted directly. Luo Lin estimated the balance of his energy. After all, it was against two special levels, one of which was suspected to be at the boss level. I can fight. Luo Lin immediately made up his mind. Oh, let me see, what have I discovered? A talking curse spirit and a curse master who collaborates with the curse spirit. Luo Lin appeared directly in front of the two of them, squatting on a branch and teasingly. A sudden sound interrupted Lu Hu's excited laughter at this time. Who? Lu Hu's face suddenly sank, and without the slightest hesitation, she pointed her palm at the source of the voice just now. The flames erupted loudly, and the waves of fire were raging, directly turning a large area of the forest into ashes. However, the speed of that flame was too slow for Luo Lin. You really have a bad temper. Luo Lin leisurely walked out of the sea of flames, squatting behind Lu Hu, and said relaxedly, So fast. Lu Hu was startled. Without the slightest hesitation, she jumped up high, turned around in midair, and guarded against Luo Lin. Originally, when Lu Hu performed this action, Luo Lin could easily appear behind him at Luo Lin's speed, giving him a little bit of surprise and shock. However, it was too troublesome to do that. Luo Lin didn't take any action, but just looked at Xia Youjia's side. Why would a magician come in? Lu Hu asked in a deep voice. It must have been attracted by the tent. Xia Youjia said with emotion on his face, We are very unlucky. We can still meet a conjurer of this level in such a ghostly place. Mind your own business. If you don't pay the bill, we should leave now. Lu Hu said coldly. If you don't let go, you will be attracted by our magic power. Xia Youjia spread his hands and said. Lu Hu curled her lips and focused on Luo Lin again. Now is not the time to argue with Xia Youjia about this. Boy, you should turn around and run away immediately. Lu Hu looked at Luo Lin with a dull voice. While speaking, the magic power of Lu Hu surged, and the vegetation around him began to wither. In the next moment, the ground under Lu Hu's feet shattered, and his whole body was like a cannonball, bombarding Luo Lin suddenly. However, too slow. Luo Lin stared at Lu Hu, who was rushing towards him. His body turned slightly to one side, and at the same time, the magic power in his right hand was concentrated. Brush. Luo Lin and Li Qinghu crossed each other. Turning around, Luo Lin looked at Lu Hu behind him and casually threw aside the arm he had just taken off. Who should be the first to escape now? Luo Lin looked at Lu Hu and Xia Yojie and chuckled. What a fast shot, what a sharp spell. Xia Yojie couldn't help admiring. Li Hu's arm was severed in just a face-to-face meeting, and if it wasn't for Li Hu's temporary reaction, it might be Lu Hu's head that was taken away. Bastard, bastard. At this moment, Lu Hu finally came to her senses, looking at her severed arm, recalling the threat of death just now. The reason in her mind exploded instantly. Anger. Extreme anger rose in Liu Hu's heart, and the violent violence brought about by this extreme anger instantly caused changes in the surrounding environment. Flames spewed out from the surrounding land in an instant, like erupting volcanoes, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of boiling flames. In the sea of flames, Lu Hu is like a demon god of flames, wrapped in a substantial flame. Laugh. Lu Hu's shoulders squirmed, and a red, flame-like palm instantly grew out. Luo Lin, who was avoiding the erupting volcano, saw the scene and his eyes lit up slightly. This is it. He was waiting for this. If he didn't want to see the healing power of the cursed spirit, how could his attack just take away one of Lu Hu's arms? The way the spell works is a bit interesting, but is it just pure vision? Luo Lin recalled what he had sensed just now. Although the method used by the cursed spirit to heal itself is a bit interesting, it is not a reversal technique. Sure enough. If you want to see the reversal technique, you have to start with Xia Yojie over there. Out of the corner of Luo Lin's eyes, he looked at Xia Yojie, who was still smiling not far away. If you want to see the reversal technique, you have to start with Xia Yojie over there. Out of the corner of Luo Lin's eyes, he looked at Xia Yojie, who was not involved in the fight and was smiling not far away. Although Luo Lin is not very clear about the plot of the later stage of the spell return battle, but the fake Xia Yojie who is behind the scenes will definitely use the reversal spell. After all, Rare's ability in the early stage must be a must-have ability for the protagonist or villain in the later stage. Laugh. Volcanic eruptions. It's not an adjective, but a miniature volcano really appeared at Luo Lin's feet, and flames spewed out like the essence of magma, sweeping towards Luo Lin. Leaping lightly, Luo Lin dodges the erupting flames. At this time, in the curtain of fire that soared into the sky, dozens of sharp-mouthed and strange-looking insects rushed towards Luo Lin from all directions through the sea of flames. Go to hell, boy. At this moment, Lu Hu was so angry that the top of her head and her ears were spewing fire. She looked at Luo Lin, who was in midair with a ferocious face, and roared. High-frequency piercing screams sounded from the mouths of the strange worms, and then the bodies of the worms burst into flames. Boom, boom, boom. The flames from the explosion of dozens of bugs obscured the sky. Smoke billows. Lu Hu looked at the scene. The bloodshot eyes from anger began to dissipate, but he didn't wait for his reaction. How did you make the bug? Luo Lin's curious voice sounded from behind him. What? Lu Hu's face changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, without turning around, the flames around her body erupted violently. Your technique should be flames. How did you use magic power to turn into insects? Luo Lin's curious voice sounded from Lu Hu again. Go to hell and ask. Liu, who ignored Luo Lin, swung her arm violently, and the fiercely burning flame erupted again. It's really irritable. Luo Lin raised his head slightly and took a few steps back lightly, avoiding the erupting flames. But since you don't answer my question. Luo Lin looked at Li Hu in front of him with an extremely calm expression on his face. Go. At this moment, Lu Hu's body was surrounded by flames. Thinking that Luo Lin would rush over with his face full of anger, the flames were ready to explode. However, at this moment, a dazzling black flash suddenly appeared in Liu Hu's eyes. This is Black Flash? This idea suddenly appeared in Liu Hu's mind, and the next moment, Liu Hu felt a terrifying force. Pfft. A mouthful of blood spewed out from Liu Hu's mouth, and a big hole had been opened in his chest, and he flew upside down. That was a force zone so terrifying that he had no ability to resist. Then you're useless. Luo Lin withdrew his fist, which was still entwined with the little black's flashing magic power, and shook the blood sticking to it. Pa. Suddenly, applause came from Xia Yojie's direction. Luo Lin turned his head and looked over. At this time, Xia Yojie was not worried at all because his companion was defeated and even admired him. Your black flash just now was done entirely with speed. Xia Yojie looked at Luo Lin with admiration. No warlock can control the magic power to the level of a millionth of a second. That's why Black Flash is known as a trick that can't be used intentionally, but you don't use the magic power, but control the speed of the shot. It's an interesting idea to use Black Flash. I've been seen through. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows and looked at Xia Yojie in surprise. He just used the Black Flash once, and he was seen through by the other party. This vision is amazing. Luo Lin slightly increased his vigilance towards Xia Yojie. As Xia Yojie said, the Black Flash he just used was done entirely through extremely fast shooting speed. Manipulation precision of 1/1,000,000th of a second is something that Luo Lin can't do temporarily even when the somatosensory time is compressed to the limit. Ask for flowers. However, the accuracy of mantra manipulation cannot be achieved, but it does not mean that Luo Lin's shooting speed cannot be achieved. The Black Flash is the distortion of space and time when blows and mana impacts occur within 1/1,000,000th of a second. But if you calculate it, the magic power wrapped around the fist first touches the enemy and then strikes within 1/1,000,000th of a second. Can you use the Black Flash? The answer is yes. In other words, in theory, as long as the distance between the spell power and the fist is controlled at a thickness of 1 centimeter, then the fist speed can exceed 10,000 meters per second, and Black Flash can also be played. 10,000 meters per second, which is more than 29 times, less than 30 times the attack speed of the speed of sound. Luo Lin has tested that his attack speed can be achieved, but Luo Lin's previous attack did not use such an exaggerated attack speed. After all, a simple fist with 30 times the speed of sound can kill Luhu without any Black Flashes. Just now, he just wrapped a 1 millimeter thick mantra around his fist, so that he only needed 3 times the speed of sound to hit the Black Flash. Although this will inevitably lead to a great reduction in power, the power of the triple sonic fist to the power of 2.5 is already exaggerated enough. And it's just 3 times the speed of sound. Sure enough, triple the speed of sound can't scare this guy. Luo Lin's mouth curled into a faint smile. He also wanted to see the reversal technique with his own eyes. What if Jin Yojie was scared away with an attack speed 20 times the speed of sound? But Xia Yojie suddenly changed his style at this time. The field is unfolding, covering the coffin and iron surrounding the mountain. An extremely hoarse voice suddenly sounded. In the next moment, a huge black ball wrapped Luo Lin in an instant. Xia Yojie looked at the black ball that appeared out of nowhere in front of him, chuckled and said, "You should hit Chuan on the head." In a pitch-black space, Luo Lin and Lu Hu stood facing each other. At this time, perhaps because of the sake of being able to come back as soon as possible, Lu Hu did not have time to repair her body. Most of her chest was empty. The head and limbs are barely connected with a little body tissue. This kind of appearance is also the cursed spirit. If it were a human being, it would have died long ago and could not die again. Is it really okay to be so brave after becoming like this? Luo Lin looked at Lu Hu in front of him, tilted his head and said, "Stop talking nonsense, I will burn you to the ground without ashes." Liuho roared, the mantra surged crazily, and the pitch-black space around him quickly turned into the inside of an active volcano, the world in general. The magma was boiling and flowing past Luo Lin's feet. This is the expansion of the so-called June 4-7 field. Luo Lin took 2 steps back, dodging the spreading magma and feeling the surrounding environment and murmured, "Die to me." Liu Hu roared crazily. Surging flames rushed towards Luo Lin from all directions in an instant. There was no room to dodge at all. Is this the so-called must-hit effect in the field? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows looking at the flames around him. Must hit means that the entire field is full of flames, and there is nowhere to hide. No. Luo Lin immediately shook his head and denied this. If this is the case, the so-called field cannot be called must hit. After all, even if the entire field is filled with flames, it is impossible to break through the defense of Gojo Satoru's no lower limit spell. Should it be because of the magic power around it? Luo Lin carefully felt the magic power of Lehu, who seemed to be everywhere around him. Apart from the flames on the surface, the magic power that built the entire field should be the real attack. Thinking like this, Luo Lin was swallowed up by the monstrous flames. Haha, die. Leo, who laughed excitedly, although she wondered why Luo Lin was so easily swallowed by his flames. But since he was hit by his attack, other things are naturally not important. However, Lu's face froze suddenly in the mad battle. In the monstrous flames, Luo Lin's figure walked out of it completely unscathed. The consumption is not serious. Isn't the magic power contained in the attack not too much? Is most of the magic power used to maintain the domain? Luo Lin felt the consumption and continued to think in his heart. His stand-in ability is offset by paying energy through the damage the opponent's attack will cause him and the energy consumed by the opponent's attack. Although it is said that the construction of the domain consumes a considerable amount of mana, that part of the mana is more for maintaining the domain. As for the attack, because the improvement of the power depends more on the increase of the environment brought by the domain, so the magic power contained in the attack itself is not much. Impossible. This is impossible. My attack turned out to be. At this time, Luhu's eyes widened, looking at Luo Lin, who walked out of the flames unscathed. Her one eye was full of disbelief and shock. Don't worry, your domain is still very strong, but domains don't seem to be compatible with me. Luo Lin smiled at Luhu and comforted him. Bastard! I don't believe you can't be burned to death. But when Luhu heard Luo Lin's words, she seemed to have been greatly insulted. More ferocious flames filled the entire field in an instant, and even Luhu himself was bathed in the flames. It's really easy to get angry, first of all, but I feel the essence of anti-domain. In the flames, Luo Lin was still unscathed, but what was replaced was even more astonishing consumption. Isn't the battle over yet? Xia Yojie walked into the big black ball formed in the field at this time, and looked at it with great interest. Although he couldn't see what happened inside, Xia Yojie could sense that there was only one domain in front of him. In other words, the other party did not use the field, so it survived. It should be a very powerful technique. Xia Yojie salivated almost instinctively. Just the next moment, a strong breath of death welled up in my heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Yojie directly used his spell with all his strength, and then quickly released a cursed spirit to block in front of him. But in the next moment, the imposing cursed spirit was directly smashed to pieces. A fist passed through the shattered mantra and hit Xia Yojie heavily. However, with this momentary buffer, Xia Yojie also made a good defense. After strengthening Xia Yojie's spell, and the cursed spirit buffered it, the attack that finally fell on Xia Yojie after the double weakening was not too strong. It failed. And it also failed to hit the black flash. Luo Lin frowned and looked at Xia Yojie, who was blown away. Although Xia Yojie was sent flying with one punch, the power that landed on Xia Yojie's body was obviously not enough to hurt Xia Yojie. And the one just now. Luo Lin flexed his wrist, thinking of the strength that weakened his attack just now. Is it gravity? Luo Lin looked at Xia Yojie. If it wasn't for the sudden increase in gravity that made his attack speed a beat slower and hit a black flash, even with a cursed spirit behind him, the power of his fist would definitely be enough to pierce through Xia Yojie. I wanted the ability of gravity for a long time, but I didn't expect that the first time I encountered gravity was on the enemy. Luo Lin pouted. Damn me. At this time, Xia Yojie flew upside down for tens of meters before he stabilized his figure and looked at Luo Lin with an ugly expression. Almost. Just now he really felt the breath of death. Although he himself may not necessarily die, if he hadn't reacted just now, his real 5.3 precious body might be lost. But in the end it was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Xia Yojie calmed down instantly and calmed down. That guy, wasn't he pulled into the field by Liuhu? Xia Yojie frowned. Just by looking at the domain that still exists, you can tell that it is still fighting people. Is it a clone technique? Xia Yojie immediately thought of the reason. But then came another problem. Would the clone still have that kind of power? A haze flashed in Xia Yojie's eyes. That idiot cursed spirit, I'm afraid he was deceived. Xia Yojie's eyes flashed coldly. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeves, and in an instant, dense numbers of spell spirits emerged, some strong and some weak, but the number was absolutely overwhelming. Cursed spirit? But are so many weak chickens useful? Luo Lin looked at the almost overwhelming mantra spirits, the density of which was random. In the next moment, Luo Lin passed through the countless cursed spirits and appeared in front of Xia Yojie in an instant. Boom! A fist that shone with black light hit Xia Yojia directly. So fast. Xia Yojia's eyes were fixed, and he only had time to raise his arms to parry. Although he knew that Luo Lin's speed was very fast when he watched the battle between Luo Lin and Lu Hu before, he never thought that it would be so fast. The sharp magic power cut off Xia Yojia's two arms that were parrying, but at this moment, a magic spirit in the shape of a long insect suddenly sprang out from the collar of Xia Yojia's chest. The cursed spirit's big mouth bit directly towards Luo Lin. Luo Lin stepped back and dodged lightly, but his eyes were fixed on Xia Yojia's broken arms. In the next second, the granulation sprouted from the wound on the severed arm, and it recovered quickly visible to the naked eye. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Xia Yojia's severed arms grew back. That is the reversal technique that belongs to humans. Luo Lin's eyes lighted up slightly, and he had indeed sensed the magic power of the reversal technique just now. 14. If the curse power is a curse born of negative emotions, that power is the opposite power. But it's not something that is simply born out of positive emotions. Although the nature is different, that power is undoubtedly the mantra itself, but it involves a deeper nature of mantra. It seems that even if you have experienced the power of the spell, the reversal technique cannot be developed in a short time. Luo Lin clicked his tongue. Fortunately, he didn't gain nothing this time. He didn't get the reversal technique he wanted, but he got a considerable amount of information about the development of the field. Out of the corner of Luo Lin's eyes, he looked at the black sphere enchantment formed in the leaking coral domain not far away. Huh. Luo Lin frowned slightly. Only now did Luo Lin notice that the outer layer of Black's domain enchantment had been completely submerged by the cursed spirit, and it's not the kind of miscellaneous cursed spirit, but the strongest curse leader among the cursed spirits released by Xia Yojia. So that's your purpose? Luo Lin instantly understood Xia Yojia's thoughts. The other party should want to notify the leaks in the field. And the opponent has obviously succeeded. Damn. What kind of spell did this bastard use? Lu Hu looked at the unscathed Luo Lin in front of her with a hideous face. From just now, his flames have not caused the slightest injury at all, and it is obviously an attack with the effect of domain must hit. But it was useless from beginning to end. How could Luo Hu believe this kind of thing? Is this the domain? Luo Lin completely ignored the sea of fire around him and was consciously perceiving the structure of the surrounding domain. It is completely composed of a large amount of mana accumulation. Other than that, there is nothing superfluous. Luo Lin was thoughtful. In the plot, there are only 2 people who have mastered the domain from scratch. One is the stunt mantra, who successfully opened his own domain to the city under the threat of death. As for the other one, it was Fu Heihui. When facing alone a stunt mantra that ate the double-faced Nua finger, at the last moment, he gave up and died together, but chose to fight to the death. Real soil, with a little inspiration and imagination, and the realm of the favorites is born. Probably have some clues, but not much. Luo Lin propped his chin in thought, and at the same time felt inexplicably disgusted. After all, many system capabilities in this world are unclear, unlike Nin in the hunter world. From learning and mastering, to application skills, to ability development and creation, almost everything is available, complete to the point where no one traverses. Teachers can gradually become first-class experts. Huh? Did you finally notice it? Luo Lin turned his head to look in the direction of Lu Hu. He could sense that Lu Hu had finally stopped his meaningless attacks and... Is it the spell power of other spell spirits? Although it is a stand-in, it is also unconditionally manipulated by Luo Lin. Except for the lack of active attack ability, other abilities are almost the same as Luo Lin's real body. Papa. Luo Hu's domain, like an active volcano, was covered with cracks, and the next moment, it shattered and returned to the forest. Damn kid, how dare you play me? As soon as Lu Hu appeared, he immediately asked Luo Lin to rush towards him. The extreme anger produced a large amount of magic power and turned it into flames, as if to burn Luo Lin to death. Pity. This can only exist in Luo Hu's imagination. Luo Lin cancelled the stand-in, and at the same time faced Lu Hu's attack that wasn't even a spell at this time. He just made a light dodge and turned sideways, and at the same time kicked Lu Hu directly. That kick with black flashes directly kicked Lu Hu's newly repaired body into pieces. It's really impulsive. It's clear that the domain has just been lifted, and you can't use the spell. In the distance, Xia Yojia shook his head slightly when he saw the scene, and with a slight movement of his mind, he manipulated a certain cursed spirit to hold the remaining half of the lizard in his mouth and leave quickly. At the same time, the long worm cursed spirit that he released to attack Luo Lin before quickly flashed past Liu Hu, and at the same time took out a finger from the opponent's body. Even without the manipulation of Yojia, the cursed spirit swallowed the finger directly, the spell power visible to the naked eye sword, and at the same time rushed towards Luo Lin quickly. Want to run? Luo Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the man and the mantra who were galloping towards the distance, wanting to catch up. Just at this moment, 033's long worm cursed spirit appeared directly in front of Luo Lin and bit Luo Lin with its big mouth. This is... Luo Lin frowned slightly, stepped back a few steps, and looked at the long cursed spirit. At this time, the tens of meters long insect cursed spirit seemed to be divided into two halves out of thin air. Most of the body was still far away, but the head had already arrived in front of Luo Lin. Space ability? Watching the opponent's upper body keep flying out of the air, while the lower body keeps pouring into the air and disappearing. Is it the ability to directly bite the space and teleport? Luo Lin instantly understood the ability of the cursed spirit in front of him. With this kind of ability, if the opponent can ignore the matter and directly bite the space, then in addition to teleportation, the attack power can also be said to be directly full. Is it so much stronger after being promoted to the special level? It's a pity. In the distance, Xia Yojia manipulated the spell spirit and could clearly feel the power of the spell spirit released by him, with a slight pity on his face. However, he still didn't hesitate in his actions, pulling the half-remained Luhu out of the barrier of the tent under the pull of the magic spirit capable of flying. At the same time, at the moment of flying out of the barrier, Xia Yojia completed the change of the barrier. Until the cursed spirit is completely destroyed, it is forbidden to come out. I don't know what happened last night. I couldn't log into my account on my home computer or mobile phone. I finished writing the manuscript, and I just used the company computer to log in this morning. /_/. Run away. Luo Lin glanced at the two people who had disappeared in the distance. But his initial goal was not to keep Xia Yojia and that Luhu behind. The purpose of this time is to feel the reversal technique, feel the field, and test the actual combat effect of the black flash by the way. It can be said that the original purpose has been completed, although not perfect. And Luo Lin watched a dozen doubles shattered behind him in an instant. That guy's ability is troublesome. Luo Lin scratched his head. In addition to releasing the spell in front of him and swallowing Su Nua's finger to advance to the special level, Xia Yojia also used more than 10 spells to attack him at that moment. Although it was all blocked by his substitute. But the dozens of stand-ins that were shattered in an instant also made Luo Lin sure of one thing, that is, he and Xia Yojia's ability to manipulate spells is not very compatible. It can manipulate countless spell spirits to launch attacks, and will not consume its own spell power, but consumes the spell power of the spell spirit itself. If there were hundreds of spell spirits that could cause fatal damage to Luo Lin and attack at the same time with all their spell power, Luo Lin's energy reserve might be exhausted. Luo Lin is not prepared to take such a risk to solve the villain for this world. Crack. The long worm mantra penetrated the space again and bit Luo Lin. Luo Lin made a slight mistake and dodged away. Looking at the long worm cursed spirit in front of him and the dense number of cursed spirits around him. Don't waste time here, let's deal with you all in one go. Luo Lin's gaze narrowed slightly. The next moment, the world stood still. Outside the barrier of the tent, Turin easily walked out of the pitch-black tent. In his hand, he was holding a finger of Su Nua, who is dark red. It's disgusting to see it so close. Luo Lin looked at Su Nua's finger in distaste, found a bag of something casually, and put it away. Su Nua's fingers are given to Wudiawu as a meeting gift, and a super magic tool is given away, so you can ask a lot of things. Luo Lin walked away thinking about it. As for the unresolved account behind Luo Lin said that he didn't kill all the cursed spirits, and if he didn't meet the conditions for breaking the curse, the tent would certainly not disappear. As for why Luo Lin could come out of the tent without breaking the spell, Luo Lin said that this kind of ability to restrain or limit him is a gift for him. Sandy beach, sunshine, sea waves. In this beautiful sea view, a door that looks like common stands abruptly aside. Crack. The door was opened, and Xia Yojie and Luhu, who was held by the cursed spirit with only his head and shoulders in his mouth, walked in. It is obvious that most of the body disappeared, even more than once, which is already the limit for Lehu, who is a super magic spirit. Coupled with the expansion of the domain that has been maintained for a long time, there is not enough power to heal himself in a short time. Hey, Xiaoyu, who is this guy? On the beach, on a deck chair, the real person looked at Xia Yojie in surprise and asked, "Damn it, real bastard, don't pretend to be stupid." Luhu shouted angrily. "It's Luhu, how did you become like this?" Genren sat up and looked at Luhu in disbelief. "I said it all, don't pretend." Luhu was about to shout, but at this moment the cursed spirit holding him shrank suddenly, threw him to the ground, and went in the direction of Xia Yojie. Ha ha. Looking at the leaking coral that was directly buried in the sand, Genren suddenly laughed. "How did Luhu become like this? I remember that before you left. Didn't you say that you were going to test a magician?" The real person who had laughed enough asked Xia Yojie at this time. But before Xia Yojie could answer, Luha next to him spit out a mouthful of flames and flew his head in front of the two of them. "Testing the conjurer? Isn't this time to find Su Nua's fingers and test Su Nua's container and Su Nua's strength?" Leo, whose face was gloomy. "It's almost the same." Xia Yojie smiled lightly and waved his hands. "Almost? I've become like this, you say almost." Liu Ming angrily scolded with wide-eyed eyes. "You became like this because you lost the battle. Does it have anything to do with the purpose of this mission?" Xia Yojie spread his hands and said, "This." Luhu was stunned, as if there was nothing wrong with it, but there was something wrong. "Okay, Xia, you don't bully Luhu. Let's talk about what happened this time. Is that magician really that strong? He hurt Luhu like this?" The real person said with a smile. "The movement speed is fast, the shooting speed is faster, and every blow can hit a black flash, and the attack power is also very strong, but the technique should not be an attack type. To be honest, the strength should be considered good in the special class." Xia Yojie said, looked at Luhu who was on the side and smiled. As for Luhu being beaten like this, it is purely his own problem. First he was hit by the opponent's black flash, and then he used the field to expand when he came back, but the result was only to pull his phantom into the field, and wasted the Emperor's spell attack. As a result, during the blank period of the spell after unlocking the domain, he even rushed up directly, and he was beaten like this. Listening to Jiao's words, the real person said two words immediately. "Volunteering to rush up during the blank period of the technique? What kind of reckless man is this? Ahem. Didn't I just want to hit such a surprise at the time? Besides, the magic formula can't be used, and my own flame power is not small." Leo, who twisted her neck in embarrassment as she spoke, and buried herself in the sand. Obviously Leo, who felt that her reason was unreasonable. "It's because you are so heavy that I didn't tell you, De Zhao's, the real mission." The real person laughed. "Stop teasing Luhu, Xia Yojie. Will that conjure affect the plan?" Suddenly, next to a few coconut trees far away on the beach, a cursed spirit with one arm and two branches growing in his eyes, who looked like he was carrying a big burden on the other side, spoke. "Huayu, a super magic spirit born out of human sphere of the forest. By the way, Luhu is a special magic spirit that was born out of human sphere of the earth. And the real person, who doesn't look much different from human beings, is also a special cursed spirit born of human beings' sphere of human beings themselves. In the sea next to it, there is also a super magic spirit born out of human sphere of the sea, and it is also the master of the domain of the beach and waves. Impact on the plan, definitely, but I will solve it." Xia Yojie showed a smile. "Human conjurers are not difficult to solve except Wuzhou. Outskirts of Tokyo. Is this the place?" Luo Lin got off the taxi and looked at the deep mountains and old forests in front of him. "Guest, this is the address you mentioned. As for whether it is the place you are looking for, I have already said that there is nothing here except mountains and forests." The taxi driver poked his head out and said. Hearing what the taxi driver said, Luo Lin certainly understood what the other party meant. "Thank you, uncle. This is the place I'm looking for." Luo Lin smiled and walked towards the deep mountain. Looking at Luo Lin's back, the taxi driver's face was somewhat broken. He originally wanted to drag this young man back to make more money. After all, he can make a lot of money from Tokyo to the outskirts of Tokyo. Hearing the sound of the car starting to leave behind him, Luo Lin didn't care and continued walking towards the forest. From the taxi driver's point of view, there is nothing but deep mountains and old forests, but in the eyes of Luo Lin, there is a college. Tokyo Metropolitan Conjuration College. One of the only two educational institutions in the entire island country, the image displayed to the outside world is a private religious school. I can feel a hidden deep breath of magic power. Luo Lin looked in the direction of the High School of Magic. That should be that Tianyuan. The purpose of those cursed spirits attacking here later. Luo Lin thought of the 6 fingers of Su Nua who were stolen in the plot, and the 9 pictures of a special curse. It's hidden really deep. You can only feel the breath, but you can't feel the position at all. Luo Lin thought about it and walked to the front of the High School of Magic. It didn't take long for Luo Lin to understand why the school was so easily invaded. Anyone there? Luo Lin called and knocked on the door, beach, but no one came to answer the door. Looking at the empty school without anyone, Luo Lin was speechless for a while. I'll go in if there's no one else. Luo Lin shouted and walked in directly. Originally, Luo Lin thought that someone would come over when he walked into the school's barrier, but in the end, there's still no one there. Luo Lin scratched his head. Should he have called Gojo Satoru before he came? Who are you? At this time, the door of the room Luo Lin passed by suddenly opened, and a woman who seemed to be severely deprived of sleep came out and was stunned when she saw Luo Linton in the corridor. Hi, I'm here to find Gojo Wu. Is he here? Luo Lin said with a slight flicker of eyes when he saw this man. Jiaruozi, a user of reversal spells, is different from Gojo Satoru who can only heal himself. His reversal spells can be used on others, and is known as a treasure in the magic world. At the same time, it is also the main goal of Luo Lin's coming here this time. After all, it is definitely better to experience the reversal technique than just watching others perform it. If you realize it, you haven't come back from a business trip. Jiarue Nyozi said directly. If you want to wait for enlightenment, you can go there. Jiaru Nitrozi pointed to the side hall of the school and said, where there is a phone, you can call Wu, otherwise you may not be able to wait for enlightenment. As he said that, he walked towards the gate of the high school. Obviously, the other party just happened to go out, and he didn't come out after discovering him as an intruder. So, is it okay to just let him hang around the school by himself? Luo Lin was speechless. Although he knows that this school is famous for having few people, but this vigilance is too low. After a pause, Luo Lin walked towards the direction pointed by Jiaruozi. Just as she said, the doctor should call Wu Tiao. Finding the note with Wu Tiao Wu's number on it, Luo Lin made a call. Don't move. Suddenly a voice came from the side, and at the same time there was a weak wave of spell power. Luo Lin turned his head to look at Fu Heihue, who was running out of breath. Finally someone is here. Luo Lin said helplessly. It's you. Fu Heihue also saw Luo Lin, but he didn't relax his vigilance, but still kept his handprints, ready to summon Shikigami to attack at any time. What's your purpose of invading the Conjuration Academy? Fu Heihue asked in a deep voice. He occasionally heard from Gojo Wu that there are some very important things hidden in the High School of Conjuration. Having seen the battle where Luo Lin suppressed Su Nua before, Xia didn't think he was Luo Lin's opponent in front of him. If his target is those cursed objects, then he can only use that move. Fu Heihue's face was heavy. Moses, here is Gojo Satoru, whom everyone loves. A sudden voice on the phone interrupted Fu Heihuedong's thought of dying. Words of purpose. Call Gojo Satoru. Luo Lin looked at Fu Heihue seriously and answered those phone calls at this time. Fu Heihue. Suddenly, I felt that the guy in front of me was another dishonest person. Huh. What do you mean again? Purpose. Give Gojo Satoru a call. Listening to the voice on the phone, Gojo Satoru fell into a daze. So, the purpose of your calling is to tell me, do you want to call me? Tokyo Magic Academy. Reception room. Let's wait here for a while, at the speed of teacher Wu Tiao. He will be back in a few minutes. Fu Heihue scratched his head while talking, and then remembered that he should go to serve tea. Luo Lin also sat down politely. So, your school doesn't arrange any manpower at all, because Gojo Satoru can come back quickly. If you use the world's strongest magician like this, other magicians will cry. Luo Lin complained. Fu Heihue. When did they use the 5 enlightenments like this? Fu. What is the 5 enlightenment? If Gojo Satoru doesn't want to, who in this world can use him? Can't even think about it. The reason why we don't arrange manpower is because the students and teachers here usually go out to get rid of spirits, and there is nothing worth coveting in the school, so naturally we don't need that kind of thing. Fu Heihui silently answered Luo Lin's question. At the same time, it also quietly hinted that there is nothing in this school. Hearing Fu Heihui's words, Luo Lin couldn't help feeling amused. Isn't this the 300 Tales of Silver here? For those who do not know, there is no need to hint at such things, and for those who know, such hints are meaningless. After all, I'm still a kid. Luo Lin twitched his lips and said softly, "Who said there is nothing worth coveting in your school? Just now I met a female teacher in your school. She must be a whistle. The treasure of the world, this person alone is worth coveting by many people." Hearing Luo Lin's words, Haisen froze immediately. Of course, he knew the attraction of home whistle to other conjurers. A doctor who can use the reversal technique on others simply has countless extra lives. It's just that he never imagined that Luo Lin would meet a whistleblower at school and even recognize him. Being called a treasure, if this kind of words are heard by the whistle, she will be very happy. Gojo Satoru pushed the door open and walked in. And hearing Gojo Satoru's voice, Fu Heihui instinctively relaxed all over. In his subconscious mind, as long as Wujo Wu appears, it means absolute safety. Naturally, Luo Lin saw this action, but Luo Lin didn't care either. This was Wujo Wu's student, not his. Then she must be very happy every day. After all, most of the magic circles call her that. Luo Lin said with a smile. No, the endless work annoys her to death. She is only happy when the kind of person who won't let her work calls her a treasure. Wu Tio mumbled. Luo Lin couldn't help thinking for a moment, then nodded and said, "It makes sense. If it were me, I would also like this kind of person." Me too. Gojo Satoru agreed deeply. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Meet you again, Luo Lin. I didn't expect you to figure out so quickly that you would come to our conjuration college to be a teacher. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Teacher? Fu Heihui's mind froze instantly. What's the situation? He just separated from Wujo Wu for a while. Why did Wujo Wu get acquainted with this suspicious person first, and even invited him to be a teacher? However, Fu Heihui was obedient after all. Facing Gojo Satoru's very unreasonable decision, he didn't have any intention to refute. But at this time, Luo Lin waved his hand and said, "I never said that. Let's forget about being a teacher. I'm just here to visit the pier this time." Waiting for the pier? Wujo Go looked at Luo Lin in a daze. Recently, I'm planning to hang out in Tokyo for a while, so I'm here to find the strongest obeisance to the pier. Luo Lin spread his hands and said, "It's the same as saying I'm the leader of the underworld." Wujo Go looked at Luo Lin speechlessly, and then said with a straight face, "I agree." "Thank you." Luo Lin clasped his hands together. Looking at each other, the two laughed again. Fu Heihui. He finally knew why he hadn't seen him for a few days, and Mr. Xiang had such a happy chat with this suspicious person. These are two deep well ices with similar smells. After the joke was over, Turin naturally began to talk about business. You mean you met a super curse spirit and a super curse master? Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin in surprise. Well, on the way to Tokyo, I don't know exactly where it is. Anyway, it's not far from the train tracks. A big tent should still be there now. Luo Lin said. It's a big tent. I really want to get a little impression. I seem to have seen it when I flew over. I thought it was a conjurer pulling out the curse, so I didn't pay much attention. Gojo Satoru propped his chin thoughtfully. The curse master changed the rules of the account when he was running away, and he was forbidden to leave the account until all the cursed spirits were wiped out. Now there should be about 1,000 cursed spirits inside. The level is not high, but flying around and killing them is very good. Trouble, I don't care, anyway. Those cursed spirits can't come out because of tents. Ask for flowers. Luo Lin said casually. Hearing what Luo Lin said, Gojo Satoru's pupils under the eye patch moved slightly. Change the rules of the account. Can't enter and leave without killing all the cursed spirits? How did Luo Lin come out? Wujo realized that Luo Lin was lying, so is it a spell that can ignore the rules of the account? Wujo Wu is thoughtful. Even the number of small characters at the second and third levels is a trivial matter, but can you give me detailed information about the super curse spirit and super curse master you mentioned? Yuriaking said. Fu Heihui, conjurer of a second level small role. The super curse spirit is a one-eyed volcanic head. Its technique should be fire. It can use the field to expand. Its strength is much stronger than that of a finger with two sides. As for the other super curse, division. Luo Lin pretended to think about it and said that super curse master doesn't take many shots, but the output level of spell power is definitely at the super level. The spells seem to use spells that can manipulate spells and the like. The only curse spirit is released by the other party in one breath. Manipulating the spell? Are you sure? Gojo Satoru couldn't help but interrupt Luo Lin at this moment. His eyes, well, he couldn't see his eyes clearly with the blindfold on, but at least he was looking at Luo Lin seriously. During the battle, there were at least 15 or 6 first-level spell-level attacks falling on me in an instant. Luo Lin said directly. Gojo Satoru was silent. If releasing thousands of spell spirits can still be stored in advance, then manipulating 15 or 6 first-level spell spirits to launch an attack must be a means of manipulating 10 types of light springs. At this moment, Gojo Satoru thought a lot. He couldn't help but think a lot. After all, the curse spirit manipulates this kind of spell, his best friend, the best friend he killed a year ago, Jin Yojie. Anyway, I owe you a favor for this matter. Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin seriously and said, whether it is human or not, we are all friends. Luo Lin said straightforwardly with a wave of his hand. When you say this, can you put away the smile that is about to reach the corner of your mouth? Hey, is this the place? Gojo Satoru stood in the air, looking at the huge tent below. At this time, Gojo Satoru was not wearing the blindfold that blocked his sight, and his pair of blue eyes filled with white mist were full of complexities. Jay, hope it's not you. Gojo Satoru exhaled lightly and slowly fell into the tent king below. Just after entering the tent, Gojo Satoru saw the cursed spirit flying all over the sky. Gojo Satoru was silent. Although I haven't seen Xia Yojie with my own eyes, as a close friend for many years, I am very familiar with being manipulated by Jin Yojie's incantation and magic spirit. Maybe other people can't distinguish those manipulative spell spirits, but Gojo Satoru can tell at a glance that the mantra spirits in front of him are definitely manipulated by manipulative spells. If it is said that 1 or 2 cursed spirits are still 743, it may be a fish that slipped through the net and was caught by people. The hundreds of cursed spirits flying all over the sky, plus the hundreds of cursed spirits in the jungle below. Without exception. This is enough to explain everything. J. Gojo Satoru froze in midair. At this time, the cursed spirit flying all over the sky also discovered the existence of Wuzhou Wu, a magician, and rushed towards this side frantically. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of cursed spirits squeezed into a ball and tightly wrapped Wuzhou Wu inside. But at this time, Wuzhou Wu didn't make any movements, and the magic formula with no lower limit was running automatically. Even if those cursed spirits wrapped him tightly, they didn't touch him at all. Various guesses emerged in Gojo Satoru's mind, but he quickly denied them. After all, although he didn't hand over Xia Yojie's body to the Whistler for disposal, as the one who personally killed Xia Yojie, he knew very well that Xia Yojie was definitely dead. And Xia Yojie will never return as a curse. For Xia Yojie, death is more like a relief, rather than an unwilling curse on the world at the dying moment. No matter how you do it, it's really bold. Gojo Satoru suddenly laughed, and the light in Song Blue's eyes was extremely cold. The spell burst out suddenly. The spell power that instantly aroused the hundreds of cursed spirits that submerged Gojo Satoru turned into fly ash. In the next second, thick beams of light shot out from Wuzhou Wu's body, from top to bottom, plowing out traces on the ground. Whether it is the cursed spirit hiding in the woods, or the cursed spirit sneaking into the ground, at this moment, all of them are facing the same ending. The tent is broken. A huge tanking with a diameter of several thousand meters just appeared in this deep mountain jungle. Reversal spell, reverse spell. Still confused. Luo Lin sighed, lying on the ground and looking at the sky. Inexplicably, Luo Lin thought of the answer Gojo Satoru told him. Reversal technique. It's just scare once, then like this, and then is enough. Facing the bewildered Luo Lin, Gojo Satoru said this to him very seriously. This is the secret of the reversal technique taught to me by Nyozi back then. I learned the reversal technique based on this secret. Don't you understand? Luo Lin, you really lack inspiration. After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, he looked at Luo Lin with emotion. This guy definitely did it on purpose. That kind of contrived look must have been done to him by the family at the time. Luo Lin's teeth itched when he thought of Gojo Satoru's appearance at that time. But Luo Lin didn't think that Gojo Satoru was just perfunctory him. That way of joking is telling him that the reversal technique is not something that can be taught. In the past few days, Gojo Satoru has indeed helped him to ask the family to enter the glass so that he can personally feel the magic power of the reversal technique. And Luo Lin is only one step away from the reversal technique, which is the so-called inspiration. Luo Lin was thoughtful. While Luo Lin was thinking, his cell phone rang suddenly. Hey V. Luo Lin hadn't finished speaking. West Tokyo City, Ingji Juvenile Academy, help. Fu Heihui finished speaking extremely quickly, and the call was hung up immediately. Luo Lin looked at the beeping phone. The corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Help? Is this the first time you face a special mission? But help, it must be taught by this guy. Luo Lin sighed. He clearly said he owed me favors, but how did it end? And I still have to help him protect the students. Luo Lin complained, and his figure disappeared instantly. West Tokyo City, at the gate of Ingji Juvenile Academy. Have you finished calling for help? Katsuo Buyujin put his hands in his pockets, stood behind Fu Heihui, and looked at the sky. Fu Heihui's face froze. He didn't need to look back. He knew what happened. The worst has come. Don't be so scared. I'm in a good mood now. Let's talk. Not weed, not the two-faced Sunua, said with a light smile. Fu Heihui was sweating coldly on his forehead and dared not speak. The person you called just now was that kid from that night. Two-faced Sunua propped his chin, with a wicked smile on his face. I can promise you that I will wait here for that guy to arrive, but as a price, you can spend the time in the middle with me. Fu Heihui. Okay. Nodding with difficulty, Fu Heihui agreed. In other words, he had no choice but to agree. After all, no matter whether he agreed or not, his current life was in the hands of 2.3. Rather than being killed directly, it is better to gamble on a chance. Fu Heihui's face suddenly became firm. Only at this time, the two-faced Sunua suddenly made a move and inserted himself into his chest. What are you doing? Fu Heihui's complexion suddenly changed. Although the person in front of him was the two-faced Sunua, his body was that of Polygonum cuspidatum urine. What to do? Sunua on both sides looked at Fu Heihui as a matter of course and said, of course it's the last insurance. Although that kid doesn't know why he can't get it back, but if possible, of course, we need to add a layer of insurance. Losing my heart is nothing to me as a curse, but if that kid gets it back, you should be able to imagine what will happen. The smile on the two-faced Sunua's face suddenly became sinister. Next, the game begins. Is this the place? Gojo Satoru stood in the air, looking at the huge tent below. At this time, Gojo Satoru was not wearing the blindfold that blocked his sight, and his pair of blue eyes filled with white mist were full of complexities. Jay, hope it's not you. Gojo Satoru exhaled lightly and slowly fell into the tent king below. Just after entering the tent, Gojo Satoru saw the cursed spirit flying all over the sky. Gojo Satoru was silent. Although I haven't seen Xia Yojia with my own eyes, as a close friend for many years, I am very familiar with being manipulated by Jin Yojia's incantation and magic spirit. Maybe other people can't distinguish those manipulative spell spirits, but Gojo Satoru can tell at a glance that the mantra spirits in front of him are definitely manipulated by manipulative spells. If it is said that one or two cursed spirits may have slipped through the net of the ghosts and were caught by people, the hundreds of cursed spirits flying all over the sky, plus hundreds of cursed spirits in the jungle below. Without exception. This is enough to explain everything. J. Gojo Satoru froze in midair. 14. At this time, the cursed spirit flying all over the sky also discovered the existence of Wuzhou Wu, a magician, and rushed towards this side frantically. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of cursed spirits squeezed into a ball and tightly wrapped Wuzhou Wu inside. But at this time, Wuzhou Wu didn't make any movements, and the magic formula with no lower limit was running automatically. Even if those cursed spirits wrapped him tightly, they didn't touch him at all. Various guesses emerged in Gojo Satoru's mind, but he quickly denied them. After all, although he didn't hand over Xia Yojia's body to the Whistler for disposal, as the one who personally killed Xia Yojia, he knew very well that Xia Yojia was definitely dead. And Xia Yojia will never return as a curse. For Xia Yojia, death is more like a relief, rather than an unwilling curse on the world at the dying moment. No matter how you do it, it's really bold. Gojo Satoru suddenly laughed, and the light in Song Blue's eyes was extremely cold. The spell burst out suddenly. The spell power that instantly aroused the hundreds of cursed spirits that submerged Gojo Satoru turned into fly ash. In the next second, thick beams of light shot out from Wujo Wu's body, from top to bottom, plowing out traces on the ground. Whether it is the cursed spirit hiding in the woods, or the cursed spirit sneaking into the ground, at this moment, all of them are facing the same ending. The tent is broken. A huge Chenking with a diameter of several thousand meters just appeared in this deep mountain jungle. Reverse spell, reverse spell. Still confused, Luo Lin sighed, lying on the ground and looking at the sky. Inexplicably, Luo Lin thought of the answer Gojo Satoru told him. Reversal technique. It's just scaring once, then like this, and then is enough. Facing the bewildered Luo Lin, Gojo Satoru said this to him very seriously. This is the secret of the reversal technique taught to me by Nyozi back then. I learned the reversal technique based on this secret. Don't you understand? Luo Lin, you really lack inspiration. After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, he looked at Luo Lin with emotion. This guy definitely did it on purpose. That kind of contrived look must have been done to him by the family at the time. Luo Lin's teeth itched when he thought of Wujo Satoru's appearance at that time. But Luo Lin didn't think that Gojo Satoru was just perfunctory him. That way of joking is telling him that the reversal technique is not something that can be taught. In the past few days, Gojo Satoru has indeed helped him to ask the family to enter the glass so that he can personally feel the magic power of the reversal technique. And Luo Lin is only one step away from the reversal technique, which is the so-called inspiration. Luo Lin was thoughtful. While Luo Lin was thinking, his cell phone rang suddenly. Hey V. Luo Lin hadn't finished speaking. West Tokyo City, Ingji Juvenile Academy, help. Fu Heihui finished speaking extremely quickly, and the call was hung up immediately. Luo Lin looked at the beeping phone, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Help? Is this the first time you face a special mission? But help, it must be taught by this guy. Luo Lin sighed. He clearly said he owed me favors, but how did it end? And I still have to help him protect the students. Luo Lin complained, and his figure disappeared instantly. West Tokyo City, at the gate of Ingji Juvenile Academy. Have you finished calling for help? Yuzu Yujin put his hands in his pockets, stood behind Fu Heihui, and looked at the sky. Fu Heihui's face froze. He didn't need to look back. He knew what happened. The worst has come. Don't be so scared. I'm in a good mood now, let's talk. Natoma Cuspidatum said with a light smile. Fu Heihui was sweating coldly on his forehead and dared not speak. The person you called just now was that kid that night, right? Two-Faced Sunua propped his chin, and 857 showed an evil smile on his face. I can promise you that I will wait here for that guy to arrive, but as a price, you can spend the time in the middle with me. Fu Heihui. Okay. Nodding with difficulty, Fu Heihui agreed. In other words, he had no choice but to agree. After all, no matter whether he agreed or not, his current life was in the hands of both sides. Rather than being killed directly, it is better to gamble on a chance. Fu Heihui's face suddenly became firm. Only at this time, the two-faced Sunua suddenly made a move and inserted himself into his chest. What are you doing? Fu Heihui's complexion suddenly changed. Although the person in front of him was the two-faced Sunua, his body was that of Polygonum cuspidatum urine. What to do? Sunua on both sides looked at Fu Heihui as a matter of course and said, of course it's the last insurance. Although that kid doesn't know why he can't get it back, but if possible, of course, we need to add a layer of insurance. Losing my heart is nothing to me as a curse, but if that kid gets it back, you should be able to imagine what will happen. The smile on the two-faced Sunua's face suddenly became sinister. Next, the game begins. Aren't you running away? Sunua on both sides tilted his head. He thought that the moment he announced the start of the game, the boy on the opposite side would run away. Run away. Fu Heihui bent down, made a seal with his hands in front of him. The mantra surged, and a strange bird like an owl flew out of the shadow on the ground. New Shikigami of Fu Heihui's 10 shadow spells. Not weed. Fu Heihui suddenly shouted. Don't change it back. Huh? Two-Face Sunua tilted his head. I know that if you can, even if you die, you will definitely change your body back, but I have already called for rescue, so before that, I will hold this guy in front of me and never let him kill him. Anyone, so don't switch back, you hear me? Fu Heihui shouted loudly. So that's how it is, it's cheering you up. It's worthy of praise. Two-Face Sunua looked at Fu Heihui with a light smile. This kind of words that are more beneficial to him, the Two-Face Sunua naturally will not stop Fu Heihui, and he even wants to make Fu Heihui say a few more words. But, boy, tell me, who are you trying to hold back? Two-Face Sunua tilted his head, showing a bright smile at Fu Hei. The next moment, he disappeared directly into Fu Heihui's sight. So fast. Fu Heihui's heart tightened, although he couldn't see the movements of Sunua on both sides, but it would be good to defend at this time. Only, the strength gap is too great. Even Fu Heihui knew that he should defend himself at this time, but before he could take any action, the figure of Sunua with two faces appeared beside him. Even Fu Heihui's Shikigami Nu didn't react, and punched Fu Heihui from the bottom up with a violent punch, directly sending Fu Heihui flying. Puff! At a height of tens of meters in the air, Fu Heihui spat out a mouthful of blood, blurring his vision for a while. Not good, if you lose consciousness, the spell will. Fu Heihui forcibly raised his spirits, but just as he was sober, what appeared in front of him was Two-Face Sunua. Boom! With a heavy punch, Fu Heihui was knocked down from the air, pierced through the 6 or 7 floors of the dormitory building and fell to the floor. Boy, are you using this method to hold me back and prevent me from killing people? If that's the case, your expression must be 10 o'clock more miserable. Liang Suxiong landed in front of Xian and said with a smile. Obviously suffered a heavy blow, but the pain from the distance made Fu Heihui very sober at this time. Looking at the Two-Face Sunua in front of him, Fu Heihui recognized a fact. The gap between him and Liangmian Sunua is too big. It's so big that it doesn't have the qualifications to hold back the opponent at all, and even, that move doesn't necessarily qualify it to die with the opponent. Fu Heihui gritted his teeth. With his strength, even if he uses that trick, he will not be easily defeated. As long as Luo Lin is dragged over, he can force the Two-Faced Sunua with his strength. At that time, as long as I die, the transfer will stop. Bo Li will not die in prison. Fu Heihui immediately figured everything out in his mind. Then he forced himself to stand up, clenched his fists in front of his body and formed a draw, and the spell power surged. The coercion emanating from Fu Heihui at this moment made Sunua on both sides stunned for a moment. Very good, no wonder you said so confidently that you want to hold me back. Now is the real thing, right? Two-Faced Sunua laughed excitedly. Then he took out a finger from his pocket and put it in his mouth without hesitation. That's the finger eaten by the super cursed spirit before? Fu Heihui immediately realized the source of the finger at the moment. In this way, even if the kid takes the initiative in a short time, he won't be able to get it back. Two-Faced Sunua laughed excitedly. Come on, kid, try to make me fascinated by you. Neurobura Urate grips. Before the words fell completely, a voice did interrupt Fu Heihui's movements. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why did you start bullying children? Sunua. The sudden sound of ridicule made Fu Heihui and Sunua stunned at the same time. Putting on a posture, Fu Heihui's whole body loosened, and he fell straight down, his face full of excitement after the catastrophe. Both his own, but also for the knotweed Hisahito. It's you. Two-Faced Sunua suddenly turned around, looking gloomy at the figure behind him who didn't know when. Not long after that, he has not forgotten that little brat who played tricks on him when his strength was insufficient. Yo, how come you're still injured? Luo Lin looked at the big hole in Sunua's chest on both sides, pretending to be surprised. No way, did you get hurt when you bullied children? Boy, who can be provoked by your aggressive method? Liangmian Sitten sneered at Luo Lin. If you want me to repair this kid's heart, use your fists to make me feel the pressure of having to restore it. Two-Faced Sunua said, and the magic power surged in his body. Different from the little bit of spell power when playing with Fu Heihui, at this time, the two-faced Su Nua has used his current full strength with all his strength. Repair the heart. I am not related to this kid, so you can do whatever you want. Luo Lin stretched his neck and laughed at the two-faced Su Nua. I just don't know how many caddies are left in the majestic king of curses. Then you. The moment the two-faced Su Nua's voice fell, the whole person appeared in front of Luo Lin in an instant and patted Luo Lin directly with his palm. Xianhao, let's weigh it. Boom. It flickers on with a touch of black light. No matter how Su Nua appeared on both sides, he flew back and crashed directly through the building next to Fu Heihui. SOSO. Luo Lin mocked, kicked his feet suddenly, and walked towards the two sides. The moment he passed by Fu Heihui, Luo Lin didn't speak, and a voice rang directly in Fu Heihui's ear. You'd better get Jia Rizzi or other people who can treat him as soon as possible. I don't have the ability to save that kid. The next moment, Luo Lin directly caught up with the two-faced Nua, condescending, and punched the two-faced Su Nua again, and the black flash emerged. The ground shattered suddenly, and a huge pit appeared out of thin air. In the center of the crater, there are two sides of the beach where Wu Jin landed. Puff. Two-faced Su Nua lay in the pit and spewed out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't care about his injury at all. Instead, his face was full of surprise. This kid's movements are faster than that night, and that black flash. Su Nua on both sides showed his thoughts, exerted a little force, and stood up directly, jumped lightly, and jumped directly to the top of the pit. You boy didn't use your real strength that night. Two-faced Su Nua patted the dust off his body and looked at Luo Lin and said. At this time, apart from the wound on his chest and heart, there were no other wounds on his body. Reversal technique. Seeing Su Nua use a trick that he has never been able to learn, to be honest, his mood is quite complicated. Precisely control the thickness of the spell power so that the speed of the fist can keep up with it within 1/1,000,000th of a second, and your fist's speed and strength are indeed amazing. Two-faced Su Nua looked at Luo Lin and grinned. The magic power that was originally used as the main attack became the trigger of Black Flash because it was too weak, and the attack that was originally used as an auxiliary became the source of Black Flash's power. You have ideas and talent 497, but this is He Shan's evil way. Of course he knows that Su Nua's consciousness is just a king of curses, and it always feels weird to tell him that he has stepped into evil ways. You don't need to worry about that, at least this fist is enough for you now. Luo Lin looked at Su Nua on both sides and said lightly, You really don't listen to persuasion. Two-faced Su Nua sighed slightly and made a seal with his hands in front of him. Next I will show you the highest realms of magic that are never accessible to those who have stepped into the evil way. Su Nua's eyes narrowed slightly. The field is unfolding. Fumo Yuchu. As the voice of the two-faced Su Nua fell, the raging mantra turned into another thing, and it instantly expanded wildly around the two-faced Su Nua centered on it. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan's 100 meters were completely enveloped. TCH, isn't the spell powerful enough? Two-faced Su Nua curled his lips. After all, he only has the strength of 3 fingers now, and he could easily expand to a field with a radius of 200 meters, but now the worm can't continue after expanding it by 100 meters. Go to hell with the annoyance of not being able to make a move. Kid, two-faced Su Nua sneered. All good words of persuasion and so-called advice are all false. As the king of curses, the two-faced Su Nua is not a good teacher. He just realized in a moment that he currently has no experience in defeating Luo Lin except in the field. Even the expansion of the field can be interrupted by Luo Lin's attack speed, so the words slightly affected Luo Lin. Two-faced Su Nua himself did not expect that it was so simple and really successful. Then what should we do next? It's really hard to choose whether to continue to learn the tricks of that kid or go to the urban area over there to kill. Su Nua on both sides looked conflicted. But the next moment, Luo Lin's figure instantly appeared beside Su Nua on both sides. What? The 4 eyes of Su Nua on both sides only had time to see Luo Lin, who suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, a terrifying monstrous force struck, and Su Nua was directly blown away. It's really super painful. Luo Lin grinned. Although the substitute ability can replace Luo Lin to withstand the damage caused by various abilities, But unlike those curse or regular kill moves, although the simple spell slash can withstand damage, the pain, Bef, directly caused to Luo Lin cannot be avoided. And the domain of the two-faced Sunua, Fumo Yuchuzi, will launch endless attacks on all people or things in the domain until they disappear completely or Fumo Yuchu's main doctor is about to die. That is to say, every part of Luo Lin's body is suffering from the pain of cutting into pieces. To be honest, Luo Lin was also surprised that he could bear this kind of pain. After all, he used to be a common man. Even if he stabbed himself, it would be painful to death. It seems that the powerful mental power is not only effective on the surface. Such a thought flashed in Luo Lin's mind for a moment, and then he rushed towards the flying figure of Su Nua on both sides. Although I can bear it, but as he said, it is really super painful. So, if the two sides of Su Nua insist on not releasing the domain, I won't keep it. But at the moment when Luo Lin had this idea, domain lifted. It's not that the two-faced Su Nua took the initiative to release the domain, but the two-faced Su Nua flew out of the scope of the domain and passively released the domain. Sensing the disappearance of the domain, Luo Lin was slightly taken aback and looked a little strangely at the two-faced Su Xiang who flew out of the domain and plowed a scratch hundreds of meters long and tens of meters deep on the ground. This field has no boundaries? Luo Lin didn't notice this because of the ubiquitous slash before, but at the moment when Su Nua on both sides was knocked out of the domain, causing the domain to disappear, Luo Lin accurately noticed this. A field without borders. Luo Lin was silent for a while, and then his eyes lit up. Is this even possible? A field without borders. Original. After studying the domain of Leaking Hu, although Luo Lin continued to study in the direction of the domain, it still took more energy than the reversal technique. Because this so-called field is not as easy to use as Luo Lin imagined, and it consumes a lot of mana, once it is used, it will form an enchantment on the spot and cannot move. This completely contradicts Luo Lin's need to use domains. It can be said that apart from the sure hit effect that can be used to deal with Gojo Satoru's invincible defensive spells, there is nothing else to praise. But now, the field of double-faced Nua opened up a completely different way of thinking for Luo Lin. Or, this is the field that Luo Lin imagined and needed. Luo Lin suddenly grinned. I seem to have caught the so-called inspiration. That kid is really a killer. Two-sided Su Nua lay on his back under the pothole, looking at the long and narrow sky above his head. It's not that the two-faced Su Nua wants to lie here, but the smaller half of his body has been shown, including a leg, and it is not known where it fell when it was broken. But this is nothing to the two-faced Su Nua. With his inversion technique and the essence of being a curse, as long as his head is not smashed, he can recover quickly. But two-faced Su Nua could clearly feel the killing intent contained in Luo Lin's attack just now. Although it didn't erupt completely, the meaning was obvious. If the fight continued, the killer would be killed. But the two-faced Su Nua doesn't want to die yet. After being silent for thousands of years, he finally came back to life, but the two-faced Su Nua wanted to really come back to life and return to the world to start killing. It's a pity that the conjurer who can directly fight against my domain instead of using the domain confronted him didn't meet him in his lifetime. Two-faced Su Nua felt a little regretful at this time. The current him is only able to match the strength of only 3 fingers, and after all, he is able to catch a magician of this level. After lying on his back in the pothole for a while, half of his body had already been regenerated. Only the heart, the two-faced Su Nua still did not choose to regenerate. After all, this is the only two-faced Su Nua who can negotiate terms with Polygonum Cuspidatum. Stop playing. Luo Lin's voice came from above his head. Well, stop fighting. Luo Lin, who was squatting on the ground after watching the two-faced Su Nua, said directly. Even if the body is repaired, the two-faced Su Nua is still lying here, and the meaning can be imagined. It seems that you still don't intend to repair this kid's heart. Luo Lin looked at the other's still empty chest and said, You don't know how to use the reversal technique. Two-faced Su Nua grinned and looked at Luo Lin. Yeah. Luo Lin nodded. There was nothing to hide. The reversal technique is a very rare ability, and being able to perform the reversal technique on others is a rare ability among the rare abilities. So, this kid's life is still my bargaining chip. Two-faced Su Nua said with a big smile. Luo Lin didn't speak. The so-called bargaining chip of the two-faced Sunua is not betting with him, but with the owner of his body and the knotweed urine. How does your field have no boundaries? Luo Lin asked suddenly. Huh? Sunua on both sides was stunned for a moment, looking at Luo Lin with a strange expression on his face. Are you asking me for advice? Well, that's right. Luo Lin nodded directly. He was just asking for advice, and there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Haha, a human conjurer asked me for advice. You kid is really getting more and more interesting, but you kid who can't even walk, don't try to run. Two-Faced Sunua laughed outright, and the lines on his face and body began to slowly dissipate. This time, it was the two-faced Suxiong who took the initiative to exchange bodies with Zhoutsuan urine. He must let the knotweed urine die before the person who can heal him arrives. But at this moment, Sunua on both sides suddenly stopped, reached out and grabbed one of his fingers and looked at Luo Lin puzzled. Boy, what do you mean? The two-faced skin eyebrow looked at Luo Lin. This finger was exactly what Luo Lin threw over just now. It was originally intended to be given away, but I accidentally forgot it because of other things. I don't need it anyway, so I can return it to you, and it can be regarded as a bargaining chip for that kid. Luo Lin said casually. You're only throwing chips on the gaming table now. You're very good at gambling. Two-faced Sunua sneered. But I will win, won't I? Luo Lin said with a shrug. The two-faced Nua swallowed his fingers unceremoniously, grinned at Luo Lin and said, but I'm the banker in this game, and the banker takes all. As soon as the words fell, the two-faced Sunua completely changed back with the knotweed urine, and the black lines all over his body quickly faded away. However, I don't know if it's because the two-faced Sunua took the initiative to retreat. After the knotweed urine returned, he didn't even have a moment of sobriety, and the whole person fell to the ground. It seems that the contract is always necessary for Sunua. Luo Lin scratched his chin and thought. Asking for flowers. Of course he knew what the price for Lingmian Sunua to save the knotweed urine was, but at the end of the anime, this foreshadowing has not been used for the time being. So Luo Lin didn't know what the two-faced Nua was going to do. Over there is. Fu Heihue stared wide-eyed at the battlefield in the distance. Within that 100-meter diameter range, there are still several dormitory buildings. Until now, within 100 meters in diameter, there is nothing. Beyond 100 meters, the gaps in the dormitory buildings are as smooth as mirrors. This scene deeply shocked Fu Heihue. 0. Although it has been known for a long time that the power of the special class is strong, is this too exaggerated? And just when Fu Heihue was shocked, he suddenly saw the figure of Luo Lin carrying the knotweed urine in the distance. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Fu Heihue's heart. Before Luo Lin walked in, he ran towards Luo Lin crazily. After approaching, Yan Hitu also saw clearly the condition of the knotweed urine held in Luo Lin's hand. The meaningless chest that was dripping with blood meant that Yuzu Yuhito was dead at this time. Fu Heihue was silent at this time, and he couldn't say any words of blame. After all, wishing to save Polygonum cuspidatum Hisahito is a difficult task. Moreover, the tragic battlefield in the distance also fully demonstrated how fierce Luo Lin's battle was. Bring him back to the High School of Conjuration. Gojo Satoru is back. Ask him to call me. Luo Lin said, and handed the corpse of Notabagi Yuhito over. Thanks. Fu Heihue said something in a low voice, and then took the dead body of the knotweed urine, with a look of sadness on his face. Luo Lin looked at Fu Heihue, who left lonely. Did he misunderstand something? Knotweed urine is not dead yet. But Luo Lin didn't intend to tell Fu Heihue again. Well, under great sorrow and great joy, people's spirits are prone to problems. Let him calm down for a while. Luo Lin sighed, feeling that he had done another great deed.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.